Preface. No intelligent person is likely to deny the importance of official documents as the basis of a nation's history, but these documents do not tell the whole story. There are social activities, currents of national thought, and waves of popular sentiment, which are not fully described either in laws or governmental proclamations. Tradition sometimes conveys a knowledge of these aspects of society, but tradition undergoes such modifications in the course of time that it does not render the same account to all later generations or centuries. Only what is written remains fixed. Each century writes the literature it reads. This is especially true of historical literature. It is also true that each century, in the various forms of its literature, writes its own history. And it is to this literature, not to the later critical writings, that one must refer. Who would know how any given period of the past appeared to those then living? It was once said of a distinguished modern historian of Rome that he knew more about the affairs of Rome than the Romans themselves knew, which was to say, that his works presented a view of Rome such as no Roman ever had. The critical history of the society of any given period of the past is so completely an artificial creation that it would hardly be recognized by a member of that society. It takes its character, in a considerable part, from knowledge, ideas, and emotions that were foreign to him. Therefore, in order to know a nation's life as known at any given epoch, or to visualize the worldly show that passed before the thoughtful contemporary mind, one should refer, not to the artificial creation of the modern historian, with its 20th century atmosphere, but to what men wrote of their own times or times near their own. Our ancestors' vision of the world and the reaction which the world produced in their minds are revealed in the various forms of their literature. The material for an intellectual reconstitution of the view of their society entertained by the Spanish colonists of South America is much less abundant than that which the 23rd century historian will have for reproducing our view of our times. There were in the Spanish colonies no congressional or parliamentary debates, no popular orators describing social conditions and setting forth economic and political doctrines, no discussion of social programs, and, more significant than all else, no periodical press recording from day to day and from month the events and ideas of the period in question. But in the books, the reports, and the relations there is a larger mass of written evidence than the comparatively rude state of colonial society would lead one to expect. And it is the purpose of this book to point out the principal documents of this colonial literature, and to introduce the reader to the men of letters in the colonies who wrote under the inspiration of their experience in the New World, whether their contributions were in the realm of poetry, history, geographical description, or ecclesiastical discussion. All this is brought together under a general title in which the term literature is consciously expanded from its narrower meaning to cover whatever was written on any of these general subjects. And by helping the reader to a knowledge of this literature, it is believed that through it he will be enabled to acquire a more or less distinct view of the colonial society as it appeared in any period to men of that period. It is presumed that copies of this book will fall into the hands of persons not completely versed in the Spanish language, and for this reason, a somewhat broad view of Spanish accentuation has been carried out as an assistance in the pronunciation of such Spanish words and titles as it has been found advisable to introduce. It will, moreover, be noted that all titles and quotations from the texts of early colonial writers are given in modernized Spanish. The portraits here presented help to show that the intellectual life of the colonies was not limited to a single class, but embraced friars, parish priests, and bishops, private soldiers and officers of the army, governors, judges, and viceroys. It is not to be expected that a book covering the number and wide range of facts here included will be without errors. But there are fewer errors in this volume than would have appeared but for the valuable editorial assistance of Mr. A. H. Wykeham George, who suggested and formed the appendix, directed the preparation of the illustrations, and supervised the passing of the whole through the press. For that assistance, I take this occasion to express my cordial appreciation. And at the same time, I would gratefully acknowledge the important contribution to the undertaking rendered by Miss Janet Hunter Perry, lecturer in Spanish at King's College, and the very friendly and helpful attention given by the authorities of the British Museum, particularly by Dr. Henry Thomas, assistant keeper of printed books. Bernard Moses. Paris, June 3, 1922. The literary activity of the Spanish colonies in South America extended over a period of somewhat more than 250 years, in which Spain organized and carried on her great colonial enterprise. In this undertaking, the king, assisted by the Council of the Indies and the Casa de Contratación, held the colonies as royal dependencies. He was the common link between the ordinary government of Spain and the government of the Spanish possessions in America. Emigration to the colonies was controlled through the Casa de Contratación, while the Council of the Indies stood as the supreme governmental ministry. The occupation of the country was conducted largely as a material and spiritual conquest, in which conspicuous parts were played by soldiers and priests, the soldiers giving to the process of colonization the appearance of a military campaign, while the activity of the priests was supported by the idea that the acceptance of the Christian doctrine transferred the Indians from barbarism to the status of civilization. The agencies of control in the colonial undertaking, whether military, ecclesiastical, or civil, were directed from Spain. These agencies, in their final organization, were gathered into three important groups, or viceroyalties: Peru, New Granada, and Rio de la Plata. The viceroy in each of these semi-independent states was assisted by a small body called an audiencia, which performed the functions both of a ministry and of a supreme court. In the several subdivisions of the territory, local officers, known as corregidors, carried on a practically arbitrary administration, under which the Indians were oppressed and impoverished. And in the larger town, a cabildo, or municipal council, exercised a certain degree of control, when not impeded by a superior authority. Over the government and the inhabitants, in the course of time, the Inquisition extended its paralyzing force, and in the presence of spies and malicious reporters, men put off their intellectual independence and either remained silent or conformed their utterances to the prescriptions of the Holy Office. This restraint naturally limited the range of ideas that found expression either orally or in writing. Authors had continually to face the possibility of seeing their manuscripts refused the privilege of publication. The subjects not liable to this embarrassment were the history of the colonies discreetly treated, the geography and natural history of the Indies, and the doctrines and history of the Church. Writings on these subjects, therefore, constitute the bulk of the colonial literature of South America. Nature, as displayed in the unspoiled wilderness of the New World, attracted more attention than it had received in Spain, and writers of the history of the Indies gave much space to descriptions of their unfamiliar environment. Great writers of Italy had made verse a preferred form of literature in the 16th century, and there is no doubt that, in addition to their example, the exaltation of spirit maintained by the unaccustomed adventures of early colonial life contributed powerfully to the extensive adoption of this form of utterance. It was undoubtedly the new and inspiring scenes and events attending the campaigns against the Araucanians that moved Ercilla to give a poetic record of his experience in La Araucana. When Barco Centenera, under similar influences, undertook to write an account of the Spanish occupation of the southeastern part of the continent, the result was an historical poem called La Argentina, and Peralta Barnuvo's extended history of the early development of Spanish society in Peru assumed the metrical form in Lima Fundada. The form of Castellanos' chronicle was practically determined by the success of Ercilla's verses. And after these came a troupe of chroniclers, whose verses were the product of imitation rather than the result of original inspiration. Much that was written in the colonies has not been printed, sometimes because the manuscript was not approved by the censor, sometimes because the funds needed to cover the cost were not available, and sometimes because the manuscript was lost. The liability to loss was especially great during most of the colonial period, since manuscripts designed for printing had to be sent to Europe and were exposed to dangers from shipwreck, the attacks of pirates, and the neglect of the persons to whom they were entrusted. It was only late that presses were established in the dependencies of South America, and even after they were provided, the quality of the work done was poor and the expense high. Printing was introduced into Mexico earlier than into South America, and it was from Mexico that Peru received its first printer. This was Antonio Ricardo, who had been a printer in Mexico for 10 years. He decided to remove to Peru in 1579, but encountered serious obstacles to his proposed emigration, partly due to the fact that he was not a native of Spain. He encountered other obstacles in seeking permission to undertake the business of printing in Peru after his arrival in that country. Finally, when the catechism prepared by the Jesuits at the request of the Ecclesiastical Council was completed, the Audiencia, on February 13, 1584, decreed that Ricardo might be permitted to print it. But the work was interrupted in order to print instructions concerning corrections in the calendar, under the title Pragmatica Saber los Dias del Anno. The authorization of this publication was given by the Audiencia on the 14th of July, 1584, and this first product of the South American press appeared a little later. The Catechism became the second publication. After this beginning, the business of printing grew rapidly, in spite of the high cost of paper, receiving its principal impulse from a strong demand for primary books for schools and little manuals of devotion. News sheets followed, issued at irregular intervals, and after 25 years, it became customary to issue them on the arrival of ships bringing news from Spain. As early as 1621, Geronimo de Contreras, who had been a printer in Seville, appeared as the publisher of these news sheets, and for the next 100 years, he and members of his family were the leading printers of Lima. His son, José de Contreras, succeeded him in 1641 and continued his business until 1688. 2 years before this last date, in 1686, José de Contreras, a grandson of the founder of the house, organized an independent printing establishment, which held a practical monopoly of printing in Lima until 1712. The printing of books for primary instruction in the local schools brought to the head of this new establishment considerable profits, and by a decree of the Crown José de Contreras acquired the title of royal printer. The Inquisition, the University of San Marcos, and various other institutions resorted to his press for the printing required. After the death of the royal printer, his brother, Geronimo de Contreras, carried on the business for a number of years, and the establishment maintained itself without essential change of character until 1779. Early printing elsewhere in South America was almost exclusively the work of the Jesuits. They had a press at the mission station of Juli near Lake Titicaca in the second decade of the 17th century, but it was only after about 100 years that a press was set up in any other part of South America. In the missions of Paraguay, the first book printed by the Jesuits appeared in 1705. This was entitled De la Diferencia entre lo temporal y eterno, by Padre Juan Eusebio Nuremberg, translated into Guarani by Joseph Serrano. The Jesuits established a printing press at Cordoba in connection with the College of Montserrat, but after the expulsion of the order from South America, the press was transferred to Buenos Aires in 1780. About 8 years later, the authorities of the college felt the need of the press that had been removed and sent Manuel Antonio Talavera to Buenos Aires to request that it might be replaced by another. The negotiations ended, however, without any immediate result. In 1740, one Alejandro Coronado, a resident of Quito, petitioned the Council of the Indies for permission to establish a printing press in that city, where previously no facilities for printing had existed. This petition was granted, and by a subsequent act of the council, this privilege was extended to his heirs, in case of Coronado's death before the projected press had been set up. Coronado's plan was not carried out, and nearly 20 years later the Jesuits, who had a press in Ambato, removed it to Quito at the beginning of 1760. The first printing in Quito was done on that press in the early part of that year. The beginning of printing in Bogotá is assigned to various dates. According to Vergara, the press was established there in 1740, but other statements maintain that there was no printing in Bogotá until 1789. The development of literature in the Spanish dependencies of South America was hindered, not only by the very imperfect facilities for printing, but also by the extremely rigid restrictions on the publication and importation of books. These restrictions were, however, an afterthought of Spanish legislation. A law of 1480, relating to the introduction of books into Spain, provided that no duties whatsoever shall be paid for the importation of foreign books into these kingdoms, considering how profitable and honorable it is that books from other countries should be brought to these kingdoms, in order that by them men may become learned. But this wise and liberal law remained valid for only a few years. It was supplanted by legislation conceived in fear of foreign influences that might threaten the traditions of the nation and the accepted ecclesiastical doctrines. The new law, the Law of July the 8th, 1502, was issued to prohibit the publication or sale of a book on any subject whatsoever without royal authorization, or the importation of any book except after submission to a rigorous censorship and on receipt of permission. In September 1543, Charles V ordered the viceroys, the audiencias, and the governors to prevent the printing, selling, holding, or the bringing into their districts of books of fiction treating of profane subjects, and to provide that neither Spaniards nor Indians should read them. This legislation was designed to prevent the publication, sale, and reading of the romances of chivalry, which were held to have a demoralizing influence on the spirit of the Spaniards. A law of 1556 provided that the judges and justices shall not permit any book to be printed or sold which treats of subjects relating to the Indies, without having a special license issued by the Council of the Indies. And they shall cause to be collected, and shall collect and send to that body all the books which they shall find, and no printer may print, hold, or sell them, under penalty of 200,000 maravedis and the loss of his printing office. Moreover, the sending of manuscripts to Spain to be examined by the Council of the Indies was attended with very great risks. And when an American author had secured the printing of his book in Spain or in any other European country, great difficulties were encountered in his attempts to have copies of it returned to America. For it was provided by law that no printed book treating of American subjects, whether issued in Spain or in a foreign country, could be taken to the Indies until it had been examined and approved by the Council of the Indies. The inconvenience of sending manuscripts to Spain to be examined and approved or disapproved by the Council of the Indies is illustrated by Bishop Villarol's experience. He sent the manuscript of El Gobierno Eclesiástico Pacifico to Spain, but the vessel carrying it was wrecked, and only by great good fortune was the manuscript saved. He sent another work in 4 volumes to Madrid and solicited permission to publish it. The issuing of the license was delayed 3 years, and in the meantime the manuscript was lost. The legal obstacles and the practical difficulties in the way of obtaining permission to print help to explain why many manuscripts, written in America or about America, remained unpublished until after the overthrow of Spanish rule in the Indies. Even after the establishment of presses in America, the great cost of paper furnished an obstacle to their extensive use, and except in Mexico and Lima, there were few printing presses until late in the colonial period. While the Inquisition tended to destroy free intellectual activity in the Spanish colonies, the Church in other ways contributed to a certain cultivation along lines approved by itself. It helped to preserve Old World traditions in some departments of life. By the study of the Indian languages, which it encouraged, and the formation and the publication of grammars, it made public and preserved a knowledge of these languages. It, moreover, founded and supported schools that maintained the light of learning, though a feeble and fluctuating light within a narrow ecclesiastical horizon. But all efforts in favor of liberal enlightenment were counteracted by governmental measures in opposition to the importation of books, particularly secular books of all kinds. But the range of learning was limited. Until near the end of the colonial period, instruction in the colleges and universities retained its medieval character. The curriculum of studies embraced little, if anything, besides Latin, philosophy, and theology. Having attained proficiency in Latin, the student was admitted to the courses on philosophy under the Faculty of Arts. After 3 years with this faculty, he passed to the study of theology, which was continued for 4 and later for 5 years. The first enlargement of this curriculum was effected by the addition of jurisprudence, or Roman law. This change was not made until near the end of the 18th century. The expulsion of the Jesuits in 1767 was a very severe blow to scholarly and literary activity in colonial society. The Jesuits had a school or a college in every important town of the dependencies, and their instruction was clearer and more effective than that of the other schools. Although one is sometimes disposed to regard their employment of a rigid mold of predetermined form, in which to cast all minds as the greatest educational error of history. But under conditions where, outside of the chief towns, the dominating influences made either for the roughness of the camp or the brutishness of semi-barbarism, a system of instruction that trained the mind to a definite standard was not without its merits, although that standard was the inelastic standard of the Jesuits. The universities presumed a more or less extensive group of cultivated persons in the towns where they were established, and when these towns were also the principal seats of government, as were Lima, Bogotá, Santiago de Chile, and Caracas, the officials of the administration formed another superior element in the population. Lima, as the viceroy's residence, was the social capital of the dependencies. The powers of the viceroy were practically those of an autocratic ruler during the period of his incumbency, and there were brought to Lima from Spain many of the forms and ceremonies of the Spanish court. The viceroy appeared in public with much of the state affected by European monarchs of the 17th and 18th centuries. Sometimes he used the influence of his high position to encourage learning and literary activity. The viceregal palace, in the reign of the viceroy Castildacius, was the meeting place of a society where authors assembled every Monday to present their writings and discuss subjects of interest to men of letters. Dr. Pedro Peralta Barnuvo, the author of Lima Fundada, was a member of this academy. But the high society of Lima had a lower conception of literature and literary men than the learned viceroy, and expressed regret that the ancient customs and dignity of the viceregal office had been violated by the participation of the head of the state in the proceedings of a literary society. The victory of the French under Vendôme over the Austrians under Starhemberg was celebrated at the palace by the production of Barnuvo's comedy called Triunfos de Amor y Poder, and there were more regrets by the aristocracy that the palace of the viceroy had been turned into a theater. Illustration: El Marqués de Castildacius, 24th Viceroy of Peru 1707-1710. Lima at this time, the beginning of the 18th century, had about 70,000 inhabitants, Europeans, mestizos, Indians, and Negro slaves. Gold and silver flowed into the city from the mines, and the buildings that were constructed after the earthquake of 1687 were superior to those which had been destroyed. They gave Lima an appearance of prosperity. They suggested a degree of luxury that had not been evident earlier. The Creoles, always fond of display, sought to avoid the simplicity and rudeness of the smaller towns. They made their wealth conspicuous by their possession of paintings from Italy and Spain, by their extravagant dress, and by their abundant ornaments of gold, pearls, diamonds, and other precious stones. And it is said that the nobles of Lima exceeded in luxury the aristocracy of Spain. The Peruvian capital was enlivened not only by the presence of the 1,500 students of the University of San Marcos, but also by a large number of convents or monasteries, in which the conflicts attending the elections of their officers often ran so high that large sections of the population became involved, and the secular authorities were called upon forcefully to interfere. Bogotá, Caracas, Quito, Santiago, Asunción, and Buenos Aires were capitals like Lima, but on a smaller scale. Common fundamental characteristics prevailed in all, except as these were modified by the different material interests and opportunities of the several cities. In the very small towns, and in the country, the Indians and the mestizos predominated, suggesting barbarism rather than civilization. The colonial society of Spanish South America had no notion of social or political equality like that entertained by the British colonists in North America, and consequently recognized marked class distinctions as a phase of the normal social order. The authorities in Spain, charged with the government of the colonies, maintained the traditional view of social inequality, and encouraged its practical development by creating a titled nobility and conferring upon encomenderos a status of superiority over their dependents, not greatly unlike the relation of superior and inferior that prevailed during the period of European feudalism. Under this social order, the subdued Indians became an element, naturally a subordinate element, in the composite society of the colonies, instead of drifting into irreconcilable hostility to Europeans, as happened in British North America. An analysis of Spanish colonial society in South America would reveal a body of officials composed almost exclusively of men born in Spain and educated in accordance with the ideas and traditions of Spain's conservative administration. These were the viceroys, the judges of the audiencias, the royal treasurers, and the corregidors or governors of small districts. Hardly less important than the civil officials were the ecclesiastics, who were sent to the colonies by the authorities in Spain and paid out of the royal revenues of the colonies. These members of the clergy became teachers, missionaries, and parish priests, many of whom were friars belonging to the various religious orders. A third group was composed of soldiers, who were sent from Spain for a period of 4 or 5 years, and a more or less extensive body of militia. This military force was employed in putting down insurrections, defending the frontiers, and extending the dominion of the Spaniards. And it was in this group that a number of the most noteworthy writers of South America appeared. Some of the officials, in the exercise of their practically irresponsible authority, often made illegitimate appropriations from the public funds that passed under their control. And the parish priests, in many cases, and the petty governors almost universally, extorted whatever was to be had from the Indians by a systematic process of merciless oppression. The dishonesty of officials, coupled with the fact that they were almost exclusively Spaniards, sent from Spain to occupy their posts for a few years, at length alienated the sympathies of the Creoles and the mestizos from the Spanish administration. The Creoles, persons of pure Spanish blood born in America, in many cases took advantage of the instruction offered in the colonial universities, and in some instances continued their studies in Spain. They became men of cultivation and sober judgment. They knew the circumstances and needs of the society of which they were members. They had a patriotic interest and an instinctive pride in their communities or commonwealths. Yet they were practically barred from office, and their advice was seldom, or never, solicited. By this egoistical and stupid conduct of the government, in Spain the Creoles and the mestizos were thrown into an attitude of opposition. A rigid line was drawn between them and the Spaniards. And on the American side of this line, the Creoles and mestizos formed a new society which increased in numbers and self-confidence with the passing decades. Finally, these two classes, merged into one and supported by the civilized Indians, asserted their determination to abolish Spanish domination and be independent. But throughout the 2 centuries and a half of colonial existence, under the influence of Spanish conservatism, the colonies remained, to a very great extent, in a state of social stagnation until near the end of the 18th century. The industrial and commercial life of the colonies suffered under restrictions quite as effective as those that burdened the cause of letters. Importation to the dependencies of South America was limited by positive laws, and the exportation of certain products was made practically impossible because they could not successfully compete with similar commodities produced elsewhere, on account of the greater cost of transportation from the western ports of South America. Agriculture was limited by the prohibitory cost of transporting its products, and by the fact that the small population offered only a restricted demand for them, a demand that was insufficient to bring into cultivation the available fertile land or to employ the available laborers. This limited domestic demand and the impossibility of exporting the products constituted an effective restriction on agricultural progress. And this restriction was intensified by arbitrary governmental prohibition affecting certain branches of cultivation, notably wine and sugar. But mining for gold and silver was free from all restrictions, and the fact that the Crown received 1/5 of the products was a reason for governmental encouragement of the industry. This freedom in the development of mining and the hindrances encountered by other forms of industry caused the population and the appliances of civilization to increase more rapidly in the mining regions, in the inhospitable highlands of Upper Peru, than in the fertile valleys of Chile or on the rich Argentine plains. Potosi, for instance, became a bustling city of 150,000 inhabitants before Buenos Aires and the towns of Chile had emerged from the condition of dirty frontier villages. but the most effective factor in determining the character of colonial society was the spiritual inheritance from Spain. In government, it was the spirit of autocracy, producing a political administration in no respect controlled by the popular will, an administration imposed by the king advised by the Council of the Indies. In matters of religion, the spirit of the Spanish Church passed to the colonies and carried over to them the ecclesiastical traditions of the mother country, with no break, like that which appeared between the Puritans and the dominant Church of England. This was important for the aesthetic life of the colonies, for the artistic notions and sentiments entertained by the Church as a social body were transferred to Spanish America, and manifested their creative force in developing a somewhat original church architecture, and in elaborating the courts and interiors of secular buildings. The aesthetic sense displayed in the Spanish colonies stands in interesting contrast with the puritanic barrenness of the British colonies in artistic matters. The Spanish colonies, moreover, contained more abundant survivals of medieval ideas and traditions, and the lines of connection with the European past tended to maintain the colonies for many decades in a state of social stagnation. This inheritance of conservatism helped to keep alive, in at least some part of the population, the sentiment of human dignity as a force counteracting the vulgarizing and brutalizing influences that attended life on the frontier of civilization. In this attitude, the persons asserting their superiority were convinced of the value of their ideas and experience, and were moved to convey to posterity their opinions and a knowledge of the organization and growth of the colonial communities in which their lives were passed. In considering the volume of literary production in the Spanish dependencies in comparison with the inferior amount produced in the British colonies, one must take account of two important facts bearing on this subject. In the first place, there was in the Spanish colonies a very large number of men, soldiers and priests, who derived their support from the state, and were thus relieved from the necessity of acquiring a livelihood by their personal efforts or by expending mental energy in forming plans, and in executing them by the employment of their time and force. In the second place, a relatively large number of men in the Spanish colonies were celibates, and consequently their time, their thoughts, and their energies were not absorbed in providing for the current wants of families or in accumulating property to be passed as an inheritance to a succeeding generation. In the British colonies, there was practically no subsidized class, and every man was interested in providing for a family and in accumulating property for the benefit of his heirs. This was the absorbing thought of the British colonists as they pressed back the Aborigines and advanced upon the wilderness. They, moreover, conceived the affairs of the colonies as their own affairs and felt no need of sending elaborate reports to the king or of writing geographical descriptions and historical narratives for the enlightenment of the nation they had abandoned. They were content with a minimum of communication with the mother country. The Spanish colonies, on the other hand, lived by their connection with Spain and by action of the Spanish government. The intellectual class of Spain had more interest in the American possessions than was manifested by any class in Great Britain with respect to the British colonies. And this superior interest of Spaniards constituted a demand for information concerning the New World, which encouraged persons in Spanish America by their writings to meet this demand. These introductory suggestions help to explain the remarkable literary activity in the colonies during the period under consideration. Chapter 2. Early Writers of Tierra Firme. I. Bartolomé de las Casas, Roman 2, Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdés, Roman 3, Pascual de Andagoya. 1. The letters and reports of the adventurers, the discoverers, and the early settlers, during the period of exploration and conquest, constitute a noteworthy introduction to the literary history of the Spanish colonies in America. And the intellectual vigor of some of these writers was quite in keeping with the practical energy and daring displayed by their Spanish contemporaries in exploring and subduing the wilderness. The extension of the Spanish occupation from Santo Domingo as an early seat of the administration to the South American mainland belongs to the first decades of the 16th century. During this period, the Spaniards founded Santa Marta and Cartagena, explored and occupied the isthmus, and Andagoya established his brief authority on the Pacific coast south of Panama. It was in this period, moreover, that the Spanish government granted to the German Company of the Welsers a charter to an extensive region of tierra firme, where the agents of this company devoted their activity almost exclusively to hunting Indians for the slave market. On a part of the northern coast of South America, Bartolomé de las Casas proposed to plant a proletariat colonial administration as the beginning of a practical reform of Spain's colonial policy. When this enterprise was wrecked by its internal weakness, Las Casas turned to the business of the church and to unsparing criticism of the Spanish government. On its practical side, the conduct of the government doubtless required modification, but the plan to introduce Spanish laborers and Negroes to perform all the work of the colony, if it had been thoroughly and successfully carried out, would indeed have lifted the burden of labor from the Indians, but it would also have made it impossible for the Indians to have a place in the new society. The performance of a certain amount of work was an essential condition of the Indians' existence in regions occupied by the Spaniards. He had to work or disappear, as he disappeared before the British settlers in North America, who made no provision for incorporating him in the communities which they organized. The Spaniards had a very different plan for the social development of their American colonies. They proposed to form communities with important medieval features. They recognized distinct classes and feudal superiority and dependence. This method of social organization provided a place for the Indians, although a subordinate place, nevertheless a place where their continued existence would be assured on condition of performing a certain amount of labor. But when Las Casas faced the question of reforming the Spanish policy, he appears to have advocated, if not the worst possible solution, at least a project that could have had no happy outcome for the Indians. The facts of Las Casas' life hardly need to be recited here. His prodigious defense of the Indians' right to liberty has made him widely known and given him an exalted position in the estimation of those in sympathy with his purposes. He was born in Seville about 18 years before the discovery of America. The date of his birth is usually set down as 1474. His studies, begun in his native city, were continued at Salamanca, where he was graduated as licenciado. His first knowledge of the Indians appears to have been obtained through one who had been brought from America to Spain by his father, and was attached to Bartolomé at the university in the capacity of a servant. Las Casas went to the West Indies with Nicolás de Obando, governor of Santo Domingo. This was in 1502. In 1510, he became a priest, and a year later he accompanied Governor Velázquez to Cuba. In these 9 years, he witnessed certain acts of barbarity by the Spaniards, which seemed to presage the diminution of the native population, and intensified his sympathy for the oppressed race. In the islands, on the mainland, or as Bishop of Chiapas, one dominating purpose controlled his actions. It was to ameliorate the condition of the Indians, and, in planning for their welfare, the welfare of no other race mattered. Las Casas' ideal of the Indians, which helped to inspire his zeal for their liberty, is set forth in this passage from the Brevissimer Relación. All the territory that has been discovered down to the year 41 is full of people, like a hive of bees, so that it seems as though God had placed all, or the greater part, of the entire human race in these countries. God has created all these numberless peoples to be the simplest, without malice or duplicity, the most obedient, the most faithful to their natural lords and to the Christians whom they serve, the most humble and patient, the most peaceful and calm, without strife or tumults, nor wrangling or querulous, as free from rancor, hate, and desire for revenge as any in the world. They are likewise the most delicate people, weak and of feeble constitution, and they are less able than any other to bear fatigue, and they succumb readily to whatever disease attacks them, so that not even the sons of our princes or nobles, brought up in luxury and effeminate ways, are weaker than they, although there are among them some who belong to the class of laborers. They are also very poor people, who have few worldly goods, nor wish to possess them. It was beings answering to this ideal that fascinated Las Casas, and a large part of the civilized world has been disposed to honor him for his marvelous service in the interest of an oppressed and outraged people. But when his eulogists announce him as the champion of universal human liberty, they make too large a claim. A champion of the liberty of the Indians he surely was, a champion of rare devotion and unflagging zeal, but with little concern as to the social cost of securing that liberty by his method. He was, moreover, so thoroughly absorbed in his own ideas and plans that he had no mind to consider the ideas and plans of others, or to deliberate with other persons in an attitude of possible compromise. He did not hesitate to seek with unslacking energy the execution of his plan, even when he was aware that it involved extending Negro slavery with all the horrors of the transoceanic shipment of slaves. Las Casas' project to introduce Spaniards into America to undertake the common work which the Indians were required to perform, or to throw the burden upon Negroes, necessarily ran counter to the views of those Spaniards to whom Indians had been assigned by the government in Spain, and who depended upon the labor of the Indians to cultivate the lands that had been granted to them, to work their mines, and to carry on their manufacturing enterprises. The encomenderos had come to regard themselves as the foundation of the economic system of the colonies, and they naturally considered the government under obligation to defend them against attacks designed to destroy that system. But Las Casas had enthusiastic partisans who praised extravagantly his devotion to the Indian and were apparently blind to the consequences of extending Negro slavery with respect to the development of society in America. The intense hostility displayed towards Las Casas in the colonies did not proceed solely from his proposed interference with the interests of the encomenderos, but was in a large measure provoked by his reckless denunciation of opponents. The views set forth in Brevissima Relación de la Destrucción de las Indias found an enthusiastic reception, particularly in England, promoted by the political friction existing between that country and Spain, and by the rage of militant Protestantism, which found in Las Casas' denunciation at least a partial expression of its own detestation of Catholicism and of all measures favored by the Pope. The titles given to translations of the Brevissima Relación are evidence of the force of that sentiment. This pamphlet was published in 1552 and aroused in the minds of some of the Spaniards an opposition only a little less marked than the favor with which it was received by the English. Bernardo de Vargas Machuca was one of those who rose to combat the views presented by Las Casas. His refutation appeared in Apologias y Discursos de las Conquistas Occidentales. On the title page of this pamphlet, the author announces that it is written in opposition to the treatise on the ruin of the Indies. The question concerning the servitude or the freedom of the Indians raised by Las Casas was discussed by a professor in the University of Cordoba, who wrote Fasti Novi Orbis under the name of Cyriacus Morley. His book was published in Venice in 1776. Dr. Juan Ginés de Sepulveda, a distinguished Spanish theologian and jurist, opposed vigorously the ideas presented by Las Casas and argued in support of the Spanish policy regarding the Indians. A similar attitude was assumed by Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo, whose education at the Spanish court and whose later service under appointment by the king naturally disposed him to justify the conduct of the government. This subject continued to engage the attention of writers as long as the Spanish regime lasted. A work by Giovanni Nuix, translated from the Italian by Pedro Verla y Aloa, entitled in Spanish Reflexiones Imparciales sobre la humanidad de los Españoles en las Indias, contra los pretendidos filósofos y políticos, was published in Madrid in 1782. The writer characterized the views of Las Casas as false or exaggerated, and defended the thesis that the conquests made by the Spaniards in America were just, or at least as just as those made by other nations, and he attributed whatever covetousness or cruelty was displayed by the Spaniards to the great distance of the colonies from the supreme authority, under which local officers served in the colonies without adequate supervision. He distinguished clearly, moreover, between the benevolent designs of the Crown and the unjust and cruel acts of governmental subordinates and irresponsible private persons. Besides the Brevissima Relación, a number of other pamphlets were printed in 1552 and 1553, but the more important of Las Casas' writings remained in manuscript until long after the author's death. These are the Historia General de las Indias and Historia Apologetica de las Indias, apparently designed in the beginning to constitute a single work. But in the process of their composition, the character of each became more and more distinct, and they finally appeared in print as separate productions. The former is an account of the occupation of the West Indies and the mainland during the early years of Spanish rule, describing the condition of the native inhabitants, their mental state, and their customs, with special emphasis on the treatment they received under the Spanish administration. The latter, the Historia Apologetica de las Indias, treats of the character of soil and climate of the occupied lands, of the natural and social position of the inhabitants, but does not contain a narrative of the events incident to the establishment and progress of Spanish settlements. Like other writers of his time, and even of later times, Las Casas faced the problem of the relation of the different races to one another, and of the capacity of the less developed race to rise to the highest form of civilization. And, like most of his countrymen, he regarded the fundamental difference between the races as consisting in the fact that the Spaniards were Christians, while the Indians were pagans, and that the conversion and baptism of the Indians necessarily removed the main feature of difference and transferred the Indian from the status of barbarism to civilization. But one remedy reformers have not been found merely among Spanish missionaries. When the government of the United States conferred the right of suffrage upon the emancipated Negro slaves, this action was supported by the extravagant expectation that the possession of this right would exercise a transforming influence on the quality of the subject. This hopeful view of the missionaries' work was doubtless the principal source of Las Casas' inspiration. It was also the source of his intolerance. The king and the Council of the Indies, in granting lands to Spaniards establishing themselves in America and distributing Indians among them to become laborers on these lands, had as one of their purposes an end not greatly different from the object of the missionaries' striving. They hoped that, by gathering the Indians on these estates, to make them immediately subject to Christians who would be required to provide opportunities and facilities for the Indians to acquire a knowledge of Christian doctrine. Thus, one of the features of the colonial organization against which Las Casas directed his vehement eloquence was in some part the product of a design formed to further the conversion of the Indians. If it did not attain its high aim or respond to the exalted purpose of Las Casas, it failed for the same reason that some of Las Casas' plans had failed. It was conceived in imperfect knowledge of American conditions and was entrusted for execution to selfish, in other words, human agents. 2. An attempt less radical than that of Las Casas to improve Spain's colonial administration was made by Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdés, author of the Historia General y Natural de las Indias. Although Oviedo's posthumous fame rests almost exclusively on his writings, his reputation during his lifetime was based chiefly on his practical activity. A contemporary of Las Casas, he was born in Madrid in 1478, and very early entered the service of Don Alfonso de Aragon, the second Duke of Villahermosa, a nephew of King Ferdinand. Here his early years were spent under the influence of persons interested in literary cultivation, and where the circumstances tended to stimulate his natural intelligence. At the age of 13, he became attached to the court of the Catholic kings as a page. 2 years later, the sovereigns entered upon the campaign against Granada, and Gonzalo followed the court to Santa Fe. There, as a youth, he saw some of Spain's most distinguished men of the time. He saw Columbus, whose distinction was yet to be won, and who appeared asking assistance to enable him to find a new world. After the death of Prince Juan, on October 4, 1497, Oviedo visited Italy, where the art and literature of that country exerted a powerful influence on his intellectual development. In 1500, after 3 years of varied service, he appeared at Rome, claiming the Jubilee indulgence granted to the faithful by the Pope. Subsequently, he entered the service of the King of Naples, but in 1501 he left Naples in the train of Queen Juana for Palermo, and in May 1502 he left Palermo for Valencia, where he took leave of the Queen's service and went to Madrid. In Madrid, he married Margarita de Vergara, who died 10 months later. Under the impression of this loss, he turned to service in the army, but he soon abandoned his plans for a military career and became again attached to the court. Shortly after Oviedo's return to the court, preparations were made for the expedition of Pedrarias de Villa to Castilla de Oro, and he was appointed to inspect the production of gold in Tierra Firme. The fleet sailed from Sanlúcar on April 11, 1514, and arrived at Santa Marta on the following 12th of June. At the end of June, the company reached the Gulf of Urubá and proceeded to Santa Maria del Antigua, where they found the colony overwhelmed in misfortune, now rendered more distressing by the tyranny and cruelty of Pedrarias. Oviedo, out of favor with the authorities, returned to Spain to seek a remedy for the state of things he had observed. After years of waiting to have his memorial considered by the court, he encountered at Barcelona Bartolomé de las Casas, who was present on a somewhat similar mission. They both sought reform in the Indies, but with divergent views. Oviedo contemplated a reform in Darien through the efforts of a wise and just governor and a bishop devoid of covetousness, who would aim effectively at holding the clergy under proper regulations. Las Casas, on the other hand, a religious anarchist, advocated removing the governors, the captains, and the soldiers from the Indies, agreeing to maintain the territory of Cumana and the power of the crown without other instrumentalities than a few hundred simple laborers and 50 knights of the cross. In April 1520, Oviedo embarked at Seville on his second voyage to America. Learning at Santo Domingo that Lope de Sosa, who had been appointed through his influence to supersede Pedrarias, had died on the outward voyage, Oviedo had little reason to expect that friendly relations would be established between himself and Pedrarias. And, in spite of the courteous reception extended to him, he discovered very early that his anticipations were realized. In fact, the governor's hostility appears to have been one of the influences that led Oviedo to abandon Antigua for Panama and to induce the colonists to remove to the new capital. Pedrarias' hostility and his desire to compromise and ruin the prestige of Oviedo, moreover, led the governor to appoint him to be his lieutenant or deputy. The efforts of Oviedo to abate the evils of the colony only intensified the hostility of the governor and his supporters and led him to withdraw the deputy's appointment. Oviedo then, in 1523, returned to Spain to call the king's attention to the scandalous conduct of Pedrarias. The part of his voyage between Santo Domingo and the peninsula was made in company with Diego Columbus. The charges presented specified with much detail the abuses and crimes of the governor. They were made not for the redress of personal wrongs Oviedo had suffered, but to preserve the colony from utter corruption and destruction. And in spite of the vigorous attempt made to reply to them, Pedrarias was superseded by Pedro de los Rios as governor of Castilla de Oro. Oviedo, not content to leave his proposed reform half accomplished, offered his services to the new governor and embarked with him for America on the 30th of April, 1526. It was in this year, 1526, that he published by order of the emperor at Toledo his Sumario de la Natural Historia de las Indias, a work quite distinct from the larger work issued later under a similar title. Oviedo arrived at Nombre de Dios on the 20th of July. After 4 years of varying fortune in Castilla de Oro, Nicaragua, and Santo Domingo, he returned again to Spain in 1530. Wishing to be relieved of the duties of his office as inspector of gold smelting, he presented his resignation and petitioned that his son might be appointed to succeed him. Not only was the petition granted, but the emperor appointed him general chronicler of the Indies. After his experience in the warmer regions of America, he no longer found the climate of Spain agreeable, and in the autumn of 1532 he returned to the New World, establishing himself in the city of Santo Domingo. Here the citizens showed their appreciation of his decision, and on the death of Francisco de Tapia, the alcaide, or governor of the fortress of the city, petitioned for the appointment of Oviedo to the vacant post. This petition was granted, and the appointment was confirmed by a decree dated October 25, 1533. In 1534, Oviedo went to Spain, published the first part of his Historia General y Natural de las Indias, the printing of which was completed on September 30, 1535. In the following January, he was once more in Santo Domingo. From this time forward, the practical affairs of his office as alcaide engaged much of his attention. The fort had fallen into decay through neglect, and the increasing danger of pirates and the new wars into which Spain was plunged induced Oviedo to solicit from the king and the Council of the Indies more effective artillery and other means for making the defense more complete. At the same time, stories of Pizarro's exploits began to arrive from Peru, and the affairs of the island were thrown into confusion by emigration to that country. The tales of great wealth acquired by the invaders had the effect of news from newly discovered gold mines. As Oviedo approached the end of life, he turned to Spain as his final residence, in spite of his lively interest in the New World. He therefore resigned his office of alcaide, retaining the post of honorary regidor of Santo Domingo. In June 1556, he took final leave of America, where he had resided 34 years, and during this period had crossed the Atlantic at least 12 times. During these last years, his efforts were directed chiefly to giving to the world a complete and corrected edition of his Historia General y Natural de las Indias. The printing was begun, but before it was finished, the author succumbed to an acute fever at the age of 79. The undertaking was interrupted, and it was only after nearly 300 years that the complete work appeared in print. The whole work was originally divided into 3 parts comprising 50 books. The first part, published during his lifetime, consisted of 19 or 19 and a half books. In 1557, the 20th book was printed separately in Valladolid, but the rest of it remained in manuscript until the publication of the complete edition issued by the Academy of History in the middle of the 19th century. Oviedo wrote as the authorized chronicler of the Indies, and in this capacity he had access to official documents. His other works deal chiefly with the affairs of the peninsula. Harris reports the existence of 2 collections of Oviedo's letters and diaries, and suggests the desirability of their publication. In referring to this principal work of Oviedo, Las Casas manifests his ruling passion in affirming that Oviedo should have written at the top of his history. This book was written by a conqueror, robber, and murderer of the Indians, whole populations of whom he consigned to the mines, where they perished. The first chapter of the Sumario presents a description of the navigation between Seville and America. A number of the following chapters are devoted to the Indians of the islands and Tierra Firme, and these are followed by a series of chapters enumerating and describing the animals, birds, reptiles, trees, and other living things, succeeded by an account of mines and pearl fishing. Of this latter business, Oviedo gives a brief account. It is off Cubagua and Cumana that pearl fishing is chiefly carried on, as I have been fully informed by Indians and Christians, who say that many Indians go from the island of Cubagua. These belong to crews in the service of private persons, residents of Santo Domingo and San Juan. They go out in a boat or barge in the morning, in companies of 4, 5, 6 or more, and when it seems to them, or they know already, that there are pearls at the point they have reached, they stop there, and the Indians dive into the water and swim until they reach the bottom. One remains in the boat, which he holds in place as well as he can, waiting for those in the water to appear, and after the Indian has been down a long time, he comes to the surface and is taken into the boat, presenting and putting into it the oysters which he has brought up, for in the oysters are found the valuable pearls. He rests a little, eats a mouthful, and then enters the water again, and stays as long as he is able, and again comes up with the oysters which he has found this time and does as before, and in this manner all the rest proceed who are divers in this operation. And when night comes, and it appears to be time to rest, they go home to the island and turn over the oysters to the major domo of the proprietor, who has charge of the Indians, and who gives them their supper and places the oysters in a receptacle, and when he has a large number of them, he causes them to be opened, and in them are found pearls of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or more grains, as nature has placed them there. This quotation from Oviedo's Sumario offers a glimpse of an occupation, which sooner or later proved fatal to immense numbers of the Indians forced into it. Many of those engaged in pearl fishing were compelled to re-enter the water before they had recovered their normal condition after a previous descent, and either never returned to the surface alive or returned hopelessly exhausted. But in connection with this account, our author makes no mention of the perilous and destructive character of the work, through which the population of the islands and the neighboring coast was greatly depleted. Doubtless, Oviedo wished to reform abuses in the colonies, but his relation to the court and his part in the public administration naturally rendered him reluctant to make conspicuous in his writings the abuses that were brought to his attention. The presence of these abuses produced in his mind a very different reaction from that observed in the fiery spirit of Las Casas. The reference, in the Brevissima Relación, to the pearl fishing described by Oviedo reveals the contrast between Las Casas' lively sympathy with the Indians and Oviedo's unconcern and official indifference. The tyranny exercised by the Spaniard upon the Indians in fishing pearls is as cruel and damnable a thing as can be found in the world. On land, there is no life so desperate and infernal in this century that may be compared with it, although that of digging gold in the mines is in its kind exceedingly severe and difficult. They let the Indians down into the sea, 3 and 4 and 5 fathoms deep, from the morning till sunset, where they are swimming under water without respite, gathering the oysters in which the pearls grow. They come up to breathe, bringing up little nets full of oysters. There is a very cruel Spaniard in a boat, and if they linger resting, he beats them with his fists, and taking them by the hair, throws them into the water to go on fishing. Their food is fish, and the fish that contain the pearls, and a little cazabi, or maize bread, which are kinds of native bread. The one gives very little sustenance, and the other is very difficult to make, so with such food they are never sufficiently nourished. Instead of giving them beds at night, they put them in stocks on the ground to prevent them from running away. Many of the Indians throw themselves into the sea while fishing or hunting for pearls, and never come up again, because dolphins or sharks, which are 2 kinds of very cruel sea animals that swallow a man whole, kill and eat them. With this insupportable toil, or rather infernal trade, the Spaniards completed the destruction of all the Indians of the Lucian Islands, who were in the islands when they set themselves to making these gains. 3. A number of persons who became especially conspicuous in colonial affairs, besides Oviedo, accompanied Pedrarias on his expedition to the Isthmus. Among these were Bishop Quevedo, Enciso, sometime governor of Darien and author of Summa de Geographia, Benalcázar, who became governor of Papian, Hernando de Soto, and Pascual de Andagoya, whose varied experience and the events associated with Pedrarias form the matter of a document which has been translated into English by Sir Clements R. Markham. The title of Markham's translation is Narrative of the Proceedings of Pedrarias de Villa in the provinces of Tierra Firme or Castilla del Oro, and of what happened in the discovery of the South Sea and the coasts of Peru and Nicaragua. Andagoya, the author of this narrative, was born in the valley of Cuartango in the province of Alava. The account of his life as narrated by himself begins with his departure from Spain. On the Isthmus and in regions lying north and south of Panama, he was engaged in various exploring expeditions, during which by observation he appears to have acquired much knowledge of the manners and customs of the Indians. A weaker and less positive character than Oviedo, he was consequently less disposed than Oviedo to revolt against the regime of Pedrarias. In fact, he went with him to Panama and received from him an encomienda and became one of the first regidors of Panama, after that settlement had been declared a city. In 1521 and 1522, he was Inspector General of the Indians on the Isthmus. He was the first to receive information concerning the Inca kingdom of Peru, but lacking the health, perhaps also the initiative, to become the leader of an expedition against it, he communicated his knowledge to Pizarro and his partners. In this province, Buru, I received accounts both from chiefs and from merchants and interpreters, concerning all the coast and everything that has since been discovered as far as Cusco, especially with regard to the inhabitants of each province, for in their trading these people extend their wanderings over many lands. Taking new interpreters and the principal chief of that land, who wished of his own accord to go with me, and show me other provinces of the coast that obeyed him, I descended to the sea. The ships followed the coast at some little distance from the land, while I went close in a canoe discovering the ports. While thus employed, I fell into the water, and if it had not been for the chief, who took me in his arms and pulled me on to the canoe, I should have been drowned. I remained in this position until a ship came to succor me, and while they were helping the others, I remained for more than 2 hours wet through. What with the cold air and the quantity of water I had drunk, I was laid up next day, unable to turn. Seeing that I could not now conduct this discovery along the coast in person, and that the expedition would thus come to an end, I resolved to return to Panama with the chief and interpreters who accompanied me, and report the knowledge I had acquired of all that land. The land had never been discovered either by Castilla de Oro or by way of the Gulf of San Miguel, and the province was called Peru, because one of the letters of Peru has been corrupted, and so we call it Peru, but in reality there is no country of that name. As soon as Pedrarias heard the great news which I had brought, he was also told by the doctors that time alone could cure me, and in truth it was fully 3 years before I was able to ride on horseback. He therefore asked me to hand over the undertaking to Pizarro, Almagro, and Father Luke, who were partners, in order that so great a discovery might be followed up, and he added that they would repay me what I had expended. I replied that, so far as the expedition was concerned, I must give it up, and that I did not wish to be paid, because if they paid me my expenses, they would not have sufficient to commence the business, for at that time they had not more than $60. Accordingly, these three and Pedrarias, which made four, formed a company, each partner taking a fourth share. Chapter 3. Contemporary Accounts of the Conquest of Peru. I. Francisco de Xerez, Roman 2, Pedro Sancho, Roman 3, Tomás de San Martin, Benito Peñalosa Mondragón, Roman 4, Pedro Pizarro Cristóbal de Molina, V. Alonso Enriquez de Guzmán, Diego Fernández, Roman 6, Agustín de Zárate, Roman 7, Pedro Cieza de León, Roman 8, Girolamo Benzoni, Juan Fernández. 1. The especially important event in South America in the first half of the 16th century was the conquest of Peru. If the story as it has been frequently told has exaggerated somewhat the magnificence of the kingdom destroyed, this presentation has only perpetuated the impression made on the Spanish mind by contemporary rumors and reports. These reports and rumors inspired and kept alive for many decades the hope of finding other kingdoms equally wealthy, by the spoils of which the conquerors might be enriched. Until the discovery of the Pacific and the voyage along the western coast, knowledge of America had been only very slowly increased, and in this process, no especially startling statements had been received in Europe. But reports that an empire had been discovered, that the emperor had been captured, and that his subjects had offered untold amounts of gold and silver as his ransom, fired the imagination of the Spaniards and appealed to their cupidity. After this, the business of exploration and conquest moved with greater rapidity. The number of persons in Spain wishing to emigrate or to join expeditions bound for the New World increased, and the settlements already established in the islands lost a large part of their inhabitants, carried away to Peru by the desire for adventure and the wealth to be obtained, and the eagerness to get information from America was greatly intensified. Reports and letters sent from Peru to satisfy this demand tended to augment the popular excitement, and in so far as they have been preserved, they constitute an important part of the historical record of Pizarro's enterprise in Peru. Those that were directed to the king or the Council of the Indies concerning the events of the conquest were usually deposited in the archives, and only a part of them have come to light. Among documents of this class belong some of the contemporary accounts of the conquest of Peru. Francisco de Xerez, the writer of such a document, was Pizarro's secretary, who left Spain in January 1530. His account was written in Peru at the request or by the order of Pizarro. He returned to Spain in July 1534, and his report was printed in Seville in that year. 3 years later, a second edition was printed in Salamanca. The edition most frequently referred to is that of 1749. Xerez was an actor in, or a witness of, the remarkable events which he describes, and his narrative has the freshness and vividness of a story by one writing of what he saw. The Hakluyt Society included a translation of it into English in a volume entitled Reports on the Discovery of Peru. This volume contains also a translation of Hernando Pizarro's letter to the Audiencia of Santo Domingo. This letter gives a summary of the events of the conquest prior to November 1533. There is given here, moreover, a translation of Miguel de Estete's report on Hernando Pizarro's expedition to Pachacamac. The paragraph describing the capture of Atahualpa may serve as an illustration of Xerez's style of narration. Then the governor put on a jacket of cotton, took his sword and dagger, and with the Spaniards who were with him, entered amongst the Indians most valiantly, and with only 4 men who were able to follow him, he came to the litter where Atahualpa was and fearlessly seized him by the arm, crying out Santiago. Then the guns were fired off, the trumpets were sounded, and the troops, both horse and foot, sallied forth. On seeing the horses charge, many of the Indians who were in the open space fled, and such was the force with which they ran that they broke down part of the wall surrounding it, and many fell over one another. The horsemen rode them down, killing and wounding and following them in pursuit. The infantry made so good an assault upon those who remained that in a short time most of them were put to the sword. The governor still held Atahualpa by the arm, not being able to pull him out of the litter because he was raised so high. Then the Spaniards made such a slaughter among those who carried the litter that they fell to the ground, and, if the governor had not protected Atahualpa, that proud man would there have paid for all the cruelties he had committed. The governor, in protecting Atahualpa, received a slight wound in the hand. During the whole time, no Indian raised his arms against a Spaniard. So great was the terror of the Indians at seeing the governor force his way through them, at hearing the fire of the artillery and beholding the charging of the horses, a thing never before heard of, that they thought more of flying to save their lives than of fighting. All those who bore the litter of Atahualpa appeared to be principal chiefs. They were all killed, as well as those who were carried in the other litters and hammocks. One of them was a page of Atahualpa and a great lord, and the others were lords of many vassals and his counselors. The chief of Caxamalca was also killed, and others, but the number being very great, no account was taken of them, for all who came in attendance on Atahualpa were great lords. The governor went to his lodging with his prisoner Atahualpa despoiled of his robes, which the Spaniards had torn off in pulling him out of the litter. It was a very wonderful thing to see so great a lord taken prisoner in so short a time, who came in such power. 2. In his Relación de la Conquista del Perú, Pedro Sancho presented another contemporary account of the occupation of Peru. By reason of the writer's relation to Pizarro, the narrative acquired a partisan bias. It was expected to contribute to restoring the governor to the emperor's favor. It was translated into Italian and appeared in Ramusio's Viaggi, published in Venice about 1550. An edition in Spanish by Icas Balseta was issued in Mexico in 1849. A part of Sancho's document is included in the already mentioned volume called Reports on the Discovery of Peru. Sancho gives the following account of Pizarro's distribution of the gold and silver collected. He caused all the gold which had been collected to be melted, which was in small pieces, an operation quickly performed by Indians skilled in the process. And when the sum total was weighed, it was found to contain 508,200 odd pounds of gold. The fifth for HM was taken out, and it was 116,070 odd pesos of good gold. And the same smelting was performed for the silver, which was found to contain 215,000 marks, a little more or less, and of them 170,000 or so were fine silver in vessels and plates, pure and good, and the rest was not so, because it was in plates and pieces mixed with other metals, from which the silver was extracted. And from all this, likewise, was taken the fifth for HM. Truly it was a worthy thing to be seen, this house where the melting took place, all full of so much gold in plates of 8 and 10 pounds each, and in vessels and vases and pieces of various forms with which the lords of that land were served. And among other very sightly things were 4 llamas in fine gold and very large, and 10 or 12 figures of women of the size of the women of that land, all of fine gold, and as beautiful and well made as if they were alive. There were, besides, other silver objects of like form. The seeing of great vases and pieces of burnished silver was certainly a matter of great satisfaction. The governor divided and distributed all this treasure among all the Spaniards who were at Cusco and those who remained in the city of Jaja, giving to each one as much good silver, and as much impure, together with as much gold as he deserved. And to each man who had a horse he gave according to the man's merit and that of the horse, and in accordance with the services he had done. And to the peons he did the same according to what was posted up to his credit in the book of distributions, which was kept. 3. An inquiry into the justice of the gains made by the conquistadores was undertaken by Tomás de San Martin, a Dominican, who played a conspicuous role in Peru during the troubled period covering the last years of Pizarro's rule. The introduction of the new laws, the overthrow of the first viceroy, and the administration of President Gasca. While not much has come to light about the birth and parentage of San Martin, It is known that he took orders in the monastery of San Pablo in Cordoba in Spain, that he became a lecturer on arts and theology at Seville in the College of Santo Tomás, and that he arrived very early in the island of Santo Domingo, where he labored as a missionary among the Indians, exercising whatever influence he possessed to protect them from those who would reduce them to slavery. In this undertaking, San Martin cooperated with Las Casas. Having returned to Spain, he was appointed by the king to be a member of the Audiencia established at Santo Domingo. This post he later renounced and joined a company of ecclesiastics going to Peru with Francisco Pizarro. He assisted at the founding of Piura and remained there, while Pizarro went on to Cajamarca, but after the murder of Atahualpa, he rejoined Pizarro and went with him to Jaja. In 1534, he was sent to the province of Charcas, and thus became one of the first to preach Christianity in that region. On the creation of the Dominican province in Peru, San Martin became the provincial. And from this time until he left America with President Gasca in 1550, he had part in the affairs of Lima. He was in the town when Pizarro was assassinated, June 26, 1541, was named by Cristobal Veiga de Castro, who succeeded Pizarro, as a member of a commission appointed by Castro to take charge of the affairs of justice and administration in Lima, and was instrumental in the pacification of Peru, which was the object of Gasca's mission. His part in this work and his known interest in the affairs of the colonies assured for him an especially favorable reception by the king, and presentation in 1552 as the first bishop of Charcas. He returned to Lima 2 years later and died there in March 1554. A memorial in which he discussed the acquisitions of the conquistadors was published in Madrid. Among San Martin's writings, we find also an account of the sacrifices made by the ancient Peruvians to their gods at seed time and harvest, as well as on the occasion of undertaking public works. Like Las Casas and San Martin, other persons questioned the pretended right of the Spaniards to rob and destroy the Inca kingdom, and when these views were expressed, they naturally provoked a reply. Such a reply was undertaken by Benito Penalosa Mondragon, a Benedictine monk, in a book entitled Libro de las Cinco Excelencias del Español, 1629. One of his arguments consisted in showing that great riches were acquired by the Spaniards from the colonial possessions, from the mines of gold and silver and mercury, and from various other sources. But it is not conceived that men like Las Casas and San Martin would be greatly moved by Penalosa's views. 4. Another account of the conquest of Peru is that by Pedro Pizarro, who went to America as a page to Francisco Pizarro in 1530 and remained with him until the governor's assassination. He afterwards settled in Arequipa and, in 1571, completed his Relación del Descubrimiento y Conquista de los Reinos del Perú. This work has been characterized as the narration of a rough, half-educated soldier, and occupies much the same place in the history of the conquest of Peru as the work of Bernal Diaz does in that of Mexico. Cristobal de Molina's narrative of the conquest long remained in manuscript, and the writer was confounded with another author of the same name. They are now distinguished by calling this one Molina of Santiago and the other Molina of Cusco. Molina of Santiago was born in Spain, traveled in that country, Italy, and Flanders, and went to America at the age of 41. The circumstances of his education and entry upon the religious life are unknown, but we are informed that he was in Santo Domingo in 1532 and at Panama in April of the following year. While at Panama, he joined an expedition designed to take reinforcements to Pizarro, but by ill fortune, the expedition was obliged to halt at the river San Juan, whence after a period of 40 days, the members returned to Panama. Molina went to Santo Domingo and later to Spain to carry news of Pizarro's discoveries. He remained only a short time in the peninsula, and in 1535 he was again in America, where, in July of that year, he joined Almagro at the Battle of Salinas. Molina went from Cusco to Lima, and from the latter city he wrote to the king, on the 12th of June, 1539, setting forth the dangers he had encountered and the losses he had suffered in the royal service. 12 years afterwards, he took part in the Chilean campaigns of Garcia Hurtado de Mendoza. Later, he became attached to the cathedral at Charcas, lived in Lima, and finally returned to Chile, where he died as a priest in Santiago. Molina's Conquista y Población del Perú was written in Lima. It was printed for the first time in 1873 in Sudamérica of Santiago. It appeared later in Medina's Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de Chile, volume Roman 7, 428. Besides his narrative of the conquest and settlement of Peru, Molina wrote a diario of Almagro's expedition to Chile, in which he condemned the inhuman conduct of the conquistadores towards the Indians. He died in 1578 at the age of 84, having many years before ceased to perform the duties of his priestly office on account of the failure of his mental faculties. With respect to its style, the Conquista y Población del Perú is superior to most of the writings of its time, and historians have found it sufficiently important to be carefully considered among their sources of information. 5. A part of the personal narrative of Alonso Enriquez de Guzmán belongs to the list of contemporary accounts of the conquest of Peru. Sections 35 to 54 treat of Guzmán's journey to Peru, which fell in the last part of 1533. He was absent from Spain between September 1533 and the 26th of June 1540, the date of his return to Madrid, and he was thus in Peru during the conflict between Pizarro and Almagro. The rest of the narrative is a record of his experience in Spain, chiefly in the emperor's service in the islands of Majorca and Ivica. After his return, he sent to the emperor an account of his observations during his absence from Spain, giving prominence to the conflicts between the two conquistadores. A glimpse of Guzmán's spirit may be had from the following statement at the end of his narrative. In the year of our Lord, 1533, during Lent, I confessed and received the most holy sacrament, as every faithful Christian ought to do. Amongst other things which I then did, was to declare, as I now declare, that many things in this book, both to improve the style and to give an appetite to him who reads it, are not related exactly as they happened, though the substance is true. I therefore desire that each reader may believe as much as he ought to believe, so that neither his conscience nor mine may be hurt. The part of Guzmán's narrative that relates to America may be accepted as true. In fact, as has been suggested, Guzmán as an eyewitness may be considered as the most original authority for all events in Peruvian history, from the commencement of the siege of Cusco in 1534 to the execution of Almagro in 1538. Diego Fernández, on the title page of his Primera y Segunda parte de la Historia del Perú, identifies himself as Vecino de la Ciudad de Palencia. He took part in the campaign against Francisco Girón in 1554, and the subject of his narrative was Peru in the most stormy period of its early history, the period of the introduction of the new laws, the rebellion of Gonzalo Pizarro, the mission of President Gasca, and the labors of the Viceroy Hurtado de Mendoza, 1550–1561, to bring order out of the social chaos. This volume was published in Seville in 1571, but its sale was prohibited for a time because it contained certain ideas and statements which it was desired should not be circulated in America. On questions relating to the civil wars and the conflicts growing out of the introduction of the new laws, the population of Peru was still divided in 1571, and any discussion of these events by a person who had had an active part in them would inevitably have provoked antagonism and kept alive the hostility of the two parties. 6. To the later part of the period of the Pizarros belongs the account given by Agustin de Zeret, who was sent to Peru to take charge of the accounts of the kingdoms and provinces of Peru. At the time that Blasco Núñez Vila was commissioned to become the first viceroy of the Spanish possessions in South America. Zeret had part in the conflicts occasioned by the arrival of Núñez Vila and the rebellion of Gonzalo Pizarro. He was one of the two commissioners sent by the oidores to order Pizarro to disband his army, which he held at Jaja, and enter Lima with only a small escort. Pizarro, however, sent out Captain Villegas, who met Zeret on the way, arrested him, took away his commission, confiscated his provisions, and imprisoned him at Huaracri. Released after some days, he was persuaded to return to Lima, and it was suggested that in consideration of his release, he should urge the audiencia to leave the government to Gonzalo Pizarro. Whatever may have been the influence of Zaret in this matter, Pizarro not long afterwards approached the capital and assumed the reins of government. Having played his part in this turbulent period, a part regarding which writers venture a variety of opinions, Zaret returned to Spain, and using notes made in America, wrote the Historia del Descubrimiento y Conquista de la Provincia del Perú. His final plan for this work was to treat of the discovery and occupation of the country, and to narrate the principal events in the history of the colony until the pacification that followed the intervention of Pedro de la Gasca. The author is said to have intended that his work should remain in manuscript until after his death, but that under the persuasion, perhaps the orders, of Prince Philip, to whom he had presented it, he caused it to be printed in Antwerp in 1555. His style is less clear than that of some of his contemporaries, but his opportunities for gaining information enabled him to present abundant details of events within the period of his narrative. The following illustrative extract is from the 13th chapter of the second book. The person referred to as governor was, of course, Francisco Pizarro. Diego de Almagro and Pedro de Alvarado having arrived at Pachacamac, the governor, who had come there from Georgia, received them good-humoredly, and paid to Don Pedro the 100,000 pesos which he had agreed to give him for his military equipment, although by many persons he was advised not to pay that sum, affirming that the equipment was not worth 50,000, and that Don Diego had made that agreement under the constraint of fear of breaking with Don Pedro, for whom it was very advantageous, and that it would be better to send him a prisoner to his majesty. And although the governor might have done that very easily and without danger, he wished to carry out the promise of Don Diego de Almagro, his colleague, and he paid him freely the 100,000 pesos in good coins, which he allowed him to take with him to his territory of Guatemala. And Pizarro remained in Peru, establishing the city of Lima, transferring thither the population that had been settled at Georgia, for the new site appeared to him more suitable and better, adapted to all kinds of business, as it was a seaport. From there, Don Diego went to Cusco with a great number of persons, and the governor went down to Trujillo to reorganize the town and distribute the land. And there he learned that Don Diego de Almagro had wished to lead the city of Cusco to revolt, for he had become aware that His Majesty, with the news brought by Hernando Pizarro to him, had granted him 100 leagues more of territory beyond the limits of Francisco Pizarro's territory, which it was said did not extend quite to the city of Cusco. Against this view, Juan Pizarro and Gonzalo Pizarro, brothers of the governor, with a large number of others who joined them, protested, and every day they were in conflict with Don Diego and with Captain Soto, who was one of his adherents. But at last he was not able to go out with him, for the majority of the cabildo took the side of the governor and his brothers. And when the governor was informed of the state of affairs, he went immediately to Cusco, and by his presence quieted everything, and pardoned Don Diego, who was greatly moved by what he had done without having either title or provision for it, save that they had told him it had been conceded to him. And they formed a new agreement and company in this manner, that Don Diego de Almagro should go on an expedition of discovery by land towards the south, and that if he should find a good country, he might ask the territory of His Majesty for himself, and not succeeding in this, they should divide the territory of Don Francisco between them. And after this, they swore on the consecrated host not to oppose one another. And some say that Almagro swore to abandon all interest in Cusco and in the region for 120 leagues farther south, although His Majesty might concede it to him, and he took a solemn oath, saying, "If I shall break this oath, may it please thee, O Lord, to curse me body and soul." Having made this agreement and taken this oath, Don Diego made his preparations and started on his expedition with more than 500 men who followed him, and the governor returned to Lima. 7. In the 3rd and 4th decades of the 16th century, the desire for adventure in the New World moved many persons to emigrate from Spain. Well-founded reports that had been made public awakened a profound interest in America. And when to these reports there were added wildly extravagant tales of rich principalities there that might be plundered, a wave of excitement swept members of all classes towards the port of departure. Men of birth and cultivation were in the race with ignorant and rough adventurers. Diego de Alvarado, Garcilaso de la Vega, and Lorenzo de Aldana represented the first of these classes, but the majority of the other class were, in many cases, men of disappointed ambitions or such persons as usually yield to the allurements of newly discovered mines of gold. Among the emigrants of this time was Pedro Cieza de Leon, a boy of 13 or 14 years of age. Like many others of his time, he left no record of his origin, save that he was born in the town of Lerena in Estremadura. Even the fleet with which he sailed is not positively known, but it is probable that he went with Rodrigo Duran, who left Cadiz in 1534 and entered the Bay of Cartagena in November of that year. 3 years later, Cieza de Leon was at the town of San Sebastian on the Gulf of Darien. In this year 1538, now 19 years old, he was a private soldier in the force of 400 Spaniards organized by Pedro Vadillo for the campaign up the valley of the Atrato. Juan de Vadillo, who led this expedition, was a member of the Audiencia of Santo Domingo. He had been sent to San Sebastian to inquire into the conduct of Governor Heredia, and after the dismissal of that officer, he departed for the interior. This campaign, like many others of that time, was attended by serious obstacles, by the lack of food, by the loss of men by disease, and by the unrelenting hostility of the Indians. In view of the hardships they encountered, the men were disposed to revolt and asked to be led back to San Sebastian, but the determination of the leader to advance finally persuaded the soldiers to follow. But on arriving at Cali, they refused to proceed further, and Vadillo went on to Papian without them. From that point, he went to Panama, where he was arrested and taken to Spain by way of Cartagena. The soldiers of Vadillo, who had been a year in the wilderness, now established themselves in the Cauca Valley, where Robaldo, under Benalcazar, had founded settlements. For about 6 years, ordinarily supposed to be critical years of a youth's education, Cieza de Leon had been in America, sharing the hardships, the dangers, and the demoralizing influences of expatriated soldiers and settlers in an inhospitable climate and in the presence of unfriendly Indians. He settled at Cartago and remained in the valley 5 or 6 years. Here he gathered and set down important information concerning the Indians. He also described the progress of Vadillo's expedition across the forest-covered plains, over the mountains, and along the Cauca River. In the dedication of one of his works to the king, he thus made reference to his zeal. Oftentimes, when the other soldiers were reposing, I was tiring myself by writing. Neither fatigue nor the ruggedness of the country, nor the mountains and rivers, nor intolerable hunger and suffering, have ever been sufficient to obstruct my 2 duties, namely, writing and following my flag and my captain without fault. President Gasca's call for loyal troops to assist in suppressing the rebellion led by Gonzalo Pizarro offered to Cieza de Leon an opportunity for new adventures. The boy had grown to be a mature man of 30, whose physical and intellectual faculties had been developed under the tuition of 16 years of rough life. With other loyal soldiers, he responded to the call and marched from Papian by way of Pasto, Quito, and Riobamba to the sea and along the shore to Lima. From Lima, he crossed the first ridge of the Andes to Jaja, thence proceeded southward through Guamanga to the valley of Andahuaylas, near the Apurimac, where the troop of which he was a member was taken into Gasca's army. On this journey, Cieza de Leon had an opportunity to see the Ecuadorian plateau, the western side of the Andes, and the sandy region of the coast, as well as some of the more important ruins of Inca buildings, the ancient roads, and the system of canals designed for irrigation under the Inca regime. He moreover witnessed the overthrow of Gonzalo Pizarro and was present at the execution of both Pizarro and Carbajal. Later he went to Cusco. At this time, Inca Garcilaso de la Vega, then 11 years of age, was at school in that city, and the 2 persons who were destined to become preeminent among the early historians of Peru were here either completing or beginning their training for the literary undertakings that were before them. Cieza de Leon had prepared himself for his work in the camp, and in extensive journeys over the country he was to describe. Garcilaso de la Vega was receiving such tuition as the church of his day was accustomed to sanction. He was then studying Latin under the instruction of Canon Kuehler. In 1549, Cieza de Leon visited the province of Charcas, and in the 95th chapter of his travels he wrote, I went to see the cities in that region, for which purpose the President Gasca gave me letters of introduction to the corregidors, that I might learn all that was worthy of notice. He passed along the eastern shore of Lake Titicaca and visited the mines of Porco and Potosi. From Potosi, he went to Arequipa, and thence by way of the coast to Lima. At Lima, he completed the notes of his journey in September 1550. From his observations, he gives the following account of the fair of Potosi. In all parts of this kingdom of Peru, we who have traveled over it know that there are great fairs or markets where the natives make their bargains. Among these, the greatest and richest was formerly in the city of Cusco, for even in the time of the Spaniards, its greatness was caused by the gold which was brought and sold there, and by the other things of all kinds that were sent into the city. But this market or fair at Cusco did not equal the superb one at Potosi, where the traffic was so great that, among the Indians alone, without including Christians, 25 or 30,000 golden pesos exchanged hands daily. This is wonderful, and I believe that no fair in the world can be compared to it. I saw this fair several times, and it is held in a plain near the town. In one place there were baskets of coca, the most valuable product in these parts. In another place there were bales of cloth and fine rich shirtings. Here were heaps of maize, dried potatoes, and other provisions, there great quantities of the best meat in the country. The fair continued from early morning until dusk, and as those Indians got silver every day and are fond of eating and treating, especially those who have intercourse with Spaniards, they all spent what they got, so that people assembled from all parts with provisions and other necessaries for their support. Many Spaniards became rich in this settlement of Potosi by merely employing 2 or 3 Indian women to traffic in the fair. Great numbers of Yanaconas, who are free Indians with the right of serving whom they please, flocked to the fair, and the prettiest girls from Cusco and all parts of the kingdom were to be met with there. I observed that many frauds were committed, and that there was little truth spoken. The value of articles was not great, and cloths, linens, and hollands were sold almost as cheap as in Spain. Indeed, I saw things sold for so small a price that they would have been considered cheap in Seville. Cieza de Leon returned to Spain after a sojourn of 17 years in America. The first fruit of the experience and studies of these 17 years was part Primera de la Crónica del Perú, which treats, according to the subtitle, of the demarcation of the provinces, the description of them, the foundation of the new cities, the rights and customs of the Indians, and other strange things worthy of being known. This work was first published at Seville in 1553. The writer found interest in almost every phase of the country and its people, and scholars have accepted his views and conclusions as generally worthy of credence. Through the excellence of its style, the book has proved to be one of the most attractive accounts of early Peru, and of the western part of the territory now claimed by the Republic of Colombia. Mr. Prescott refers to Cieza de Leon as an author worthy of particular note. His Crónica del Perú should more properly be styled an itinerary, or rather geography of Peru. It gives a minute topographical view of the country at the time of the conquest, of its provinces and towns, both Indian and Spanish, its flourishing seacoasts, its forests, valleys, and interminable ranges of mountains in the interior, with many interesting particulars of the existing population, while scattered here and there may be found notices of their early history and social policy. It is, in short, a lively picture of the country in its physical and moral relations as it met the eye at the time of the conquest, and in that transition period when it was first subjected to European influences. The second part of the Crónica del Perú was written, either completely or partially, before Cieza de Leon left Peru. In the prologue of his work, the author announces the plan of this part. He proposed to treat of the government of the Incas, of their great deeds and policy, to describe the superb and magnificent temples which they built, the roads of wonderful size which they made, and other great things that were found in this kingdom. I shall also give an account in this book of what the Indians say concerning the deluge, and how the Incas magnify the grandeur of their origin. The subject of the third part was the discovery and conquest of Peru by Pizarro, and the rebellion of the Indians. The fourth part treats of the civil wars of Peru. Only certain sections of the third and fourth parts have been printed. The second part remained in manuscript until 1873, when it was printed by the Peruvian scholar, Dr. Manuel González de la Rosa. In 1880, it was edited by Marcos Jiménez de la Espada and printed at Madrid. 3 years later, an English translation of it, by Sir Clements R. Markham, was issued by the Hakluyt Society. In collecting the information on which this part is based, Cieza de Leon sought from the Indians what they knew concerning the inhabitants of Peru before the period of the Incas. After setting forth in this second part what he was able to find out concerning the Indians before the period of the Incas, Cieza de Leon devotes his pages especially to the institutions and ceremonies of the monarchy, and to the history of the Incas in the line of their succession down to Atahualpa. The following passage from the 12th chapter presents an account of the method employed to preserve the history of the kingdom, and also an illustration of the author's writing. Some of the most learned of the people were chosen to make known the lives of those lords in songs, and the events of their reigns, with the object I have already described. And it is also to be noted that besides this, it was the custom among them, and a law much kept and observed, for each king during his reign to select 3 or 4 old men, known for their intelligence and ability, who were instructed to retain in their memory all the events that happened in the provinces, whether they were prosperous or whether they were the reverse, and to compose songs to be handed down, so that the history of the reign might be had in remembrance in after times. But these songs could not be recited or made public, except in the presence of the Lord, and those who were charged with this duty during the reign of the king were not allowed to say anything which referred to him. But after his death they spoke to his successor in the empire, almost in these very words: "O great and powerful Inca, the sun, the moon, the earth, the hills, and the trees, the stones, and thine ancestors, may they all preserve thee from misfortune and make thee prosperous, happy, and successful over all that are born. Know that the events which occurred in the days of thy fathers are these." Then in the narration, they stood in great humility, with eyes cast on the ground and hands lowered. They could very well do this, for there were among them some men with very good memories, sound judgments, and subtle genius, and full of reasoning power, as we bear witness, who have heard them even in these our days. As soon as the king understood what was related to him, he caused other aged men to be called, and charged them with the duty of learning the songs which were handed down from memory, and to prepare others touching the events which might occur in his own reign. Besides these works dealing with his travels and the history and institutions of the Inca kingdom, Cieza de Leon wrote a history of the conquest and the civil wars of Peru. Only a part of this work has been published, the first part of the Guerra de Quito, edited by Jiménez de la Espada. This was printed in Madrid in 1877. The fate of the rest of the manuscript is unknown. The part here published is the 3rd book of the Civil Wars of Peru, and gives an account of the conflict between Gonzalo Pizarro and Blasco Núñez Villa near the city of Quito. It opens with the departure of Blasco Núñez Villa from Sanlúcar in Spain to assume his duties as the first viceroy of Peru. It describes the journey of the viceroy and his arrival in Peru, the effect of the introduction of the new laws, the appeal to Gonzalo Pizarro to become the leader of the revolt against the viceroy, the reception of Núñez Villa at Lima, and the course of the rebellion until a short time before the triumph of Gonzalo Pizarro and the death of the viceroy near Quito. Cieza's work was designed to consist of 4 parts: 1 geography and description of Peru, 2 history of the Incas and of the ancient civilization of Peru, 3 discovery and conquest of Peru, 4 the civil wars of the conquistadores of Peru. In his Obras Completas, Roman 8, 143-150, Barros Arana discusses the question as to what extent this program was carried out by the author. 8. Girolamo Benzoni, the author of La Historia del Mondo Nuovo, was a contemporary of Cieza de Leon. He was born at Milan about 1519, and at the age of 21, he undertook a voyage to America, moved by the marvelous stories of adventure and of quickly acquired wealth that were circulated in Europe. His route to the port of departure led him to Medina del Campo, thence to Seville, and down the Guadalquivir to Sanlúcar. At this port he embarked for the Canary Islands, fearing that as a foreigner he would not be permitted to take passage directly from Spain to the Indies. After 2 months spent in the islands, he set out for America, and in the course of time we find him involved in the unfortunate enterprises of Governor Ordal in Venezuela, attracted by the governor's promise of riches. More fortunate, however, than many of the governor's followers, he escaped alive, although desperately ill. That he did not suffer a worse fate was due in a large measure to the care taken of him by Antonio de Castiglione, a priest who accompanied him to the island of Margarita. Later he embarked for Puerto Rico and sailed thence to Santo Domingo, where he was in 1544 and where he remained for 11 months. In the course of his subsequent wanderings he visited Cuba, Tierra Firme, Nombre de Dios, Panama, Cartagena, Nicaragua, Guatemala, and Peru. During some parts of these journeys, he suffered extremely from hunger, particularly in Nicaragua. Of his last years in America and his return to Italy, he gives the following account. 3 years after my arrival in Peru, I found myself possessed of some thousands of ducats, and quite tired of remaining in these countries. Moreover, President Gasca had ordered all foreigners to quit the country, in consequence of its having been reported to him by some Spaniards that the Levantins, that is, that we were false and cruel, and had caused the death of some of them. Therefore, when I was at Guayaquil, I availed myself of a large boat that arrived there laden with merchandise from Panama to return to my own country. Accordingly, as soon as the master of it was ready, I embarked on the 8th of May, 1550. We sailed, and in the port of Zalaga we found President Gasca, who was going to Panama to cross over to Spain. He ordered our master to sail in company with him, for otherwise he was going alone. But as the bark had to take in a cargo of maize, the master requested to be left behind on account of business. The president started, and we remained until the vessel was loaded. Sailing soon after this, we arrived at Manta, where the vessel struck a rock and sank. All the passengers and crew, however, were saved, with the greater part of their gold and silver. The bark being wrecked, as here described, it became necessary to wait for another passage, and at the end of 50 days, a vessel arriving from Lima, we started on her and soon arrived at Panama. Hearing there that the president had sailed from Nombre de Dios for Spain with all the ships, I went to Nicaragua. There I had a long and severe disease, so that at the end of 4 years, being then in Guatemala, and ships arriving from Spain, I went to Puerto de los Caballos, whence I sailed. But after navigating a few days, when we were near the island of Cuba, there arose a very severe storm, which drove the ship on shore, and almost all the specie on board was lost. Scarcely could the crew be saved. After 34 days of hard labor and great dangers, we entered the port of Havana, expecting to find the fleet there, but it had sailed 8 days before for Spain. I remained at Havana very discontented on 2 accounts. Firstly, from having lost part of my small property in the wreck already mentioned, and, secondly, because we found that the fleet had sailed. But on hearing how it had been lost, I praised God for his divine grace that preserved me from it and did not permit me to embark, for otherwise I should undoubtedly have been lost with the others. 10 months after these events, the Indian fleet arrived at Havana, consisting altogether of 14 vessels, large and small. We soon sailed, with the help of Providence, and in 39 days, though undergoing a frightful storm on the voyage, we reached a Portuguese island, commonly called Madeira. Having taken on board their bread and wine and other provisions, we again set sail. At the end of 8 days, on the 13th of September, 1556, we entered the port of Sanlúcar de Barrameda, and thence proceeded to Seville. As soon as I was cleared, I went to Cadiz, and having embarked in an urca, at the end of 2 months I reached Genoa, where I rejoiced exceedingly, and soon afterwards arrived at Milan, always praising the majesty of God, his power, and that of our Savior, for having granted me the grace to see so many strange things, and so much of the world, and so many foreign countries, and for having liberated me out of so many serious trials. When I reflect, it seems to me impossible that a human body could have undergone so much. Chi un corpo humano había potuto soportar tanto. Juan Fernández's Relación, dealing with the social disturbances of Peru, after the death of Viceroy Antonio de Mendoza, 1551-1552, and the causes from which they proceeded, is a clearly written and trustworthy document, which remained unpublished until 1865. It is especially valuable as a critical investigation of the principal causes and events of Giron's rebellion. Its author was the fiscal of the Audiencia of Lima, and arrived in Peru either with Pedro de la Gasca or with Viceroy Antonio de Mendoza, probably with the latter. Chapter 4. Peruvian and Chilean Historians, 1550–1600. I. José de Acosta, Roman II, Garcilaso de la Vega, Roman III, Pedro Sarmiento de Gamboa, Polo de Ondegardo, Roman IV, Cristóbal de Molina, Cabello de Balboa, v. Pedro de Valdivia, Roman VI, Alonso de Góngora Marmolejo, Roman VII, Pedro de Merino de Lovra. 1. At the beginning of the second half of the 16th century, a temporary calm brooded over the affairs of Peru. President Gasca had allayed the factional disturbances, but his administration, if it had produced peace, had nevertheless brought little satisfaction to the contending parties. A new attempt was now made to set up a viceroy. In the meantime, the Audiencia controlled public affairs, but in 1551, Antonio de Mendoza arrived in Lima as the viceroy of Peru. With the prestige of his long reign in Mexico, he undertook the task of establishing order in the unorganized colony, but he died the following year, leaving the governmental authority again in the hands of the Audiencia. In 1555, Andrés Hurtado de Mendoza accepted the vacant office, and a line of more or less distinguished successors continued the vice-regal administration to the end of the century. During these decades, the Peruvian government acquired its normal and stable character, largely through the legislative activity of Viceroy Francisco de Toledo. Lima gradually increased in population and acquired many of the institutions which later characterized its social life, such as the university, the Tribunal of the Cruzada, the Inquisition, and various monasteries. In the meantime, the mines of Upper Peru, particularly those of Potosi, continued to pour out their riches, making Lima the market at which the precious metals were exchanged for imported European wares. The increasing wealth was attended by a more elaborate style of living, by the growth of more formal and refined manners, by the multiplication of religious ceremonies, and by the rapid acquisition of property by the church. At the same time, as the Creoles in the population increased in numbers, they became conspicuous for their ostentation, and, by departing from the severe manners and customs of the Spaniards, added a certain lightness and freedom to social intercourse. But in spite of the persistent call of these circumstances to practical affairs, a number of persons appeared in the colony during this period, who, by their writings, indicated that not all the world was absorbed in contemplating the output of the mines, the gains of trade, or in rivaling one another in the display of newly acquired wealth. Some of these, by their office in the church, were expected to stand aloof, and did stand aloof from the ordinary economic activity of the community. In fact, this period and the half-century following were especially noteworthy for their literary production, both in Peru and in Chile. In Peru, José de Acosta, Garcilaso de la Vega, and Pedro Sarmiento became especially prominent. These men were better equipped by education than most of the writers who had described the events of the conquest from personal observation. Acosta was a professor of theology in Lima, and the church expected to have its influence extended by his eloquence as a preacher. His principal work is entitled Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias. The first book deals chiefly with Peruvian affairs, but the fifth, sixth, and seventh books refer extensively to conditions and institutions in Mexico. The author was born in Spain in 1540, and his boyhood was passed with his parents in the town of Medina del Campo. He became a Jesuit in 1553 and went to America in 1570. The intervening years had been spent in study, so that when he set out for the Indies, he had already acquired a vast amount of knowledge. He landed at Cartagena, went to Nombre de Dios, and thence across the isthmus to Panama. From Panama he proceeded to Peru and arrived at Callao in 1571. Peru was then under the vigorous rule of Viceroy Francisco de Toledo, 1569–1581, who at this time was absent from Lima, engaged in making an inspection of the viceroyalty. Acosta was ordered to join the viceroy's other assistants, particularly Polo de Ondegardo and Juan Machenzo. He accompanied Toledo and was a member of the expedition directed against the Caraguana Indians. After his return to Lima, he resumed his duties as professor of theology and retained this post until the middle of 1575, when he became rector of the Colegio Maximo de San Pablo. The next year, he was promoted to the office of provincial of the Jesuit province of Peru, succeeding the first provincial, Portillo. Acosta's term as provincial expired in 1580. He resided for some years at the missionary station of Juli, near Lake Titicaca, and during this period, his time was divided between missionary work and writing. The Jesuits had established a college at Juli to facilitate the study of the native languages. Holguin had resided there, and his Quechua grammar is an important contribution to knowledge of that language. Bertonio, also sometime a resident there, performed a similar service by his Aymara dictionary. Acosta removed from Upper Peru to Lima near the end of Toledo's reign. The viceroy's administration, through his prolific and generally wise legislative activity, contributed greatly to the orderly establishment of the viceroyalty. But by his unjust condemnation and execution of the Inca, he incurred the displeasure of the king and died in disgrace. Under Martin Enriquez, 1581–1586, Toledo's successor, was held the Third Ecclesiastical Council of Lima. At the last sitting, Acosta delivered what has been characterized as an elegant and learned oration. He also wrote the history of the council. At this council, he was theological advisor and was appointed to edit the acts of the council. A little later, Acosta went to Mexico, where after a short sojourn, covering the year 1586, he returned to Spain in 1587, taking with him for publication various manuscripts written by him during the 15 years of his residence in America. He was in Madrid in 1588, and in this year he began the publication of the work on which his reputation as a writer chiefly rests, his Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias. The complete work under this title was, however, not published until 1590, the date of the Seville edition. The first 4 books treat of the natural history of the Indies. Of these, the first and second were written in Latin, while Acosta was in Peru, and were translated into Spanish by him after his return to Spain, where all the rest of the work was written. The 5th, 6th, and 7th books contain what the author calls the moral history of the Indies, embracing such subjects as are involved in the organization and development of society. The numerous editions of this work indicate somewhat the strength of the early demand for information regarding America. Large numbers of persons were solicitous to know about the climate and its fitness for securing human health, the metals, plants, and animals, the rites and ceremonies of the inhabitants, the laws and government, and the wars with the Indians. The nature of the contents of the work suggested the designation of the author as the Pliny of the New World. After an extensive discussion of the views held by ancient writers, sacred and profane, concerning the geography and the natural phenomena of the Indies, Acosta touches on the project of cutting a canal across the isthmus. He wrote, "Some have discoursed and propounded to cut through this passage of 7 leagues, and to join one sea to the other, to make the passage from Peru more commodious and easy, for that those 18 leagues of land betwixt Nombre de Dios and Panama is more painful and chargeable than 2,300 by sea. Whereupon some would say it were a means to drown the land, one sea being lower than another. As in times past we find it written, that for the same consideration they gave over the enterprise to win the Red Sea with the Nile, in the time of King Sesostris, and since, in the empire of the Ottomans. But for my part, I hold such discourses and propositions for vain. Although this inconvenient should not happen, the which I will not hold for assured, I believe there is no humane power able to beat and break down those strong and impenetrable mountains, which God hath placed betwixt the 2 seas, and hath made them most hard rocks, to withstand the fury of 2 seas. And although it were possible to men, yet in my opinion they should fear punishment from heaven in seeking to correct the works which the Creator by his great providence hath ordained and disposed in the forming of this universal world." Among the food products described, Acosta makes mention of the potato, saying that the Indians use another kind of root which they call papas. These roots are like the ground nuts. They are small roots that cast out many leaves. They gather the papas and dry it well in the sun, then beating it they make that which they call chunu, which keeps many days and serves for bread. In this realm there is great traffic of chunu, the which they carry to the mines of Potosi. They likewise eat of these papas boiled or roasted. There is one sweet kind which grows in hot places, whereof they do make certain sauces and minced meats which they call lacro. In writing of coca, Acosta calls attention to an article, the use of which under the Indian regime was subject to severe restrictions, enforced by a religious sanction. But since then, these restrictions have been removed, with many of the evil consequences that were doubtless feared by the paternal government of the Incas. The Indians esteem it much, and in time of their kings Uncas, it was not lawful for any of the common people to use this coca without license from the governor. Their use is to carry it in their mouths, chewing it and sucking out the jice, but they swallow it not. They say it gives them great courage and is very pleasing unto them. Many grave men hold this as a superstition and a mere imagination. For my part, and to speak the truth, I persuade not myself that it is an imagination but contrariwise. I think it works and gives force and courage to the Indians. For we see the effects which cannot be attributed to imagination, as to go some days without meat, but only a handful of coca and other like effects. 2. By his ancestry, Garcilaso de la Vega was connected with some of the most distinguished families of Spain, the families of Mendoza and Vargas. His father was the son of Alonso de Hinestrosa de Vargas, whose wife was Blanca Suarez de Figueroa, a descendant of that Garcilaso de la Vega, on whom the name was originally conferred for his famous duel with the gigantic Moor on the Vega of Granada. This name was adopted by the historian's father as that of a maternal ancestor. The son of Hinestrosa de Vargas thus became Garcilaso de la Vega. This Garcilaso de la Vega was born in the city of Badajoz in Estremadura in 1506. At the age of 25, in 1531, he went to America as a captain of infantry, at the time of Pedro de Alvarado's return to resume the government of Guatemala. He became a member of Alvarado's ill-fated expedition to Quito that landed at Carax in March 1534. After Alvarado's surrender to Almagro, Garcilaso de la Vega entered the service of Pizarro and was sent to subdue the natives about the port of Buenaventura. Owing to the difficulties of the march and the loss of a large part of his men, he was obliged to abandon the undertaking. He then went to Lima, where he found Pizarro besieged by the Indians. His next service was in the campaign for the relief of Cusco, that appeared to be in danger of falling into the hands of the insurgent natives. During the conflict between Pizarro and Almagro that resulted in the death of Almagro, Garcilaso de la Vega was established at Cusco. Chimpa Aclo, a young Indian princess baptized as Dona Isabel, was living at Cusco at that time. She was a granddaughter of Inca Tupac Yupanqui. Her father was a brother of the distinguished king, Huayna Capac, the 12th in the line as given by Cieza de Leon. She was thus a cousin of the unfortunate Atahualpa. In 1540, she gave birth to a child who became the historian, and whose father was Garcilaso de la Vega. The childhood and youth of the younger Garcilaso was spent in Cusco, the capital from which members of his mother's family had ruled the famous Indian kingdom. During these early years, his father was engaged in the civil wars that afflicted the unhappy country, at first on the side of Pizarro, and later taking part in the rebellion led by Gonzalo Pizarro against the first viceroy of Peru, Blasco Núñez de Vila. One of the earliest recollections of the historian was the triumphal entry of the forces into Cusco after Gonzalo Pizarro had put down his enemies. Garcilaso de la Vega, the elder, once more changed his allegiance. He deserted the cause of Gonzalo Pizarro and fled from Cusco to Lima. But the party of the viceroy, which he had hoped to join, was overthrown, and the viceroy had departed. Although pardoned by Gonzalo Pizarro, Garcilaso de la Vega went over to the forces of Gasca at the Battle of Jacujaguana in 1548. Between this event and the rebellion of Giron in 1553, he resided at Cusco, and after the failure of this rebellion, he was appointed corregidor and governor of that city and province. As the principal figure in the civil administration of the province, his house became the center of the social activity of the city. Thus, in the turmoil and rebellions, and the quieter life that followed, the younger Garcilaso de la Vega was in a more favorable position than any other historian had occupied for acquiring a correct view of the history and institutions of the two races here in conflict. A suggestion of the opportunities the young Garcilaso de la Vega enjoyed for acquiring knowledge of the institutions and spirit of his mother's people is found in his statement that while she lived in Cusco, her native town, almost every week some of the male and female relations, who escaped the cruelty and tyranny of Atahualpa, came to visit her. On the occasion of these visits, their usual conversation was on the subject of the origin of the Uncas, of their majesty, of the grandeur of their empire, of their greatness, of their mode of government in peace and war, and of the laws which they ordained for the good of their subjects. In short, they omitted nothing relating to the flourishing period of their history in the course of these conversations. As Garcilaso de la Vega advanced toward maturity, he became his father's agent in superintending his estates and acquired much information about Peru through journeys. After his father's death, he determined to go to Spain. Here he was received with kindness by his father's relatives, and such generosity by others as might be accorded to one born in America. He entered the army of Philip Roman II as a captain, and took part in the campaign against the Moriscos under Don Juan de Austria. On his retirement from active military service, he became a resident of Cordoba, where he was compelled by his poverty to adopt a very modest style of living. He was not only in debt when he left the army, but under a certain cloud of public disfavor by reason of his father's connection with Pizarro's rebellion. It is quite possible that his consciousness of this prejudice deepened his piety for his native land and the kingly race from which he was descended, and persuaded him to set forth their virtues and the nobler qualities of their rule, and not to omit the wrongs they had suffered at the hands of the Spaniards. Garcilaso de la Vega's principal work is Los Comentarios Reales. This was based not only on information acquired during his early life at Cusco, but also on later contributions made by his former associates in Peru. For as soon as he decided to write this history, he communicated with his old schoolfellows and asked them to help him by sending accounts of the particular conquests which the Incas had made in the provinces of their families. They took up his project and caused to be brought out from the archives the accounts which their relatives possessed, and sent them to him. It was thus, he said, that I obtained the records of the deeds and conquests of each Inca. The first part of Los Comentarios Reales del Peru was published at Lisbon in 1609, and the second part was first published at Cordoba in 1617. The author died in 1617 and was buried in the Cathedral of Cordoba. A second edition was published at Madrid in 1723, and a third edition at the same place in 1829. An earlier work by Garcilaso de la Vega, La Florida del Inca, Historia del Adelantado Hernando de Soto, Gobernador y Capitán General del Reino de la Florida, Y de otros heroicos caballeros españoles y indios, was published in Lisbon in 1605. Written in an agreeable style, it was received with great favor, and for it the writer would have been accorded distinction, even if he had not later produced a more important book. Much of the consideration enjoyed by Garcilaso and the popularity of his writings were due to the fact that he revealed to Europeans of his day a hitherto unknown kingdom, and set it before them idealized by the piety and patriotic emotions of an exile. Sir Clements R. Markham, in his introduction to the narratives of the rights and laws of the Uncas, makes this interesting note concerning Garcilaso's memory and the accuracy of his statements. Garcilaso wrote from memory 40 years after he had left Peru with the aid of letters from correspondents. His main object was to publish a commentary, correcting the errors of Spanish authors who professed to give a history of the Uncas without being acquainted with their language. In doing this, he added much precious information from the storehouse of his own memory, and the more his work is sifted and examined, the more clearly does it appear that he was scrupulously truthful, and that, allowing for the disadvantage under which he labored, his statements are wonderfully accurate. Perhaps the excellence of the Uncas' memory is best shown in the topographical details. He gives the conquests of each successive Unca, mentioning the places through which the conquerors marched in the gradual acquisition of their vast empire. He enumerates 320 places in Peru, yet, in describing the marches, he does not make a single mistake, nor give one of these places out of its order, or in the wrong position. When Garcilaso's routes of each of the conquering Uncas are placed on a map, they present convincing proofs of the remarkable accuracy of the author. Another phase of Garcilaso's writing is presented by Prescott, Conquest of Peru, I. 469-473, where he affirms that Garcilaso de la Vega wrote to effect a particular object. He stood forth as counsel for his unfortunate countrymen, pleading the cause of that degraded race before the tribunal of posterity. The exaggerated tone of panegyric consequent on this becomes apparent in every page of the work. He pictures forth a state of society, such as an utopian philosopher would hardly venture to depict. His work is addressed to the imagination more than to sober reason. We are dazzled by the gorgeous spectacle it perpetually exhibits and delighted by the variety of amusing details and animated gossip sprinkled over its pages. The story of the action is perpetually varied by discussions on topics illustrating its progress, so as to break up the monotony of the narrative and afford an agreeable relief to the reader. This is true of the first part of his great work. In the second, there was no longer room for such discussion. But he has supplied the place by garrulous reminiscences, personal anecdotes, incidental adventures, and a host of trivial details, trivial in the eyes of the pedant, which historians have been too willing to discard as below the dignity of history. Referring to the edifices constructed at Cusco by the Indians under the Incas, Garcilaso de la Vega gives expression to the astonishment which many persons since his day have experienced. The Incas, kings of Peru, built wonderful edifices, whether fortresses, temples, gardens, palaces, storehouses, roads, or other works. All excited admiration, as may still be seen by their ruins, though these remains give but an inadequate idea of the complete edifice. The grandest and most superb work that they ordered to be built, to show their power and majesty, was the fortress of Cusco. Its magnificence would be incredible to those who have not seen it, and even those who have gazed upon it with attention are induced to imagine, and even to believe, that such works must have been completed by enchantment, and that they were made by demons rather than by men. For the multitude of stones, so many and of such size, that are placed on the 3 circling lines, being more like rocks than stones, excite astonishment and wonder as to how they could have been cut from the quarries whence they were brought. For these Indians had neither iron nor steel for cutting and working the stones. It is an equal wonder how the stones could have been brought from the quarry, for the Indians had neither bullocks nor carts. Besides, no cart could bear the weight of such stones, neither could any bullocks draw them. They were drawn by the force of men's hands, hauling at stout cables passed round them. On a later page, Garcilaso de la Vega expresses regret that the Spaniards did not preserve the fortress as they found it. The Spaniards should have preserved the fortress, and even repaired it at their own cost, that future ages might see how great had been the valor of those who took it, of which it would have been an eternal memorial. But not only have they not maintained it, they have themselves dismantled it to build the private houses they have now in Cusco. In order to save the cost, delay, and trouble which the Indians expended on preparing dressed stones for building, the Spaniards pulled down all the masonry walls within the circle of the fortress, and there is not a house in the city which has not been partly built with those stones, at least among those that the Spaniards have erected. 3. A further contribution to the history of the Inca kingdom was made by Pedro Sarmiento, who not only held a high place among the Spanish navigators of the 16th century, but also merits consideration among the writers of his time. He was born at Alcalá de Henares about 1532. His father was Bartolomé Sarmiento, a native of Pontevedra in Galicia, whose wife was of a Biscayan family named Gamboa. Pedro passed the period of his childhood and youth in his father's house at Pontevedra, near the little port of Bayona. But at the age of 18, he entered the military service of Spain, and was a soldier from 1550 to 1555, when he succumbed to the desire to seek adventures and fortune in America. His sojourn in Mexico and Guatemala left no important record in the history of the period. In 1557, he arrived in Peru, then under the rule of Viceroy Andrés Hurtado de Mendoza, Marqués de Canete, who had made his solemn entry into Lima on June 29, 1556. The rebellions of Gonzalo Pizarro and Girón had been put down, but the spirit of discontent and hostility to the government was manifest in many quarters. The judges of the audiencia were leaders of opposing factions, the corregidors were supporting practically independent military forces, and their unlawful acts imposed intolerable burdens on persons subject to their authority. Everywhere there were smoldering embers of sedition. The viceroy faced this condition of affairs with a grim determination to bring peace to the troubled society. He gathered and held subject to his order the arms and munitions that were scattered among the corregidors. The prominent disturbers of the peace he disarmed and sent into exile. He caused Tomás Vázquez, the lieutenant of Giron, to be executed, and ordered the corregidors to impose the same punishment upon turbulent and dangerous persons within their districts. And to furnish a vent to the restlessness of adventurers, he encouraged the organization of exploring expeditions, of which the most notorious was that of Pedro de Ursua, that finally fell under the control of the brutal Lope de Aguirre. Another phase of the viceroy's activity was the setting up of the viceregal establishment, where the vice-queen presided, and introduced much of the ceremonious life of a European court. At this time, the question of the aims and ambitions of the imperial family began to excite inquiry if not alarm, and the prominence of this subject induced Sarmiento to study seriously the history of the Incas. This subject claimed his attention for a number of years after his arrival in Lima. But during his residence at the capital, he was persecuted by the Inquisition. The charges against him were trivial, and for one alleged offense, he was condemned to the absurd punishment of hearing Mass in the cathedral at Lima, divested of his clothing and holding a candle in his hand. In addition to this penalty, it was ordered that he should be perpetually banished from the Indies. But by appealing to the Pope, he was released from the penalty of banishment and permitted to reside in Cusco and other parts of Peru until 1567. Still, this senseless persecution was continued until his public services obtained for him the protection of the government. During these 10 years, he made various journeys throughout the country in pursuit of information concerning the Incas. Of the results of these investigations, there remains Segunda Parte de la Historia General Llamada Indica. Other parts, if any others were written, have not come to light. The manuscript of this second part includes a dedication to the king that was written at Cusco and signed by Sarmiento on March 4, 1572. The work as designed by the author was to consist of 3 parts. The second, and apparently the only part written, contains the history of the Incas. It treats of the early rulers of Peru and their principal officers, the settlement of Cusco, the legends concerning the origin of the Incas, the entrance of Manco Capac into the region of Cusco, the subsequent wars with other tribes, the reigns of Tupac Yupanqui and Huayna Capac, and the civil wars between Huascar and Atahualpa, of which the Spaniards took advantage on their arrival in Peru. Sarmiento fixes the beginning of the Inca dynasty at the year 565, thus making its continuance a little less than 1,000 years. In 1573, the Inquisition renewed its persecution of Sarmiento. It considered trivial charges brought against him, and finally reaffirmed its former sentence of banishment. The execution of this sentence was not then practicable, for Sarmiento was at that time engaged in a campaign against the Cairiguanos, eastward of the Andes, and after his return, the civil authorities persuaded the inquisitors that the sentence should be revoked. But 2 years later, they considered other equally trivial charges, and this time he was found guilty, imprisoned, and sentenced again to be banished. At this time, the viceroy, Francisco de Toledo, 1569–1591, interfered, ordered that Sarmiento should be released, held him in the service of the government, and took him under his special protection. In 1579, when Drake appeared in Peruvian waters, Sarmiento led an expedition in pursuit of him, but failed to overtake him. On his return, he received the viceroy's orders to proceed to the Strait of Magellan, in order to intercept Drake there on his voyage back to England. At the same time, he was under orders to fortify the strait so as to prevent the passage of explorers or pirates who might undertake to follow Drake. Other navigators had entered the strait before Sarmiento, Magellan in 1520, Loaisa and Cano in 1526, Alcazaba in 1535, and Drake in 1578. But Sarmiento's account of his voyage virtually superseded all reports made by previous explorers. It, moreover, persuaded the King of Spain to fit out an extensive fleet for the purpose of transporting a considerable body of colonists, men with their families, to the inhospitable shores of the strait. Sarmiento was appointed to be the governor of the colony, but the command of the fleet was entrusted to the incompetent Diego Flores de Valdez, and his incompetence rather than the storms encountered caused the ruin of the enterprise. Sarmiento's narratives of his voyages, translated into English by Markham, have been issued as a volume of the Hakluyt Society's publications. This collection consists of 5 documents. The first is called Voyage to the Strait of Magellan and gives an account of Sarmiento's passage through the strait, with such accuracy of detail as to elicit the commendation of later navigators and surveyors. The second document was written in Rio de Janeiro in 1583. It refers to the passage through the strait, the voyage to Spain, the preparation of the fleet under Flores de Valdez, and gives some account of what happened to the fleet. The third document enumerates the ships and their officers, while the fourth is a narrative of the equipment of the fleet, the disasters it encountered, the disgraceful conduct of the officers, the settlements in the strait, and the captivity of Sarmiento. The last document gives some account of the tragic fate of the settlers, who waited in vain for the return of ships with provisions, and who distributed themselves along the shore in order to support themselves with shellfish picked up on the beach. But the supply was inadequate, and one after another they died of starvation and exposure. The appearance of the ships of Thomas Cavendish was the last hope of the survivors, and when these ships sailed away, taking only one man as a guide, the remnant of the colony went speedily to its tragic end. I quote Sarmiento's account of the manner in which Atahualpa was informed of the arrival of the Spaniards. Atahualpa was at Huamachuco celebrating great festivals for his victories, and he wished to proceed to Cusco and assume the fringe in the House of the Sun, where all former Incas had received it. When he was about to set out, there came to him 2 Talanas Indians, sent by the Curacas, local governors under the Incas of Payta and Tumbes, to report to him that there had arrived by sea, which they call Cacha, a people with different clothing and with beards, and that they brought animals like large sheep. The chief of them was believed to be Viracocha, which means the god of these people, and he brought with him many Viracachas, which is as much as to say gods. They said this of the governor Don Francisco Pizarro, who had arrived with 180 men and some horses which they called sheep. When this became known to Atahualpa, he rejoiced greatly, believing it to be the Viracocha coming as he had promised when he departed, and as is recounted in the beginning of this history. Atahualpa gave thanks that he should have come in his time, and he sent back the messengers with thanks to the Curacas for sending the news, and ordering them to keep him informed of what might happen. He resolved not to go to Cusco until he had seen what this arrival was and what the Viracachas intended to do. In a subsequent chapter, Sarmiento refers to Pizarro's project to inquire into the dispute between Huascar and Atahualpa. Don Francisco Pizarro knew of the disputes there had been between Atahualpa and Huascar, and that Huascar was a prisoner in the hands of the captains of Atahualpa, and he urged Atahualpa to have his brother brought as quickly as possible. Huascar was being brought to Caxamarca by Atahualpa's order, as has already been said. Chalco Chima, obeying this order, set out with Huascar and the captains and relations who had escaped the butchery of Yupanqui. Atahualpa asked Don Francisco Pizarro why he wanted to see his brother. Pizarro replied that he had been informed that Huascar was the elder and principal lord of that land, and for that reason he wished to see him, and he desired that he should come. Atahualpa feared that if Huascar came alive, the governor Don Francisco Pizarro would be informed of what had taken place, that Huascar would be made lord, and that he would lose his state. Being sagacious, he agreed to comply with Pizarro's demand, but sent off a messenger to the captain who was bringing Huascar with an order to kill him and all the prisoners. The messenger started and found Huascar at Atamarca, near Yanamayo. He gave his message to the captain of the guard, who was bringing Huascar as a prisoner. Directly the captain heard the order of Atahualpa, he complied with it. He killed Huascar, cut the body up, and threw it into the river Yanamayo. He also killed the rest of the brothers, relations, and captains who were with him as prisoners in the year 1533. A noted contemporary of Sarmiento, the Licenciado Polo de Ondegardo, also became interested in the history of Peru and the ancient institutions of the country, and, at the suggestion of the viceroy, wrote 2 accounts, or relations, on the revenues and tributes, or, in general, the financial administration of the Inca kingdom. The time and place of Ondegardo's birth are not known. It has been ascertained, however, that he was in Peru during the period of the civil wars. By Gasca, he was appointed governor of Charcas, and he held for a number of years a similar office at Cusco, to which he was appointed by the Marqués de Canete as viceroy. Under Francisco de Toledo, Ondegardo was a confidential advisor of the viceroy and assisted him in drawing up the ordinances for completing the organization of the viceroyalty. Prescott, who had copies of Ondegardo's narratives, affirms that while he gives his conclusions with an air of modesty, it is evident that he feels conscious of having derived his information through the most authentic channels. He rejects the fabulous with disdain, decides on the probability of such facts as he relates, and candidly exposes deficiency of evidence. Far from displaying the simple enthusiasm of the well-meaning but credulous missionary, he proceeds with the cool and cautious step of a lawyer, accustomed to the conflict of testimony and the uncertainty of oral tradition. This circumspect manner of proceeding and the temperate character of his judgments entitle Ondegardo to much higher consideration as an authority than most of his countrymen who have treated of Indian antiquities. But his part in the intellectual life of Peru was not limited to his inquiries into Indian antiquities. His considerable contribution to Toledo's extensive legislation entitles him to a place among the writers on law and government, although no formal political treatise by him has appeared in print. These papers remained long in manuscript, but a translation of one of them was printed in the Hakluyt Society's volume of Narratives of the Rights and Laws of the Incas. The following brief extract is from Ondegardo's account of the origin of the Inca kingdom. It is enough to understand that these Incas at first extended their conquests by violence and war. There was no general opposition to their advance, for each province merely defended its land without aid from any other, so that the only difficulty encountered by the Incas was in the annexation of the districts forming Cusco. Afterwards, the conquered people joined them, so that they always had a vastly superior force as well as more cunning in the art of war. A little farther on in his report, Ondegardo describes the organization of the districts within the limits of the Incas' jurisdiction. As soon as the Incas had made themselves lords of a province, they caused the natives, who had previously been widely scattered, to live in communities with an officer over 10, another over every 100, another over every 1,000, another over every 10,000, and an Inca governor over all, who reported upon the administration every year, recording the births and the deaths that had occurred among men and flocks, the yield of the crops, and all other details with great minuteness. They left Cusco every year and returned in February to make their report, before the festival of Kami began, bringing with them the tribute of the whole empire. This system was advantageous and good, and it was most important in maintaining the authority of the Incas. Every governor, how great lord soever he might be, entered Cusco with a burden on his back. This was a ceremony that was never dispensed with, as it gave great authority to the Incas. 4. In the first volume of the Colección de Libros y Documentos Referentes a la Historia del Perú, Carlos A. Romero has caused to be published the Relación de las Fábulas y Ritos de los Incas by Cristóbal de Molina, one of the two writers of that name who flourished in the 16th century. The author of this Relación is known as Cristóbal de Molina of Cusco, the other as Cristóbal de Molina, the Almagrist, or Molina of Santiago. Their similar professions and similar intellectual interests, and the little knowledge of them that had come to light made discrimination between them difficult, and caused the writings of both to be thought of as the work of one person. The first suggestion that this name applied to two persons, contemporaries in the southwestern part of South America, was made by the Chilean bibliographer Tomás Thayer Ojeda in 1913 in the Revista Chilena de Historia y Geografía. The distinct individuality of the two persons has been clearly set forth by Carlos A. Romero in an essay prefixed to the Relación already referred to. Little light has been thrown on the origin of Cristóbal de Molina of Cusco. Romero has, however, ventured the opinion that he was a mestizo born in Cusco, where he spent the greater part of his life, and that his father was Francisco de Molina, who, having made extensive journeys about the country, finally settled in Lima, and there took ecclesiastical orders between 1545 and 1550. His thorough knowledge of the Quechua language is referred to as supporting the suggestion that this was the language of his mother. he became a priest of the parish of Nuestra Senora de los Remedios del Hospital de los Naturales in Cusco. And for his preaching to the Indians, he received an annual salary of 150 pesos, under a grant by Viceroy Toledo. By a decree issued at Badajoz, September 23, 1580, the king ordered the viceroy to collect information concerning the usage and customs of the Indians before the Spanish conquest. Under this order, a considerable body of data was gathered, and on the basis of this Molina wrote his Relación, but the date of the composition cannot be established. It must, however, have been late in 1572 or subsequent to that year, since certain events of 1572 are mentioned in the document itself. It was first published by the Hakluyt Society in 1873, translated from the manuscript into English by Sir Clements R. Markham, under the title of The Fables and Laws of the Uncas. It was printed for the first time in Spanish in 1913, in the 5th volume of the Revista Chilena de Historia y Geografía, preceded by a biography, not of the author, but of Cristóbal de Molina of Santiago. The edition of 1916, by Romero, was printed from a copy in the National Library at Lima, which was made from the manuscript in the National Library at Madrid, E13, 135. The other works mentioned as written by Cristóbal de Molina of Cusco have disappeared. Molina's rather slight publication presents certain traditions and customs that prevailed among the Indians of the Inca kingdom. The following is one of several versions of the tradition of a deluge. They say that a month before the flood came, their sheep displayed much sadness, eating no food in the daytime and watching the stars at night. At last, the shepherd who had charge of them asked what troubled them, and they said that the conjunction of the stars showed that the world would be destroyed by water. When he heard this, the shepherd consulted with his 6 children, and they agreed to collect all the food and sheep they could and go to the top of a very high mountain, called Ancasmarca. They say that as the water rose, the high hill grew higher, so that it was never covered by the flood, and when the waters subsided, the hill grew smaller. Thus the 6 children of that shepherd returned to people the province. A hint of marriage customs is contained in this paragraph from the same source. When the Unca gave women as wives, they were received because it was the command of the Unca. The man went to the house of the girl's father not to say that the Unca had given her, but that he desired to serve for her, and so the relations of the girl were assembled, and their consent was obtained. The youth remained in the house of his father and mother-in-law for a space of 4 or 5 days, and carried the fuel and straw for them. Thus the agreement was made, and he took the girl for his wife. And because the Unca had given her, it was considered that she was taken until death, and she was received on this understanding, and never deserted. Under the title of Histoire du Peru M. Turnox Campans, published at Paris in 1840, a translation of a part of the writings of Cabello de Balboa. The author had been a soldier before he became an ecclesiastic. He went from Spain to America in 1566. For a certain period he lived in Bogotá, but later went to Quito, where in 1576, under the protection of Pedro de la Pina, the bishop, he began the composition of his Miscellanea Austral, which, according to a statement at the end of the work, he completed on July 9, 1586. Balboa, like many other chroniclers of his time, thought it desirable to begin his narrative with the creation of the world, and in the first 2 of the 3 parts into which it is divided, he makes no mention of America whatsoever. In the 3rd part, he deals with the history of Peru, but at the same time makes frequent reference to events that have no relation to the history of America. 5. The development in the southern part of the continent was slower than in Peru. In Chile at the beginning of the half-century in question, a number of garrison posts had been established on the southern frontier, where the inhabitants lived in the presence of the hostile Araucanians. Some of these posts grew into towns, but the residents, whether soldiers or civilians, had always before them the specter of an Indian war, and it was this war that furnished the epic theme of their earliest literature. After the establishment of Valdivia and his colonists in Chile, that country formed a new province, a new center of local government, within the viceroyalty that had Lima as its capital. The European advance towards the south encountered the stout resistance of the Araucanians, and the experience gained in this conflict appears to have furnished a motive for writing, and awakened a desire to transmit to posterity accounts of the events they had observed and of enterprises in which they had participated. Pedro de Valdivia is not thought of as a writer, yet his letters deserve recognition, whether regarded as stories of great adventure or as sources of the early history of Chile. Warriors are less often given to writing than priests, but when they undertake the task, their productions sometimes have a quality not attained by the literary efforts of ecclesiastics. Valdivia wrote as a warrior might be expected to write. He discussed his tasks of military organization, the extreme want he had to face in effecting his settlement and domination in Chile, his labors in the service of the king, and the exasperating conduct of his enemies. His superior spirit as a man appears in the clearness of his language, in his lack of pretension, in his energy, and in an unwearying consciousness of his own high purpose. In writing, he evidently set down the word that came first to his mind, that seemed to him to be the word for the idea, and made little or no effort to polish his phrases after the manner of the schools. His cartas, therefore, constitute a work that, of its kind, as Medina has observed, has not been surpassed in Chile. 6. Two other writers of this southern province were Marmolejo and Lovra. They had little literary training, and were apparently not moved by ambition for literary distinction, but simply by the thought that they ought to communicate to their countrymen their first-hand knowledge of strange natural phenomena and unfamiliar social movements, as well as their experience as soldiers. Alonso de Góngora Marmolejo's Historia del Reino de Chile is an important early narrative of Chilean warfare and adventure. The author went from Peru in a body of auxiliaries, taken by Pedro de Valdivia for service in his campaign for the conquest of Chile, where, for a period of 40 years, after 1547, he accumulated honors, but saw his wealth gradually decrease. Then, under the affliction of poverty and disappointment, he undertook to set down and leave to posterity an account of the events in which he had had part, and of the actors who had been his companions. Halted in the performance of this task by discouragement and the fear of criticism, he nevertheless worked on to the last sentence, which announced the fact that his work was completed in the city of Santiago, in the Kingdom of Chile, on the 16th of December, 1575. During the brief period of his life that remained after this date, little is known of him, except that he was charged by Rodrigo de Quiroga, noted for his superstition, fanaticism, and intolerance, to traverse the country occupied by the Indians, and to find out and punish severely those guilty of the crime of witchcraft. But as Quiroga appointed Pedro de Lisperger to the same office on January 23, 1576, it is inferred that Marmolejo's incumbency was short. But Marmolejo's fears of the critics were not realized. They have found his narrative animated, without the digressions that appealed to the taste of his time, free from tiresome repetitions, and never departing from the course of events to picture imaginary customs of the Indians. In spite of distance and time, he makes one turn back and live with a remote generation, causing one to experience the impressions the scenes narrated must have made on the eyewitness. His style partakes somewhat of the rudeness of the primitive conquistadores, but is always fresh and spontaneous. Among the motives that induced Marmolejo to write, according to his own statement, were his sense of the large number of happenings in Chile that should be recorded, and that the only written account of them was found in Ercila's Araucana. Not so full as would be necessary in order to treat properly of all of the affairs of the kingdom. Without denying the directness and vividness of Marmolejo's narrative borrows, Arana points out the technical defects of the composition, the absence of literary art in the presentation of facts, and the lack of due emphasis on the most notable incidents. Marmolejo wrote almost exclusively of events of which he had personal knowledge, whence his chronicle is confined almost entirely to military affairs. He gave little information of any other class of events and left his chronology defective. Writing a personal narrative, he was not careful to fix adequately his dates, thus obliging future historians to have recourse to other sources of knowledge, if they would make a complete history of the period covered by the author's experience. Marmolejo's narrative, in printed form, occupies 212 pages of the Colección de Historiadores de Chile, and deals with the events of Chilean history during the 40 years prior to 1575. No single extract is likely to reveal much of the author's quality, particularly when the paragraph quoted is translated into a language as far removed as English is from the original Spanish. Yet some features of the author's simple and familiar manner may be discovered even in a translation. The following paragraph on Alderite's appointment as Valdivia's successor may serve as an illustration. Jerónimo de Alderete, having arrived in Spain to negotiate with His Majesty in the name of Pedro de Valdivia, it became necessary for him to go to England, since the Emperor, Charles V, had renounced his authority in all his kingdoms in favor of His Serene Highness, Prince Philip, his son, and retired into a monastery of monks. He was not concerning himself with affairs under any circumstances. Whence Alderete had to go to England to see the king, who on account of having married the Queen of England was in that country. Having arrived there, and the king, having been informed of his coming, after a few days conferred the government of Chile upon Valdivia for life, and furthermore provided that the person whom he might nominate should succeed him. With this order Alderete left England. On entering France he was overtaken by a messenger, sent by Eraso, secretary to the king, who informed him that by letters the king had learned that Valdivia was dead, and it appeared to Alderete that he ought to return and take up his negotiations. Having received this news, Alderete returned to London, where the king was, on account of the good mediators whom he had, and by the good opinion which the king held of him. The king showed him the favor of giving him the government of Chile, as Valdivia had had it, and also conferred upon him the Order of Santiago and the title of Adelantado. Having received these favors, he left Spain for Chile. After he reached Panama, which is, and has been, the cemetery of Christians, he fell very seriously ill with a fever and died. 7. Another Chilean soldier who turned to literary work after a stormy life in the army was Pedro Merino de Lavra. His Crónica del Reino de Chile was the product of his later years. He was born in Pontevedra in Galicia, where his father, Herrán Rodríguez de Lavra, was a life member of the municipal council. Having served for a period in the army, he yielded to the desire for a voyage to the Indies, which he undertook in 1545. From Nombre de Dios he determined to return to Spain, but at Havana he met Pedro de la Gasca, then on his outward voyage to assume the presidency of Peru. The result of this interview was the sending of Lavra with an important charge to Antonio de Mendoza, the Viceroy of Mexico. This service was performed so satisfactorily that when Mendoza was transferred to the Viceroyalty of Peru, in 1551, Lavra accompanied him to Lima. Here he appears to have intended to establish himself, but his restless spirit urged him on to Chile, then presenting, in the Araucanian Wars, abundant opportunities for adventure. After his sojourn in Chile, he returned to Lima. He was in Lima in 1594, and it was in this later period that he gathered up his notes and wrote his Chronicle of Chile. In the Jesuit Bartolomé de Escobar, Lavra found a person who was able to supplement his work, where his literary deficiencies were most evident. In some places, Escobar wrote in his own name, or in the first person. While smoothing the rough places in the soldier's composition, he added as adornments of style references to biblical history and to the history of the Greeks and the Romans. The simple credulity of Lavra, moreover, led him to accept as miracles many events presented in tales by impostors or by persons of exaggerated faith. Santiago, mounted on a white horse and fighting for the Spaniards on the plains of Chile, as one of the stock visions, had naturally to be introduced. Perhaps also the view of the Virgin taking up a handful of dust from the ground and throwing it into the faces of the Indians to blind them during the combat. But there were certain rare inventions that also found place in Lavra's pages, as when to the members of the War Council of the Indians there appeared una gran senora, placed in midair, who reprimanded them for their crimes, infidelity, and blindness. The view of this figure caused them to hang their heads in silence for half an hour, and then to depart each for his own house. These and other miraculous episodes of the book are ascribed in large measure to the influence of the pious Escobar. The latest personal note in the Chronica relating to Lavra is found in his vivid account of the earthquake of December 16, 1575, which follows. At the end of the year 1575, while the city of Valdivia was enjoying the greatest prosperity it had ever known, and the inhabitants were living in peace and happiness, our Lord did not wish that this state of comfort should remain to them. adding new misfortunes to those of the past. It happened then on Friday, the 16th of December, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, entirely without warning of such a disaster, that the earth began to tremble with a great rumbling noise, the earthquake continuing and always increasing, without interruption causing great damage, demolishing roofs and walls with such fright of the people, that they were terrified and beside themselves at seeing an event so extraordinary. It is not possible to paint or describe the manner of the furious tempest, which seemed to be the end of the world. Its onrush was such that it gave no opportunity to many persons to leave their houses, and therefore they perished buried alive, the wreckage of the buildings falling upon them. It was an event to make one's hair stand on end, and make men grow pale to see the earth in such convulsions, and moving with such fury that not only edifices fell, but persons also were unable to stand, and some lay down in order to clutch the ground. After this, while the earth continued to quake for the space of a quarter of an hour, there was seen in the great river, where ships were accustomed to ride in safety, a very remarkable happening, which was that in a certain place in the river the water was divided, one part of it running towards the sea, and the other part up the river, revealing the bottom at that place in such a way that the stones might be seen as Don Pedro de Lovra saw them, from whom I got this account, and who affirms that he saw it with his own eyes. After this, the sea left its limits and bounds, running with as great velocity upon the land as the swiftest river in the world. And so great was the fury and force of the water that it extended 3 leagues inland, where it left a great quantity of fishes dead, among which there were kinds never before seen in this kingdom. Chapter 5. Lyricana. In Lyricana by Ercilla, the theme is no longer the ancient Peruvian state, described by Cieza de Leon, Garcilaso de la Vega, and Sarmiento, with its autocratic rulers and submissive subjects, but the plains and forests of Chile and the Spaniards in conflict with a people who boasted they had never had a king and had never been subdued, a people sustained by primitive agriculture and proud of their rigid individualism. The time represented by the poem is the period following the death of Valdivia, who had taken possession of that region after the fruitless expedition of Almagro. Provision had been made that in case of Valdivia's sudden death, his authority should pass to Geronimo de Alderete, but if Alderete had already died, Francisco de Aguirre and Francisco de Villagra in this order might claim the succession. At the time of Valdivia's death, Alderete was in Europe, Aguirre in Tucumán, where he had been the governor of the province for a year and a half, and Villagra was in Chile. In the absence of Alderete, both Aguirre and Villagra were urged by their respective friends to assume the duties of the vacant office. The death of Alderete at Panama left Aguirre as the legitimate claimant, but Villagra's presence in Chile gave him a practical advantage in the contest. This dispute and a natural desire to promote the interests of his family induced Andrés Hurtado de Mendoza, the viceroy of Peru, to set aside the pretensions of both Aguirre and Villagra, and to appoint his son, Garcia Hurtado de Mendoza, to be the governor of Chile. Alonso de Ercilla y Zuniga was a member of the expedition sent by the viceroy to establish Garcia de Mendoza in his office and to carry on the war against the Araucanian Indians. He was born in Madrid on August 7, 1533. He was the youngest of the children of Dr. Fortun Garcia de Ercilla and his wife Leonor de Zuniga. His father was a famous jurisconsult, whose writings were read and commented upon in all the schools of Europe. He became regent of Navarre and a member of the Council of Castile, and tutor of Prince Philip, who was later Philip Roman II. He died at the age of 40 in 1534, the year after the birth of the poet. It was a current tradition of the 16th century that the mother of Alonso de Ercilla was descended from the kings of Navarre. If this tradition represented a fact, there might be claimed for Don Alonso an aristocratic as well as an intellectual heritage. The seigneury of Bobadilla, which had belonged to his mother, was reunited to the crown, and the seigneur became attached to the court of Charles V, where her young son was educated, subjected, doubtless, to the same system of instruction as that under which Prince Philip had grown up. It is probable that Alonso de Ercilla knew the Latin of Virgil and Lucian, but that his knowledge of Dante, Petrarch, and Ariosto was derived through translations. He entered the service of Philip in 1548, and accompanied that prince to Flanders on the occasion of Philip's taking possession of the Duchy of Brabant. The route of this journey was through Saragossa, Barcelona, Genoa, and Luxembourg, and the return was by the same way. A little later, he went to Bohemia with his mother, who was in the suite of the Infanta Maria and her husband, the Archduke Maximilian. The young Ursula undertook a third journey in 1554, accompanying Philip when that prince went to wed Mary Tudor, the Queen of England. While in England, Ursula learned that the Araucanians were in revolt, and that Hernandez Duran was leading a rebellion against the legitimate government in Peru. The state into which affairs in Peru had fallen during the rebellion rendered the post of viceroy especially unattractive. Two persons to whom the king had offered it declined the honor. It was, however, accepted by Andrés Hurtado de Mendoza, Marqués de Canete. Alderete, who had been in America, was in England with Philip's escort. From him, Ursula got information that awakened his adventurous spirit, and he left Europe for America with the fleet that carried Alderete and Viceroy Mendoza. He arrived in Peru on July 6, 1556. Here he joined the expedition sent by the viceroy against the insurgent Araucanians. This expedition was commanded by the viceroy's son, Garcia Hurtado de Mendoza, a youth of 21 who had been appointed governor of Chile. On his arrival in Chile, Garcia de Mendoza arrested both Aguirre and Villagra and sent them to Lima. Thus freed from the embarrassing presence of the two rival claimants, he entered upon his campaign against the Araucanians, and on this campaign, Ursula acquired his first experience in warfare with the Indians. To describe the events of the war and his part in it was the primary purpose in writing La Araucana. In Chile, Ursula found himself under conditions sharply in contrast with those of his life in Spain. A site had been selected for the town of Santiago, and plots had been assigned to soldier colonists. But 14 years after the arrival of Valdivia, the Spanish occupation was represented only by a number of garrison posts confronting a region in possession of vigorous and hostile Indians. Ursula had exchanged the circumstances of the artificial life of the Spanish court for warfare with a barbarous people in the presence of primitive nature. To a Spaniard of the 16th century, an excursion beyond the limits of civilization into the realm of savage life was a stranger event than a similar experience would appear to a representative of these later generations. In the unfamiliar presence of primitive man and the primeval forest, Ursula was moved to set down his impressions of the life in which he had part, and of the nature that constituted his strange environment. Ursula's relation to the commander of the expedition had its unpleasant episodes. On the occasion of a dispute between him and Juan de Pinda, the supporters of each of the two parties drew their swords, when Garcia de Mendoza interpreted the movement as the beginning of a mutiny and condemned the two opponents to be beheaded. The activity of their friends, however, caused these ill-advised sentences to be commuted to imprisonment. After his liberation from prison, Ursula continued his exploring expeditions and his participation in campaigns against the Araucanians, but he finally returned to Spain in 1562. Shortly after his arrival, having made a report to the king concerning his service in Chile, he went to Austria, where his mother held the position of a maid of honor at the imperial court. Returning from this journey in 1564, he remained a number of years in Madrid and published there the first part of La Araucana in 1569. The next year, he married Dona Maria de Bazan, and in 1571, the king bestowed upon him the Order of Santiago. Determined to seek further service, he went to Italy in 1574 to join the fleet, commanded by Don John of Austria, designed to proceed to the relief of Tunis. But before he arrived in Naples, Tunis had fallen into the hands of the Turks. At Rome, he met one of his relatives, Juan de Zuniga, then Spanish ambassador near the papal court. On a fourth journey to Austria, he was graciously received by Emperor Maximilian and by the Empress, Maria, also by his godfather, Rudolph, who had become King of Hungary. Ursula returned to Spain in 1577. This was the last of his journeys into foreign countries. In 1578, he published at Madrid the second part of La Araucana. The argument of the poem is stated in the first two octaves. No las damas, amor, no gentles de caballeros canto enamorados, ni las mustras, regalos, y turnes de amorosos efectos y cuidados. Mas el valor, los hechos, las prosas de quellos españoles esforzados, que la serves de Araco, no demada, puserin duro yugo por la espada. Cosas de rey también harto notables de gent, que a ningun rey obedecen temerarias, empresas memorables, que celebrars con razón merecen, raras industrias. Te aminos loables, que mas los españoles engrandecen. Pues no es el vencedor más estimado de aquello, en que el vencido es reputado. Soon after this publication, the king sent Ursula to Saragossa to confer there with the Duke of Brunswick, and to persuade him to postpone his visit to Madrid. At the same time, the question of the succession to the Portuguese crown seemed to portend war, and Ursula looked forward to playing a conspicuous role in the projected campaign, and to celebrating once more in verse the glory of Spanish arms. But the opposition to Spain's pretensions collapsed, and Portugal was annexed to Spain without exploits worthy of heroic song. The poet turned from literary work to religious devotion and prayer, and his tendency to melancholy was intensified in his last years by the loss of his brother Juan, who was accompanying Philip Roman II to Portugal, and by the death of his only son Diego. Somewhat of this attitude of mind finds expression in the last octave of his poem. Y yo tan sin, rienda al mundo he dado el tiempo de mi vida más florido, y siempre por camino dispanado mis vanas esperanzas he seguido. Visto y el poco fruto que he sacado, y lo mucho que a Dios tengo ofendido, conociendo mi error, de aquí adelante será razón que lor y que no can't. This mental depression had also a cause in the withdrawal of the king's favor, as well as in the loss of relatives and friends, and the fact that the poet faced old age without descendants. In 1589, Ursula published the third part of La Araucana. Some years later, a new edition was issued, with 2 additional cantos, making the whole number 37. He died in the city of Madrid on the 29th of November, 1594. The statement sometimes made that he died in extreme poverty does not appear to be supported by the fact that at the time of his death, he had a household establishment consisting of 12 persons, to whom he bequeathed considerable sums, but with the statement that these sums were moderate, since all of these persons were expected to remain in the service of his widow and derive advantage from her liberality. Among other bequests were 5,000 ducats to his nieces and nephews, and 10,000 ducats as a contribution for the construction of a monastery, where his body and that of his widow might be buried. Some part of La Araucana was written amid the scenes, and in connection with the events described. In his prologo, Ursula has stated that he wrote at hours stolen from the occupations of war in Chile, and sometimes on pieces of leather or of hides for want of paper, or on fragments of letters often only large enough to hold 6 lines, and it often required much effort and trouble to arrange these fragments in their proper order. This method of writing, as the author confesses, gave to his poem in some respects the quality of a journal in verse. This was especially true of those parts that were written during the campaign against the Araucanians, dealing with what he saw or with the events in which he participated, and these parts may be accepted as having the historical authority of a contemporary chronicle. This quality may be more particularly ascribed to the first 15 cantos, the first published after the author's return to Spain. And these cantos, during the 7 years between the author's arrival in Europe and their publication, underwent extensive modification and elaboration. It does not, however, appear probable that much if any of the second part was written in America, but that the author undertook it, having promised to continue this history. In the preface to the second part, he affirms that he has continued it with no little difficulty and ennui, on account of the severity and monotony of the material, since from the beginning to the end it contains only one and the same subject. The composition of La Araucana was interrupted many times by the author's journeys and his diplomatic services. After Ursula's return to Spain, the events of the Indian Wars and the spirit of the contending parties gradually became indistinct in his mind. He departed from his original purpose, not to sing of love and the gallantry of enamored knights, and, under the influence of Italian models, introduced invented tales of romantic adventure, leaving the poem, in some sense, a mechanical mixture of historical narrative and romantic episodes. The Araucanian War presented no leader on either side, whose prominence entitled him to be treated as the prominent hero of the conflict. For this reason, Ursula is obliged to allow one figure after another to occupy the center of the stage. Although his purpose was to glorify Spanish arms, the heroes who have appealed most strongly even to the inhabitants of Chile are the Araucanian chiefs. In the struggle for emancipation from Spain, the Chileans were especially incited to action by the heroism of Caupolicán, Lautaro, Tucapel, Colocolo, and Galvarino. Parents named their children after these heroes, and the name of Lautaro was applied to the patriotic association of the early advocates of Spanish-American independence. Thus, the inspiring figures in the narrative of the war are not the Spanish but the Indian leaders. It is quite possible that Ursula's resentment at the treatment he received at the hands of Garcia de Mendoza prevented the commander's figure from assuming greater importance in the poem. Lautaro is described as a young man of medium height, solidly formed, with strong limbs and strong shoulders, and endowed with moral qualities not less advantageous than his physical qualities. Audacious and unafraid, prompt to act, resourceful and heroic under critical circumstances. When the circumstances allowed him leisure, he knew how to prepare slowly and carefully for a difficult enterprise, to take as his soldiers even the most reckless and villainous of the Araucanians, to subject them to an iron discipline, and to inspire in them love and admiration for a chief who punished implacably with death the slightest infraction of his orders. Yet in the story of the love that existed between him and the beautiful Guacolda, the poet has revealed the gentler traits of his hero's character. In the list of Araucanian heroes, an especially prominent place is accorded to Caupolicán, as typifying the strength and pride of his people, their contempt of pain and even of death. Ursula gives the following description of him in the 47th octave of the second canto. Era est noble mozo de alto hecho, varanda autoridad, grave y severo amigo de guardar to do derecho, espero y riguroso justiciero de cupo grand y relevado pecho. Habil, distro, fortissimo y lidro, sabio, astuto, sagas, determinado y en casos de repente reportado. Tucapel is presented as a noisy and ferocious savage, always ready for any adventure, for a fight with the Spaniards or with the chiefs of his own race, unwilling to recognize any authority from any source, opposed to all arguments and to the traditions of his people, endowed with the physical qualities of a Hercules, turbulent, willful, impious, and boastful of his ability to conquer the world single-handed. Recalling the heroic character of Milton's Satan, the Araucanian heroes are presented by Ursula in such a form as to excite admiration, although they appear as the determined enemies of Europeans and of European civilization. But these great chiefs have become less widely known than the less noteworthy Colocolo, whom Voltaire celebrates in his essay on epic poetry, by quoting the speech to the caciques and by comparing Ursula's Colocolo with Homer's Nestor. Colocolo addresses the chiefs, or caciques, who are contending among themselves for preeminence and leadership, and he seeks for a solution of the contest that will preserve the moral equality of the chiefs. Caciques, del estado defensors, codicia demandar nomi convida e pesarm de viros pretensors de cosa, que mi tanto era debita, pork. Segun mi eded, yeveis, seners, que estai al otro mundo departida. Mas al amor que simper os he mostrado, e bien consideros mi ha incitado. Porque cargos honrosos pretendimos, y ser en opinión gran tenidos. Pius que negar al mundo no podimos haber sido sujetos y vencidos. Y en esto averiguarnos no querimos, estando onde spanos oprimidos. Meger fura esa furia ejecutela, contra el fiero enemigo en la batalla. Que furor es el vustro, o arcanos que a perdición os leva sin sentio. Contra vustras entranas tenis manos. Y no contra el tirano, en resistio teniendo, tan a golpe a los cristianos volvis contra vosotros el cachillo, si gana de morir os ha movido, no si en tan bajo estado y abatido. Volved las armas y animo furioso e los pechos terquelos, que os han puesto en dura sujeción, con afrentoso partido. A to do el mundo manifesto, lanza de vos el yugo vergonzoso. Mostrad vustro valor y fueza en esto, no derrames la sangre del estado, que para redimirnos ha cuidado. No mi pesa de ver la lazanía de vustro corazón, antis mi esfuiza, mastimo questa vuestra valentia por mal gobierno albuin camino tuiza. Que, vuelta entre nosotros la porfia, digale vuestra patria consufuiza, corded, pews, si ha de ser de sa manera, esta vieja garganta la primera. Que esta flaca persona, adormentada de golpes de fortuna, no procura sino el agudo filo de una espada, pews no la acabitante desventura. Aquella vida es bien afortunada, quella temprana muerte la asegura, pero, a nuestro bien publico atendiendo, quiero decir en esto lo que entiendo. Per sois en valor y fortaleza, el cielo os igualó en el nacimiento, de lineage, de estado y de requisihizo a todos igual repartimiento. Y en singular por animo y grandes apadis tener del mundo el regimiento, quest gracioso don, no agradecido, nos ha al present te amino trado. En la virtud de vuestro brazo espero quepud en breve tiempo remedios, mas ha de haber un capitán primero que todos por el quieren gobernars. Est, será quin mas un gran madero sustentar, en el hombro sin paris, y peus que sois iguales en la suerte, procure cada cual de ser mas fuerte. Canto 2, Oct. 28 et Sec. The prominent Spaniards are sketched less clearly than the Indians, appealing apparently less powerfully to the poet's imagination. Yet the sketch of Garcia de Mendoza, the youthful commander of the expedition, appears exaggerated when it is remembered that he was a youth of 21, and that some of his actions showed a wisdom not beyond his years. But among the characters that appear in the poem, not the least conspicuous is Ursula himself. The references to his journeys and explorations throw an important sidelight on the early history of Chile. These references, moreover, show him as a champion of the more admirable features of civilization. He opposes the useless cruelty of his compatriots. He is humane towards the vanquished, proud to repel the indignities offered by the commander, religious but not fanatical. A knight of the Middle Ages, animated by a certain pride in enduring the hardships and facing the dangers presented by a barbarous enemy in an unexplored region. A chivalrous hero, but too sober-minded to be drawn into quixotic enterprises. Ursula presents the Araucanian heroes speaking to their countrymen as Spaniards might have spoken under similar circumstances. Evidently, his knowledge of them was too superficial to enable him to set forth their psychological peculiarities, but he makes their individuality distinct by descriptions of their dress. His lack of intimate knowledge of the Indian mind may be indicated by the fact that apart from geographical terms, he uses few words of a local origin or meaning, or that might not have been understood in Spain before the discovery of America. It is not merely descriptions of dress or of persons that certain critics have found admirable, but descriptions of events, of battles, as well. Considering this quality, however, there has existed a wide divergence of judgments, and the extreme unevenness of the poem suggests that some feature of it may be found to justify each view. The course of the narrative is here and there interrupted by the introduction of rhetorical speeches, and by reflections that seem to embody a philosophy or views of life, and these views indicate an uncheerful, if not a pessimistic, philosophy. In the fourth octave of the second canto, he announces that the most assured benefit of fortune is not to have ever had it. And in the first octave of the 26th canto, he finds that the coming of one good after another is very doubtful, while one evil after another is always certain. The time of prosperity was never lasting, and the time of misery has never ceased. This mournful note recurs frequently throughout the poem until the final lamentation of the last octave. But in certain passages, there are anticipations of the doctrine that prevailed in France 200 years later, the doctrine of the uncorrupted virtue of uncivilized society. This octave, the 13th of the 36th canto, is an indication. La sincera bondad, y la caricia de la sencilla gent de estas tierras, daban bien a entender quella codicia on no había penetrado aquellas sierras. Ni la maldad. El robo y la injusticia, alimento ordinario de las guerras entrada, en esta part habían halado, ni la ley natural inficionado. The marked attention given to Orlando Furioso in Spain in the 16th century made inevitable its influence on Ursula. This poem was twice translated into Spanish verse in the year 1549-1550 by Geronimo de Uría and Hernando de Alcocer, and later a prose translation was made by Vázquez de Contreras. 7 editions of Aria's translation were issued before 1564, and Ariosto appears to have been a principal source of Ercila's inspiration. But the vigorous and positive spirit of the Spaniard was not able to acquire the Italian's gifts of facility, grace, and fancy. A criticism of the style of L'Araucana is hardly involved in the purpose of the present writing. Concerning this subject, reliance must be placed on the judgment of Spanish critics, by whom one will find the excellences and defects of Ercila's verses sufficiently emphasized. There are stretches of dull and loose narration, but here and there are spirited verses, and octaves as fine as any found elsewhere in the Spanish language. But in this age of rapid movement, in these days of social impatience, 340 years after its publication, the reading of the poem is likely to be confined to persons who, on account of their nationality, or for other reasons, have a special interest in the romantic history of the Spanish conquest in Chile. It is on its quality as history that stress must be laid. Ercilla, to quote a French critic and un historian for voyer dans la Païsie, il manquait certes de sensibilité, de tendresse pour mieux dire, et c'est cela nous, la grande cause de son infériorité. Il n'y paraît avoir ressenti vivement que l'ivres brutale des combats. Il quitte la patrie sans un soupir, il la retrouve sans un transport. Il en a fait parler ni l'amour paternel, ni l'amour filial. Les amants et les époux qu'il met en scène sont des raisonneurs freuds, sententia et subtils, et est-il leur échappe par hasard, un cri passionné nous soit percevens l'h d'une plainte antique. In his Rhetorica Poetica, Barros Arana affirms that Ercilla describes with ardor the combats and naturally and correctly the localities, sketches regularly the characters, and puts beautiful speeches into the mouth of his heroes. But his work lacks the plan and the necessary unity of an epic to such a degree that instead of a poem it appears as a poetical history of the war it celebrates. But in spite of its shortcomings, there are few books that have been oftener printed, and, like the other great modern historical poems, it has enjoyed a very noteworthy popularity. Even in recent times, new and popular editions have appeared, and in the last half of the 19th century, Alexander Nicolas translated it into French prose, published at Paris in 2 volumes in 1869. It had already been translated into German by C.M. Winterling 38 years earlier. An abridged translation into French by Gilibert de Merlehiac appeared in 1824. The metrical translation of parts of the poem into English, published in the translation of Molina, S. Historia de Chile, Middletown, Con. 1808, hardly merits comment. The most striking success of the poem was achieved in Chile, where the people, ignorant of all the favorable and unfavorable contentions of the critics, have regarded it as their Iliad, celebrating the beginning of their national life. Ercila's apparent determination to belittle the achievements of the governor of Chile called forth the hechos de Don Garcia Hurtado de Mendoza, El Marqués de Canete, by Suárez de Figueroa, who, although not a Chilean, was induced to write on a Chilean topic. His work was an attempt to overtake and smother an advanced damaging report. Don Garcia, when in command of the expedition against the Araucanians, as already suggested, condemned Ercilla to death, a sentence later modified under the protests of persons who comprehended its injustice. After this incident, Don Garcia did not find either his leadership or his character glorified in L'Araucana. This was a source of regret not only to himself, but also to his family. He died in obscurity, and after this event, his relatives sought to rehabilitate his memory for posterity. They approached Dr. Cristobal Suárez de Figueroa, proposing that he should undertake the task, should become the eulogist of a person on whom an unfavorable verdict had already been pronounced. He accepted the proposal, and of the 7 books into which his work was divided, the first 3 treat of Don Garcia's campaigns in Chile. The others deal with his government as Viceroy of Peru, Mendana's expedition to the Solomon Islands, and the inglorious years of disgrace. In view of the judgments of history, Figueroa's extravagant panegyric appears absurd. It may be said in favor of the book that it presents papers or documents given to the author by the Mendoza family, which furnish details of the Viceroy's life not otherwise known. But, on the other hand, It deals with a country which Figueroa had not visited, and with conditions of which he was almost entirely ignorant, thus making inevitable an abnormal perspective and false emphasis. The book is, however, written in flowing and elegant language that is only rarely found in the historians of America. And in order to add interest to the work, the author introduced rhetorical descriptions of a country he had not seen and of battles that were scarcely referred to in the documents. Chapter 6. Arcila's Imitators. I. Pedro de Ona, Roman 2, Juan de Mendoza Monteagudo, Roman 3, Alvarez de Toledo, Roman 4, Diego de Santisteban Osorio. 1. The model set by Arcila in La Araucana was followed by later writers. Pedro de Ona acknowledged that he was an imitator of Arcila, and in Arauco de Mato he wrote of essentially the same series of events of the Araucanian War. But the two writers emphasized different phases of their subject. Arcila celebrated the heroism of the Indians and devoted little attention to the Spanish governor, who was at the same time the commander of the expedition against the Araucanians. Ona's hero, on the other hand, was Garcia Hurtado de Mendoza, the governor of Chile, who had become viceroy of Peru. Garcia de Mendoza's administration of Chile had fallen in the most critical period of the province. In the beginning of 1560, he was recalled from Chile by Philip Roman II and returned to Spain, where he apparently outlived the disfavor of the crown, for in 1590 he was sent back to America as viceroy of Peru. He was accompanied by his brilliant wife, Dona Teresa de Castro, who took 50 women with her to the capital. This year Ona took up his residence at the University of San Marcos, and his youthful and inexperienced mind was profoundly impressed by the glories of the viceregal court. He was greatly moved by the contrast it presented to the circumstances of his boyhood on the Chilean frontier, where the Indians were not counted as heroes, but as savages against whom one had constantly to be defended. At Lima, the center of Spanish life in South America, recalling the unpleasant circumstances of his early youth, it was natural that the dominant note of his poem should be a glorification of the Spanish leader, then occupying the exalted position of viceroy. Pedro de Ona was the first native Chilean to achieve distinction in the literature of his country. He was born in the town of Valdivia when it was merely a frontier post, garrisoned by about 40 soldiers. He was the eldest son of Captain Gregorio de Ona, who was a member of the garrison. The exact date of his birth is not known, but it belongs to the decade between 1560 and 1570. There appears to be no record stating the place where his childhood and youth were passed, or what were the circumstances of his early education. But on August 8, 1590, he was matriculated in the University of San Marcos in Lima. He must have had elsewhere preparatory instruction, for the entry in the university books is that he was matriculated for the Primer de Arts, took the oath of obedience to the rector, and presented certificates of examination. The next year he matriculated for the second course, and in 1592 for the third course. In the absence of any later matriculation in the arts, it is presumed that he left the university with the degree of bachelor. He then appears among the troops sent to put down an insurrection that had broken out in Quito. After his return from this expedition, he was matriculated in 1593 for the first course in theology, but it is not known how far he pursued his theological studies. 3 years later, in 1596, he published in Lima the primer part Del Arauco de Mato, and on the title page he sets himself down as licenciado. This was 2 years after Arcila's death. The writer of Arauco de Mato, like Arcila, not only narrated real events in the history of the conquest, but also introduced episodes that were the products of his imagination, and all were presented with a noteworthy facility of versification. But the real events of which Ona was able to treat did not in his time justify the term de Mato in his title. The historian Olivares affirms that Arauco may be said to be de Mato only in desire, since neither in Ona's time, nor for 200 years later had all the power of Spain been able to effect the subjugation. And Ona's treatment of the events in the process of this war of subjugation was cut short at the close of the first part of his poem, for the announced second part never appeared. Ona shared the religious views of the bulk of his countrymen. In fact, The only persons who showed a disposition to break with the church were the encomenderos, when they found the priests intervening to modify their treatment of the Indians. But Ona's devoutness was only such as conformed to the current sentiments of the more or less cultivated colonists. It was a phase of Spanish patriotism and presumed hostility to the English heretics. It presumed also that those who fell in conflict with the English, whatever may have been the real origin of the combat, fell in a holy cause. Another item in the mental furniture of Ona and those like him was the dogma of royal majesty, which involved attachment and devotion to the King of Spain, and ascribed to him all the virtues, and especially love for his subjects, in spite of his mental and moral incapacity and his subjection to corrupt favorites. It involved devotion, service, and sacrifice to an ideal that became farther and farther removed from the reality as one Spanish monarch succeeded another throughout the last half of the 16th and the whole of the 17th century. Proceeding from an author in this attitude of mind, the poem naturally became a very serious production, not defiled by any breath of humor. A later work of Pedro de Ona, which has come to light, appeared in connection with the celebration of the designation of the blessed Francisco Solano as patron of the city of Santiago. It is entitled Rio Lima, al Rio Tiber. This poem was printed in the beginning of Alonso Mendieta's edition of Diego de Cordoba's Vida, Virtudes y Milagros del Apóstol del Perú, LVP Fray Francisco Solano, which was published in Madrid in 1643. It is based on the account of Francisco Solano set forth in Cordoba's Vida, and other material drawn from the early history of the western coast of South America. Medina indicated his appreciation of it by printing it in the text of his Historia de la Literatura Colonial de Chile and designating it as the most interesting of the author's poems. And the poet himself he characterized as, without doubt, the greatest Chilean poet of the colonial period. At the end of his elaborate account, he pronounces a general judgment of the man and his work. As a man, the remembrance of his kindness, his simple and honorable character, his love of his country and family cannot but awaken profound sympathy. And as a poet, the verses of Arauco de Mato are destined to be remembered under their double aspect of history and of literature. After a long period, during which the name of Ona had passed from public notice, there appeared in Seville in 1639 a poem by him entitled El Ignacio de Cantabria, celebrating the founder of the Jesuits and setting forth the supernatural events which the poet's fancy associated with the spiritual life of his hero. At the same time, the author gives some account of the miracles that justified Ignacio's designation as a saint and presents certain theological dissertations. The action of the poem is clogged by the numerous descriptions of Ignacio's spiritual views and torments, and the poem itself is overloaded with the narration of events that involve supernatural beings. This later work indicates that with advancing years religious ideas became gradually the prepossession of Ona's mind. It shows, moreover, that he had effected a radical change in his system of versification. The verses of his first work ran without difficulty and without apparent effort, but in the last the writer weighed every phrase, sought for transpositions however violent they might be, parodied the poetic style, and polished his stanzas for 15 years. The poem appears not to have had a second edition, but it is said to have contributed much to enhance and confirm the poet's reputation in Europe. 2. In the course of his investigations in the National Library in Madrid Barros, Arana brought to light a poem in manuscript, belonging to the class of historical narrative poems already considered. There is in the manuscript no indication of the name of the writer, but it has been ascribed to Juan de Mendoza Monteagudo. The poem is divided into 11 cantos, containing a total of about 8,000 lines. It deals with the events and the period treated by Ursula, the wars between the Spaniards and the Araucanians. It is written in the form of verse used in La Araucana. Here is the author's announcement of his subject. La guerra envejecida y larga canto tan grave, tan prolaja y tan pesada que a un reino podroso y rico tanto latin la cerviz y quebrantada. Y en el discurso de ella también cuanto, han hecho memorable por la espada aquellos, que despecho del estado, el gran valor de Arauco, han sustentado. Los casos cantaré más señalados en el discurso, disto acontecidos, Entre los Españoles no cansados y los rebeldes indios invencios. 3. The expedition from Spain to America, commanded by General Diego Flores de Valdez, left Sanlúcar on September 25, 1580. It was organized to conduct Governor Alonso de Sotomayor to Chile. It consisted of 23 vessels, which carried about 600 soldiers and a large number of prospective settlers. Among the passengers was Alvarez de Toledo, who was destined to hold a conspicuous place among the colonists and to add El Purén Indemito to the literature of the Araucanian Wars. Toledo was born in Andalusia. Before he joined this expedition, he had visited Norway and had been a soldier in Flanders, and his experience had in a measure hardened him against the barbarities of Indian warfare. In spite of a threatening storm, the fleet put to sea at the time announced. When the storm had passed, 3 vessels had disappeared, and nearly all of their crews and passengers were lost. The damage suffered by the remaining vessels caused them to return to Cadiz for repairs. Of these, only 17 were found fit to continue the voyage. These finally left Cadiz on November 30. By desertion and disease, the number of soldiers was reduced to 520. Among these were officers who had won distinction in the campaigns in Flanders: Luis de Sotomayor, brother of the governor, Francisco del Campo, and Alonso Garcia Ramon. After they had suffered storms and equally exasperating calms for many long months, the surviving vessels reached the island of Santa Catalina, where they halted for recuperation. These were only 11. 6 had paid the toll of the ocean. With 8 vessels, Diego Flores de Valdez determined to carry out the plan of reaching Chile by way of the straits. Sotomayor determined, however, with the 3 other vessels to take his soldiers to the Rio de la Plata, and thence to cross the plains and go over the Andes to Chile. He lost one of his vessels in the Rio de la Plata, together with a quantity of clothing and other stores, but all persons on board were saved. Buenos Aires, at the time of Sotomayor's landing, had the appearance of a temporary camp. A settlement had been made at that point in 1535, but lack of food and the hostility of the Indians caused it to be abandoned in 1538, for the site of the present city of Asunción. 42 years later, in 1580, the abandoned site was reoccupied under the leadership of Juan de Garay, and this new town had entered upon the 3rd year of its existence when Sotomayor and his troops arrived. The horses that had been abandoned there nearly 50 years earlier had multiplied rapidly, and now furnished the animals needed for the trip across the continent. Wishing to assume the government of Chile as early as possible, Sotomayor, accompanied by 8 persons, set out in advance of his troops, who were left to follow under the command of his brother Luis. He arrived at San Juan in the province of Cuyo on April 12, 1583, and on the 29th of the same month he reached the city of Mendoza. In this province, then within the jurisdiction of Chile, he was received as governor. The mountain pass was already closed with snow, and Sotomayor was obliged to remain in Cuyo until September. In the meantime, the troops, those who had not been induced to desert, about 400, were en route across the Pampas, where they suffered great privation from lack of food and through ignorance of the way. They arrived in Mendoza on August 15. They came without shoes and so nearly naked, as Sotomayor wrote to the king, that it broke my heart to see them. From Mendoza, Sotomayor sent 2 messengers over the Andes in July, the midwinter of the south, with confidential communications for the Cabildo of Santiago. The mission was designed to set aside the internal confusion and conflicts that had arisen concerning the encomendero's right to the labor of the Indians. It carried to Chile the governor's appointment of 5 persons to take over the government of the province and conduct it until Sotomayor's arrival at Santiago. Then, without waiting for the snow to disappear from the pass, he crossed the mountains in the last days of September, and immediately on arriving at Santiago, he sent Pedro de Lisburger to Lima with an order from the king, requiring the Audiencia in the absence of the viceroy to send assistance to the impoverished and distressed colony. After his arrival in Chile, Toledo's time was so distributed that war, agriculture, and poetry each claimed a share. He became an alcalde of Chillán, acquired extensive lands stocked with sheep and cattle, and at least on one occasion he suffered the not uncommon experience of having his estate plundered, his cattle driven off, and his herdsmen and shepherds captured. This loss naturally inflamed his desire to see the campaigns against the Indians carried on with energy, and added zeal to his own participation. In one attack, he was felled by a blow on the head that caused him to be unconscious for an hour, and to remain for a period without any recollection of the events of the conflict. Later, he was engaged in the Battle of Yumbel, a detailed account of which he has given in his writings. Holding the rank of captain, Alvarez de Toledo had part in numerous encounters with the Indians. He appeared also in the conflict between Cavendish's men and the Spaniards on the coast of Chile. In passing through, the Strait of Magellan, Cavendish discovered the moribund remnant of the colony Sarmiento had left in that inhospitable region, and took on board one of the colonists named Fernando in order that he might serve as a guide. Fernando finally betrayed the English, in spite of all his deep and damnable oaths which he had made continually to our general, and all his company never to forsake him, to die on his side before he would be false. For when Cavendish landed 50 or 60 men on the coast of Chile, at the Bay of Quintero, in search of wood, Fernando led them into a position where they were surprised and attacked by 200 Spaniards. Before Cavendish's men were able to regain their ships, 12 of them were killed by the Spaniards. That Fernando was held as a prisoner by heretics has been advanced as a justification of his deception, in spite of the fact that his removal from the settlement by the strait saved his life. Toledo, who was one of the 200 members of the attacking party, has celebrated the event in his Araucana. Governor Alonso de Sotomayor appointed Toledo High Constable in 1590. In this period, the tranquility of the Spanish settlers was greatly disturbed by renewed hostilities on the part of the Araucanians, whose raids were extended into regions that had been occupied by towns and villages of Europeans. Toledo was alcalde of Chillán when that city was plundered and destroyed by the cacique Quilican in 1599. On this occasion, Toledo was absent, and to this fact is probably due the preservation of his life. After he had recovered from the shock caused by the news of this disaster, he hastened to Chillán and joined a force that went in pursuit of the Indians, under the command of Tomás de Oliveira, and was later engaged in other campaigns. In 1600, Alvarez de Toledo married Geronima de Lemos. At that time, he was living as an encomendero, or the proprietor, of an estate in the country near San Juan de la Frontera, where he died on August 3, 1633, leaving his estancia stocked with goats, sheep, and cattle. Other items of his property were 3 slaves and a vineyard inherited from his ancestors. Of Toledo's poem Araucana, only small fragments have been preserved, and the writer's reputation rests chiefly on the 24 cantos of El Purrein Indemito, written at least in part during the author's military service. It lacks most of the essential qualities of a poem, but is important as an historical document. Medina characterizes Alvarez de Toledo as simply a soldier who wrote verses with great facility, and who, without any pretension to divine inspiration, sets forth in an agreeable manner the conflict of arms in which he himself had figured, or of which he had received minute information from the accounts of his companions, narrated at night around campfires. He did not propose to present poetic inventions, episodes of the imagination, but to recount only real and accredited facts. His purpose was to write a chronicle in verse, and the product of his labor lacks the chief characteristics of an epic. In his 15,000 lines, the scene changes from Chile to Peru, from Santiago to Concepcion, from the banks of rivers to the somber depths of the forests of Araco, and from the strand of the open sea to the narrow valleys of the mountains. And throughout the narrative there is abundant evidence of the writer's memory of details, of the names of persons, of the exact time of events, and even of the color of horses. Some of his octaves are composed almost entirely of names, and are therefore practically unreadable, particularly when these names are of Araucanian persons or objects. The Araucana of Alvarez de Toledo is accepted as a credible historical narrative, and equal credibility is attributed to its continuation under the title of Purrein Indemito. 4. It was Ercila's fate to be imitated not only by writers of talent, but also by a stupid writer who essayed to continue or to complete his epic. This was Diego de Santisteban Osorio, who undertook a work that was designed to be written in the style of Ercila's poem, and to continue the story of the Indian War and Ursilla's part in it. It was called the fourth and fifth parts of La Araucana, but in every respect it falls far below its forerunner. Medina characterizes it as the production of a juvenile brain rendered enthusiastic by reading a masterpiece written by one intensely interested in his subject. Biographical knowledge of Santisteban Osorio is limited to a few facts: that he was born in León in Spain, that he published his principal work in 1597, and that he published another work on the Wars of the Knights of Malta and the capture of Rhodes. The continuation of La Araucana is composed of two parts, the first part embracing 13 cantos and the second part 20. One of the noteworthy features of Santisteban's work is the reckless mingling of the Virgin Mary and the characters of pagan mythology. Then, out of the depths of his imagination, the author calls forth a being whom he designates Kopalakan II. And in the course of the narrative one encounters Zoroaster, Dido, Semiramis, and Zenobia, not to mention less conspicuous ornaments of ancient history and mythology, and these are all jumbled together in obscure confusion. The independence, the stoicism and bravery that Ursilla found in the enemy do not appear in the Indians as presented by Santisteban Osorio. Here they are timid, shrinking, and brought into battle only by the employment of various incentives. The moral reflections with which the author introduces the several cantos are vapid dissertations on the instability of fortune. The strength and the passion which move heroes to action seem to appear to our author as mistakes of creation. These early, historical poems continued to impress their style upon later writers both in Spain and America, and to call American affairs to the attention of the people of Europe. Gabriel Lasso de la Vega wrote La Mexicana, published first in 1588 under the title of Cortés Valeroso. The theme of the poem on Chilean affairs was taken up by the stage in Spain. Algunas Hazanas de las Muchas de Don Garcia Hurtado de Mendoza was a mediocre work by a number of authors. Arauco de Mato by Lope de Vega had Ursilla as one of its characters. He appeared on the stage beating a drum. Other dramas dealing with the same general subject were Gobernador Prudente by Gaspar de Avila and Españoles en Chile by Francisco González de Bustos. In the drama by Bustos, the baptism of a prominent Indian chief, the impalement of Kopalakan, and the greatness of the family of Mendoza are presented as three of Spain's claims to distinction. Chapter 7. Juan de Castellanos. Besides Ursilla and his imitators, already mentioned, a number of other writers in verse appeared among the early chroniclers of South American affairs. The most noteworthy of these were Juan de Castellanos, of Tierra Firme, Martin del Barco Centenera, of Tucumán and Paraguay, and Pedro Peralta Barnuvo, of Peru. The position of Castellanos in relation to the literary history of New Granada or Colombia may be compared with that of Ursilla with respect to Chile. But the name of Castellanos in the New Granadan Catalogue is preceded by that of Jiménez de Quesada, the discoverer of the territory of the Chibchas and the founder of Bogotá. Quesada was born in Córdoba, but his boyhood was spent in Granada, where his father, Luis Jiménez de Quesada, was a judge. He studied law and was graduated with the title of licenciado. Under Governor Lugo, he was the chief judicial officer of the colony of Santa Marta, and from this post, he was advanced to the leadership of the expedition sent to explore the interior of the country. Having established a settlement on the plateau, August 6, 1538, he returned to Europe in 1539. His account of this expedition was called Compendio Historial. Lucas Fernández de Piedrahita, 1624–1688, affirms, in the prologo of his Historia General de las Conquistas del Nuevo Reino de Granada, that the manuscript of the Compendio Historial was sent to Spain, where he saw it in one of the libraries of Madrid. It is also reported that for many years it was in the possession of the National Library at Bogotá, and that the historian Antonio Plaza took it from the library about 1848 and used it in writing his history of New Granada. Moreover, that it was lost among Plaza's papers after that writer's death, which occurred in 1854. Parts of it are preserved in the quotations made from it by Plaza and Zamora. A few of these extracts have been reprinted by Vergara y Vergara in his Historia de la Literatura en Nueva Granada. The Epitome de la Conquista del Nuevo Reino, by Quesada, recently published by M. Jiménez de la Espada, is found to be different, at least in part, from the original Compendia Historial. The events of Quesada's march from the sea to the tableland, the coming of Benalcázar from the south, the appearance of Fetterman making his way through the wilderness from Venezuela, the meeting of the three captains, and the ceremonies attending the announcement and confirmation of Spain's claim to the land furnished themes fit for romances framed after the model of the Cid. The most noteworthy writer who made use of this material and presented it in verse was Juan de Castellanos, but his work, written in his old age, is rather a history than a romance. It is a metrical chronicle of the early history of New Granada. Castellanos was born in the little town of Alanis in the province of Seville, March 9, 1523. His father was Cristobal Sánchez Castellanos. He left Spain as a soldier, began his military career in Puerto Rico, and was later at Paria and in the islands of Trinidad and Cubagua. He was transferred to the island of Margarita after the earthquake, which caused all of the colonists of Cubagua to remove to Margarita. In 1550, he was living at Cabo de la Vila, and a little later he is known to have been at Santa Marta, where he remained until 1552. He was at Cartagena when that town was taken by pirates in 1559. While there, after his long experience as a soldier, he became a priest, at 39 or 40 years of age, and was appointed to be the treasurer of the cathedral, but he refused to accept this office and removed from the diocese. Finally, in 1561, he was established at Tunya as the parish priest. This position he held for 45 years, and during this period at least a part of his means of support was drawn from well-stocked grazing lands. At Tunya, he wrote his Elegies de Varones Illustres de las Indias, his swan song, as he described it at the beginning of his first canto. A cantos elegiacos, levanto con debles acentos vaz anciana, bien como blanco cisne, que con canto, su muerte solemniza y cercana. The time of his death is not known, but he was living in 1588, since in his writings he refers to events which occurred in that year, and his holographic will bears the date of 1606, when the author was 84 years old. The manuscript of the Historia del Nuevo Reino de Granada, by Castellanos, published for the first time by Antonio Paz y Melia in Madrid in 1886, was held by the monastery of Poblet for a considerable part of the 17th century. Piedrahita used it as well as Quesada's Compendio Historial de las Conquistas del Nuevo Reino de Granada. In fact, some part of Piedrahita's work appears as the verse of Castellanos reduced to prose. Castellanos' effective literary activity covers the 22 years between 1570 and 1592. During this period, at the end of which he was 70 years old, he composed the four parts of his chronicle, containing more than 150,000 lines, and another poem on the life, death, and miracles of San Diego de Alcalá, now apparently lost. Although Castellanos announced, in the preface of his Historia, his intention to write a fifth part, this design appears not to have been carried out. The parts in print, until recently, were three parts of the Elegies de Varones Illustres de Indias and the Historia. The first part treats of the discovery of the New World, together with the conquest of certain islands and a part of Tierra Firme. The second part has for its subject events connected with the exploration of Venezuela and the settlement of Cabo de la Vila and Santa Marta, while the third part narrates the happenings in the provinces of Papian and Cartagena from their discovery to the time of the author's writing. The fourth part is the history of New Granada from the time when the Spaniards first set foot on the soil. In determining the form, insofar as the verses are arranged into rhymed octaves, there appears to be no doubt that the poem of Ursula exerted a powerful influence. For in the preface to the Historia, Castellanos refers to the persons who, enamored of the sweetness of the verse with which Don Alonso de Ursula celebrated the Chilean wars, wished those of the north might be sung in the same measure. Castellanos' determination to act in accordance with these wishes was unfortunate. The verses are, indeed, in some cases felicitous, but the author was clearly competent to write well in prose, and, if this form of expression had been employed, he would have given a more satisfactory contribution to historical knowledge. It is affirmed, in fact, that he first composed his work in prose and spent 10 years in turning it into verse. if the purpose in this undertaking was to rival successfully Ursilla's literary effort. This also was unfortunate, for neither the excellence nor the fame of the elegies ever attained the standard of Lyricana. The opinion of the enthusiastic Colombian historian Vergara y Vergara does not coincide with this view. He was disposed to think of Castellanos as a great poet, and to regard him as superior to Ursilla. This is, however, the view of an indulgent and patriotic critic. Moreover, Acosta, also a Colombian, found that no other chronicler exceeded him in descriptions of the country or of skirmishes and encounters with the Indians, and particularly in picturing the impressions which traversing the land and going among the people they had to subdue made on the hardy and courageous conquistadores. Menéndez y Pello, referring to the plan of Castellanos' work, affirmed that it is not really a poem, not even a chronicle, but a vast collection of rhymed chronicles, in which one may distinguish as many poems as there are personages. But whoever has the time and the courage to enter into this forest will not count his severe labor a loss when he comes upon episodes such as the shipwreck of Licenciado Zuazo, or the dreadful story of Lope de Aguirre, Elegy Roman 14, or the charming description of the island of Margarita. The poetic quality of the several parts of the work differs greatly, the first part being superior to the rest. The poetic fire of the author burned lower with his advancing years. The last part of Castellanos, writings to appear in print, is the so-called Discurso del Capitán Francisco Drac, cut out of the third part of Elegies de Varones Illustres de Indias, and now, in 1921, published at Madrid by the Instituto Valencia de Don Juan. This third part of the Elegies deals with the history of Cartagena, and the pages extracted from the original manuscript contain a narrative of the events associated with Drake's capture of the city in 1586. They present as an introduction to the main theme some account of Drake's earlier adventures, particularly of his voyage around the world, 1577–1580. The motive for extracting these pages and making of them a separate document, and the complete history of its vicissitudes are unknown. Perhaps the censor was solicitous to keep from the public an attractive account of an enemy who had wrought such disaster in the Spanish colonies. But whatever may have been the cause of its long obscurity, its final public appearance in 227 clean pages is a source of great satisfaction to persons interested in the early literature of Spanish America. Chapter 8. La Argentina. Centenera S. historical poem called La Argentina deals with the events relating to Spanish colonization in the southeastern part of the continent. The first edition was published in Lisbon in 1602. Martin del Barco Centenera was born at Lograsan in Estremadura in 1535. It is reported, or it is a tradition, that he studied at Salamanca, but no positive record of the fact has been found at the university. When Juan Ortiz de Zárate was preparing his American venture, Centenera joined the expedition and obtained through the Council of the Indies the title of Archdeacon of the Church in Paraguay. The 5 vessels of Zárate's expedition sailed from Spain in October 1572 and on the 7th of the following January from the Cape Verde Islands. By a storm, one of the vessels was driven into the Bay of Rio Janeiro, and at a conference of the captains of the other vessels with some of the leaders of the expedition, it was decided to halt at Santa Catalina. On leaving Santa Catalina, near the end of October 1573, it was discovered that the expedition had lost 120 of its members by desertion and disease. Having entered the Rio de la Plata, the colonists remained for some months on the island of Martin Garcia and afterwards established a settlement called Zaratina de San Salvador. From this place, Centenera passed to Asuncion, where he arrived on the 8th of February, 1575. He began his ecclesiastical work at once, hearing confessions and preaching to the Spaniards. His labor with the Guaranis had to be postponed on account of his inability to use their language. The language of the Indians was more generally adopted by the Spaniards in Paraguay than in other colonies. Centenera joined the expedition against the Indians undertaken in 1579 by Juan de Garay, who at this time was exercising the functions of lieutenant governor and captain general, with authority delegated by Juan Torres de Vera y Aragon, the legitimate successor of Zárate. The 20th canto of La Argentina contains an account of this expedition. Early in 1580, Garay returned to Asuncion and prepared for the execution of his plan to re-establish Buenos Aires, and before his departure from Asuncion, he appointed Centinela protector of the Indians. At the same time, he petitioned the king to provide an appropriate salary for the office. The province of Rio de la Plata during these years gave evidence of the turbulent spirit that characterized it later. Opposition to Garay appeared both in Asuncion and in Santa Fe, based on the fact that the Viceroy of Peru had not recognized Garay's authority. A little later, Centinela obtained permission to go to Peru for 2 years. After his arrival at Chuquisaca, the Audiencia appointed him its chaplain. He held this post, however, for only a few months, and the next year he appeared occupying the position of vicar at Porco. In August 1581, Archbishop Toribio de Mogrovejo called his suffragan bishops to a council to be held in Lima and appointed Centinela one of the secretaries. The clergy of Cusco had brought charges against their bishop, Sebastián de Lartain, who wished to have the case considered by the council, but the archbishop decided to send it to Rome. Centinela took the side of Lartain, and by this act incurred the displeasure of Mogrovejo, with the consequent loss of his means of support. While under this embarrassment, the Bishop of Charcas appointed him his vicar, and the Inquisition constituted him its commissary for the district of Cochabamba. While in possession of this office, Juan Ruiz del Prado, the inspector of the Inquisition, appointed by Philip Roman II, arrived at Lima, and in August 1590, Centinela, in consequence of Prado's investigation, was removed from office and subjected to a fine of 200 pesos. In this year, Alonso Guerra, who had arrived in Asuncion as Bishop of Paraguay in 1585, was arrested and dispatched to Buenos Aires as a prisoner. The bishop's offense appears to have been a too rigorous pursuit of funds for the church and threatening to excommunicate the inhabitants of Asuncion for delay in paying the tithes. From Buenos Aires, Bishop Guerra went to Charcas, where the Audiencia rehabilitated him. Later, the king appointed him Bishop of Michoacán, where he died in 1594. The sentence removing Centinela from his position as commissary of the Inquisition made his further residence in Peru undesirable, and thus, after an absence of 9 years, he returned to Asuncion, where he arrived shortly after the popular uprising against Bishop Guerra. As the bishop had been expelled and the dean was dead, Archdeacon Centinela found himself the highest ecclesiastical dignitary in the province, and he became governor of the bishopric, the see being vacant. The date of his departure from Paraguay has not become known, and investigation has as yet thrown little light on the last years of his life. Ricardo Palma accepts as a fact that he died in Portugal in 1605, having returned to Europe after 24 years spent in America. Not much is known concerning the literary attainments of Centinela. As a priest, he must have known the Latin of the breviary, but there seems to be no evidence of an extensive knowledge of that language, since in all of his poem there is no indication of the least influence of the classical Latin poets, either in the conception, in the figures, or in the expressions. Even the locution of the poem, wanting in nobility and elegance, proves that the author was not familiar either with the good society or the good poets of his nation, although in one of the passages of his poem he manifests, Canto 24, the highest respect for the author of La Araucana. He had, however, a certain knowledge of Tasso and Petrarch. In the archives of the Indies there is a letter, without signature or date, ascribed by Trells to Centinela, in which the writer, addressing the king, says, "I have a complete history which, with the favor of your majesty, will be published. In it there is given an account of Rio de la Plata and of Peru." This reference is set down as the first mention of La Argentina. The writer affirms that this letter was written 15 years after he left Spain. If, therefore, Centinela was the author of the letter, it was written in 1587. 15 years later, the first edition of La Argentina appeared in Lisbon, 1602. The second edition was published in 1749 by González de Barcia in his Historiadores Primitivos, volume Roman III. The third is contained in Angelis, Colección de Obras y Documentos, etc., Madrid, 1836. A fourth appeared in the third volume of the reprint of Díaz de Guzmán's Historia Argentina, Buenos Aires, 1854. The fifth is in the reprint of 1900 of Angelis, Collection. In 1912, two separate facsimile reprints of the Lisbon edition of 1602 were published in Buenos Aires. One in the Biblioteca de la Junta de Historia y Numismática Americana, the other in the series Fuentes de la Historia Argentina. The former has biobibliographical notes by Enrique Pina and a critical study of the poem by J. M. Gutierrez, the latter notes by Carlos Navarro y Lamarca. Centenera presented no great characters, like those immortalized by Ursula. But Ursula was not an ecclesiastic. Centenera had entered the New World to contribute whatever power he possessed to the destruction of paganism, and any especially strong characters presenting themselves among the Indians naturally appeared to him as exaggerated manifestations of the evil he was commissioned to combat. His mission was to transform pagan heroic qualities into Christian virtues, and not to make them live in the admiration of later generations. What appealed to Ursula, the knight, as noble and worthy of honor, appeared to the archdeacon as something to be eliminated and forgotten. The expedition of Ortiz de Zeret, or the voyage from Sanlúcar to Santa Catalina, is described in the 8th canto. It was carried in 2 small and 3 larger vessels. In receiving his appointment as governor of Paraguay, Zeret had agreed to introduce into the colony a number of laborers as colonists, a quantity of arms, and also a large number of horses, cows, sheep, and goats within a period of 3 years. The greater part of the animals were to be brought from the ranges near Charcas and Tarija. The little fleet halted at Gomera, the Cape Verde Islands, and Santa Catalina, and on this passage from Santa Lucar and during the stay at Santa Catalina, the expedition lost 300 persons. Among the survivors was the Franciscan missionary, Luis Bolanos, who was the first to apply grammatical rules to the Guarani language, and the first dictionary of the language is attributed to him. In spite of storms, the voyage was fortunate until the vessels passed into the calm and heat of the tropics, where all suffered to such a degree that they would gladly have returned to Spain. But their sufferings were greatly intensified after they reached the island of Santa Catalina, where scores of Spaniards died of starvation. The 9th canto sets forth the horrors of this episode, and it is dedicated to Las Damas. El canto vuestro es, pues que contiene de damas y galines la queda. Centenera exposes the details of the famine, pointing out that every animal and reptile, however repugnant at first, was at last found to be as savory as the flesh of a kid. 4. La gran hambre prestaba salmorja. The extremes to which men were driven by hunger are narrated at length, the crimes committed to obtain food, and the unusual punishments meted out to the criminals who were detected. But many escaped detection. Some persons encountered a dog alone. They killed him immediately, and without waiting to have him well cooked or roasted, devoured him, in order to avoid being recognized as the offenders by the arrival of the owner. Another person, having stealthily entered an inn kept by 2 women, was apprehended by them. Then without pity they cut off his ears and nailed them up on the house, either for decoration or as a warning to other thieves. Recognizing that they had acted without justice, and that they ran a risk of being punished, they returned the ears to their owner accompanied by a quantity of food sent to shut up his mouth. Zeret, having determined to proceed to Rio de la Plata, sought from every source food to serve for the voyage, and in this search the Indians were deprived of whatever they possessed. By this, their goodwill was completely alienated. The incidents of the voyage and the landing constitute the theme of the 10th canto. The company had apparently not learned by their experience to view with calmness the varying phases of the sea, and when the sparkling waves rose to the stars, the women wept and the men uttered great cries, all assured that they were to be buried in the ocean. And after the storm had subsided, and they had approached the port of San Gabriel, a furious south wind arose, wrought havoc in the rigging of the vessels, and drove one of them upon the shore. Thus, after a day of joy, the passengers were overwhelmed in grief and agony. Canto 10 Oct. 14. Pilotos y maestros, marineros, grumets, pages, frails y soldados, mugers y muchachos, pasajeros, anda bandando voces my turbados. Having landed, after the storm, they found themselves among the Cherruas, who seemed to Centenera to possess qualities that entitled them to be ranked with the Araucanians. Canto 10, Oct. 27. La gente que aqui habita en esta parte charawajas se dicen, de gran brio e quin ha repartido el firo mart su fueza, su valor y pedirio. Es gent my crescida y animosa, empero sin labranza y cementera en guerras y batallas, bellicosa, asada y atrevida en gran manera. The Chariuas occupied the region between Maldonado and the Uruguay. They had met with hostility the earlier explorers of the Rio de la Plata, and they continued in hostile relations with the Europeans until they were finally exterminated in 1831. In an encounter between the forces of the chief Zapocan and Zarat soldiers, all but a few of the Spaniards were either killed or captured by the Indians. Centenera presents an abundance of details concerning this encounter and refers to the action of Zapocan's forces in the following spirited lines. Canto 11, Oct. 18. El Zapicano ejecido venía con trompas y bocinas resonando al sol la polverda obscuricia. La tierra del tropel está temblando de sangre el suelo teduci cubria. Y el Zapicano ejecido gritando, cantaba la victoria lastimosa contra la gente triste y dolorosa. La Argentina must be viewed in its two aspects, as poetry and history, and the passages illustrating these two phases are widely different in spirit, even when the unlike passages are both founded on a basis of facts. But in the poetic figures, there are fewer references to the fancies of pagan literature and mythology than may be found in the other poems with which Centenera's work may be compared. Now and then the writer's lamentations, raised to heaven because of the want and misery of the company, reveal the ecclesiastic and suggest passages of the Psalms. Volved con piedad, Sener, la mano dolios de los tristes afligidos, dolios de los niños inocentes, que gritan con sus ojos hechos fuentes, dolios de las tristes afligidas, que queden sin abrigo y compañía, también de las doncellas doloridas, que pierden a sus padres y alegría. From battles with the Indians in the region of Rio de la Plata, the founding of Buenos Aires by Juan de Garay, and the insurrection of the mestizos at Santa Fe, Centenera, in his later cantos, turned to happenings of his time on the western coast, to the exploits of Francis Drake, the earthquake of Arequipa, and the council at Lima called by Archbishop Mogrovejo. This change of subject appears to have been due to the writer's removal from the southeastern province to Peru. Drake had appeared about 5 years before this event, whence it may be presumed the very favorable opinion of him expressed in La Argentina was that entertained by at least a part of contemporary Peruvian society. Centenera found this English and noble cavalier, given to the art of the sea, a skillful pilot and sailor, a good soldier, astute, sagacious, discreet, courteous, well-bred, brave, magnanimous, and a good friend, but wanting in the greater and more necessary quality, que es el amor a Jesucristo. Centenera, as an ecclesiastic, was obliged by the spirit of the Spanish Church in the 16th century to make this limitation on the character of a Protestant. It is noteworthy, however, that he was able to discover so much excellence in a subject of the Babylonian woman. Still, this is partially accounted for when it is recalled that the Spaniards in America regarded their calamities, whether brought about by an English corsair or an earthquake, as a divinely directed punishment for their shortcomings. And in this view, the piratical agent of God might appear to stand nearer the throne of heaven than those who suffered the infliction. But they feared the invader not merely for his direct influence, but as well for the influence he might have in awakening the spirit of revolt among the Indians. In the beginning of the 23rd canto, Centenera expresses his wish to write of what he saw in Peru during the meetings of the council called by Archbishop Mogrovejo. This was the council that met on August 13, 1582, and held its last session on October 18, 1583. Its purpose was to reform the discipline of the Church and to correct the manners and customs of this part of the continent, but it was brought near to disruption through the introduction of a question in dispute between the bishop and canons of Cusco. But the council acquired a difficult task when it undertook to reform the dress of the women of Lima. It was the fashion for the women to appear in the streets, in the churches, and in other public places with their faces completely concealed by the rebozo. While protected by this veil, it was impossible for their identity to be observed or detected, whence arose numerous abuses and scandals. Centenera refers to their conduct. In the streets and the square, they place themselves at the windows, where it is a pleasure to see them, with their rich and very gay dresses, and whoever wishes may speak with them. They do not appear shy or severe, and listen to whomsoever wishes to flirt with them, and under their rebozos they utter their little nothings, with which they sometimes fool little boobies. A proposition in relation to the conduct of the women and their manner of dressing was brought before the council, which threatened with excommunication those who persisted in wearing the rebozo to conceal the face. Women should remain in their houses, or, if they appeared in public places, it should be with their faces uncovered. For the time being, the majority of the women preferred to remain in their houses, but a few of the rich, not objecting to the regulation, appeared in public unveiled, for it gave them an opportunity to display their jewels. The resolution of the council was, however, ineffective. The use of the rebozo as a veil was continued. But about 40 years later, the Marqués de Guadalcázar as viceroy, 1620–1629, issued a royal ordinance, providing that no woman of whatever state, quality, or condition she may be veiled with a manto or in any other manner while going on the streets of the city, or the Alameda or other public places, whether on foot or in a carriage or a sedan chair, or in balconies or windows, but that all shall be obliged to go with their faces uncovered, to the end that they may be seen and known, and the identity of each be recognized. The real character of La Argentina is that of a contemporary chronicle, and considering the breadth of his experience, the writer's serious mistake was that he adopted the form of verse instead of prose for communicating his experience and his observations. But in his dedication to the governor of Portugal, then united with Spain, Centenera affirms that he has written in verse, although poco polido y menos limado, in order that the Marqués de Castel Rodrigo, burdened with the grave affairs of the government, might read it with greater facility than the long and prolix histories he was accustomed to receive. The fact that it is written in verse is perhaps the principal reason for including it in a list with La Araucana. Moreover, like La Araucana, it deals with a colonial undertaking, the privations incident to a voyage from Spain, and conflicts with the Indians. Juan Maria Gutierrez finds its indisputable merit in the frank sincerity with which the author communicates what he saw and what he felt, and in this manner presented important data for the early history of Rio de la Plata. If one conceives of poetry not as the written metrical lines merely, but as these lines uttered orally, he will have no difficulty in answering the question critics have raised regarding the nature of the foregoing metrical compositions. In this view, the words written in measured lines may be compared with printed musical notes. These notes are not music, but only directions for the production of vocal or instrumental sounds or combinations of sounds, which constitute music. In like manner, the verses that stand on the printed page are indications of tone, accent, and rhythm, and poetry is the utterance of these verses in accordance with their proper indications. Endowed with a certain form and degree of cultivation, one may derive sensations akin to those enjoyed in listening to music, by reading the printed musical notes. And in the same way, by passing the eye silently over the printed verses, one may experience some of the emotions poetry is designed to awaken. But in neither case are the emotions experienced more than a faint shadow of those aroused by the voice of the skillful reader, or by the violinist or the orchestra. Poetry thus conceived is not the utterance of any distinct and exclusive body of ideas, or of ideas that cannot be expressed except in metrical language. There are no ideas set forth in the Iliad or in Childe Harold that cannot be expressed in prose, and the same may be said of La Araucana or Araco de Mato, treating not of the Trojan War, but of the war against the Araucanians. Exalted ideas, or striking images, or mere commonplace thoughts may be presented in prose, and verse possesses the same capacity. The main difference between them would, therefore, seem to be that in verse alone the words are selected so as to conform in their utterance to a prescribed measure. Inevitably, in different verses, there is a more or a less complete compliance with this rule. And this is characteristic of the verses in question, as well as of many other verses. But when the perfect verses of La Araucana or Araco de Mato are pronounced in their sonorous Spanish tones, there is no doubt that we have before us examples of poetry. Chapter 9. Writers on Chilean History, 1600–1650. I. Alonso González de Nájera. Roman 2. Francisco Núñez de Pine de Bascanon. Roman 3. Caro de Torres. Roman 4. Melchor Zafré de la Guila. V. Alonso de Oval. Roman 6. Miguel de Aguirre. Roman 7. Francisco Ponce de León. Roman 8. Diego de Rosales. Roman 9. Santiago de Tasillo. 1. At the beginning of the 17th century, 60 or 70 years after the occupation of Peru, New Granada, and the region of the Rio de la Plata and its tributaries, the Spanish colonies of South America had acquired their early form of organization. Peru was under the government of a viceroy, whose jurisdiction was nominally coextensive with Spain's possessions in South America. But in New Granada, Chile, and the southeastern provinces, other centralized governments had been established, subordinated to the viceroy in certain particulars and directly dependent on the king in other respects. The head of each of these subordinate governments was known as governor, captain general, or president, as one or another of his principal functions was considered. As governor, he was head of the civil administration. As captain general, he was chief of the army or the militia, and his title of president indicated his relation to the audiencia, a body that performed both administrative and judicial functions, and in case of a vacancy in the governor's office, exercised the chief executive power in the dependency. At that time, moreover, a number of towns had acquired sufficient importance to have local governments consisting of a cabildo, or council, composed of regidors and 2 alcaldes, the alcaldes serving as justices of the peace and local executives. The occupation of the several districts by the Spaniards was at first a military occupation. A large number of the settlers were primarily soldiers, and their settlements were largely garrison posts. In this respect, the beginning of the Spanish colonies in America presents a strong contrast with the British colonies, in which the colonists were almost all civilians. The political relations that existed among the Spanish colonies and the common dependence of the colonies on Spain presumed their possession of common ideas and purposes, and the writers who appeared in the different provinces generally observed affairs from a common point of view. The question of the time of their appearance deserves rather to be considered than the place of their residence. This is, of course, preeminently true of writers who were ecclesiastics. The Jesuits of Peru, New Granada, or Chile, for instance, wrote rather as Jesuits than as citizens of one province or another. The case of the soldier in this respect was not greatly different from that of the ecclesiastic, and in the first and middle period of the colonial history, the larger part of the writers who were not ecclesiastics were soldiers. The long intervals between the sailings of vessels from Spain to America, or from America to Spain, made it extremely difficult for the king and the Council of the Indies to have correct information concerning the affairs of the Spanish dependencies. If the colonists wished an unworthy official removed or legislation reformed, it was necessary to send an agent to Madrid to enlighten the king and to persuade him to order the desired change. The difficulties of securing reforms by this method were very great. The long waiting for the departure of a ship, the weary weeks of the voyage from Chile around Cape Horn or over the Andes, across the Argentine plains, and by ship from Buenos Aires, or by way of Peru and the Isthmus, the interminable delays in obtaining an audience with the king or the Council of the Indies, the years sometimes spent by the authorities in reaching a decision regarding the proposition, and then the similar waiting and delays in securing the transmission of the decrees to America. In case the question was found to be of sufficient importance to warrant action by the supreme government, priests were often found available for missions of this kind. For various reasons, they were presumed to be educated persons competent to present a case before the high authorities. They were supposed to have the confidence of the king, and it was assumed, in keeping with the rules of their profession, that they were not encumbered with families, and thus freer from bonds holding them to any given place than most secular persons. In the early part of the 17th century, the Chileans departed from this practice and selected a soldier, Alonso González de Nájera, to represent them before the king. Side note, Nájera es el Disengano y Reparo de la Guerra del Reino de Chile. González de Nájera arrived in Chile in 1601 and passed almost immediately into service on the frontier to a fort constructed on the Biobío. He remained 5 years in this service, and during this period, acquired extensive information concerning the most vital affairs of the province. In Madrid, he rendered to the authorities an account of his observations and experience, and in this manner set forth the conditions of society and the government in Chile. From Spain, he was sent to Italy, where he completed his work called El Disengano y Reparo de la Guerra del Reino de Chile. Regarding this work, he affirms that he has not written a history as a consecutive narrative, but reasoned opinions and discourses on the points most essential for the support of the conquest in the Kingdom of Chile. The title given by Nájera to his writing indicates his opinion that the directors of Chilean affairs had been deceived, and that he would undertake to show them their error. He presents a review of the state of the war and proposes the means that appear to him most suitable for terminating it. In inquiring into these means, he finds it especially important that the decree providing for the enslavement of the Araucanians should be maintained in force. Nájera's work was finally published in Madrid in 1866 in the volume 48 of the Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de España. 2. Among the soldiers of the early part of the 17th century who became writers, Francisco Núñez de Pinda y Bascuñán, a native of Chile, acquired a position of distinction. He was born in 1607. His father was a soldier, who for more than 40 years was engaged in military campaigns on the frontier. Francisco's school years prior to the age of 16 were passed in the house of the Jesuits at Arauco. During these years, he received instruction in Latin and such elements of philosophy as were then given in the schools. At the age of 16, he left the school and was given a place in a company of Spanish infantry. In a battle with the Indians, he was severely wounded and captured. During the 7 months of his captivity, his amiability and his friendly intercourse with the Indians immediately in charge of him saved him from the machinations of those who wished to take his life. He returned to the troops and was later promoted to the rank of Maister de Campo. After his long military service, he found himself in extreme poverty in the last years of his life. Finally, he received from the viceroy an appointment as corregidor in Peru, where he died in 1682, before he had derived any advantage from the office that had been conferred upon him. The anxieties of his old age and poverty appear to have been relieved by his recollection of the kindness he had received at the hands of his captors, and in this period he wrote of the adventures of his youth and of his reflections on the Spanish military system as applied in Chile. These were the general topics of his book called Cautiverio Feliz y Razón de las Guerras Dilatadas de Chile. This book was one of the works most extensively read in Chile and even in Peru during the colonial period. It contains a record of the honorable service of a valiant and faithful soldier, and was rendered especially attractive by the story of the author's captivity. But, in keeping with the spirit of his time, he departed from the plan of a simple narrative and undertook to impart moral and religious instruction and to make a display of erudition. This defect is recognized by Medina, who affirms that if the author had limited himself simply to relating in his admirably simple and true style the story of his adventures among the Indians of Arauco, his work would have merited a place in the literature of any of the most cultivated nations of any time. Still, he has been able to give a dramatic interest to his narrative by keeping alive in the reader's mind the inquiry whether Malacan, who promised to secure his escape, or the caciques who proposed to kill him, will be successful. One of the objects of the author in writing this book was to set forth the manner in which the war was conducted in Chile and the fate of those who became victims of the injustice committed in this war, and at the same time to show the causes that made the Araucanian War interminable. In this part of the work, he made use of his own experience, revealing by his narrative the repeated abuses and instances of neglect that contributed to keep the Indians on a war footing. This feature of the narrative throws an especially important light on the Spanish administration of Chilean affairs. Throughout the Cautiverio Feliz there are various passages in verse, some of which are translations from the poetical books of the Bible, or from Virgil, Horace, Ovid, or other poets, or are original verses written by Bascuñán. Izagüera calls attention to the fact that while in some of these original verses there are elevated ideas and a sublime conception, in almost none of them does the author sustain the elevation of thought to the end, and cites as an instance the sonnet to the Virgin on his release from captivity. At the first glance, he writes, one recognizes the notable difference between the last part, ordinary and commonplace in its conceptions, as well as disagreeable in its rhythm, and the rest of the composition, which is certainly beautiful and majestic. The following is the sonnet in question, Discurso v. Cap. Roman 14. Quin hei, senora, que valors quiera de vustro, santo nombre, que no alcance con lagrimas orando al primer lance, lo que impossible al tiempo persiera. Quien hei quen vustras manos si pusiera, Virgin Sagrada, en peligroso trance, quen al mayor trabajo no descanse, y su esperanza fin dichoso adquiera. Bien manifesto está en mi larga suerte, pues, que entre tantos barbaros contrasts quisistes libertarme de la muerte. Gracias os doy a fura de debates, estimando el favor, y si advirt, jamás imaginado entre rescates. Laustio. 3. When Caro de Torres undertook to write his Relación de los Servicios de Don Alonso de Sotomayor, he had the advantage of a full knowledge of his subject. He had long stood in intimate, friendly relations with the governor, and their similarity of inclinations and tastes had established between them bonds of respect and sympathy. Torres was born in Seville about the middle of the 16th century. His early studies were made in his native city, whence he passed to the University of Salamanca. From the university, which he left prematurely owing to a quarrel with other students, he entered the army, served in Italy under the Marqués de Santa Cruz, and in 1583 under the same leader played a gallant part in the campaign of the Azores. 2 years later, he was in Seville, where Viceroy Torres was preparing to depart to assume the duties of his office in Peru. Caro de Torres' adventurous spirit induced him to join the expedition. He arrived at Lima on the 30th of November, 1586. During the period of his military service, he found time to acquire knowledge of Spain's colonial enterprise in the Indies. The next year, Thomas Cavendish appeared in the Pacific, and Caro de Torres was a member of the expedition that was sent against him. A few months later, commissioners from Alonso de Sotomayor, the governor of Chile, arrived in Lima, requesting reinforcements for the defense of the Chilean coast and for proposed campaigns against the Araucanians. Responding to this request, the viceroy sent 2 companies of 500 soldiers each, under Luis de Carvajal and Fernando de Cordova. Caro de Torres, with the rank of captain, was the second in command of one of these companies, and during this campaign began the long-continued friendship between him and the governor Sotomayor. But shortly after this, the soldier of many adventures entered the order of St. Augustine. The success of Sotomayor's military enterprises secured his appointment to the post of governor, captain general, and president of the Royal Audiencia of Panama, where he was associated with Caro de Torres, and this association was maintained after Sotomayor returned to Spain. When Sotomayor was about to die, he charged his friend with the duty of watching over the interests of his family. Holding in memory this long and faithful friendship, and in possession of the documents relating to Sotomayor's political career, Caro de Torres wrote his Relación de los Servicios de Don Alonso de Sotomayor. The significance of this work is solely in the importance of the subject, in the fact that it involves in its narrative a large number of events relating to one of Chile's more distinguished governors. It deals with 3 phases of Sotomayor's life: his career before he became governor, his administration in Chile, and his activity as Governor General of Panama, together with his retirement in Spain, but all with a minimum of literary skill and method. About half of the bulk of the book consists of documents introduced into the text. These documents, while they interrupt the narrative, give a certain importance to the work. In 1629, 9 years after the appearance of the Relación, Caro de Torres published in Madrid an imposing folio on the Historia de las Órdenes Militares de Santiago, Calatrava y Alcantara, desde su fundación hasta el rey Don Felipe II, administrador perpetuo de ellas. In spite of the fact that this book would not seem to appeal to many persons, it met a noteworthy approval in its day, and added to the reputation of its author. 4. In Chile, the Araucanian Indians continued yet many decades to menace the security of Spanish settlers, and the campaigns against them continued to furnish a theme for writers. A product of this state of affairs was Melchor Zafre de Aguila's Compendio Historial del Descubrimiento, Conquista y Guerra del Reino de Chile. Aguila accompanied at his own expense the expedition to Peru led by Garcia Hurtado de Mendoza, after that officer had been appointed to the post of viceroy. On their arrival in America, the members of the expedition were discouraged by the bad news received concerning the attitude assumed by the Indians. Aguila joined the troops that were sent to Chile. He entered upon the campaign under an agreement with the viceroy that he would pay his own expenses, and that he might withdraw and return to Peru whenever he desired. Later, however, he sought from the king a certain remuneration for his services, preferably in the shape of a governmental office or the position of a corregidor. He had not only rendered military services, but, at his own expense, had caused supplies to be introduced into Concepcion to avert impending famine. At the time of his withdrawal from the campaign against the rebellious Indians, he had been wounded several times and had had one of his legs broken. In his retirement, he began to write of the events in which he had had part and those that had happened under his observation. In 1612, he was elected an alcalde in the Municipal Council of Santiago, and later, enjoying the confidence of Governor Ribera, he was entrusted with various public commissions. In March of the same year, 1612, a new policy respecting the Indians was proclaimed. It provided that the government should adopt a plan of defense, instead of continuing campaigns for invading Araucanian territory, and the river Biobio should be the boundary line between the territory of the Spaniards and that of the Indians. The Spaniards were to maintain their forces armed and equipped, but they were to be used only for defensive operations. Aguila, now an encomendero at Santiago, was the most vigorous opponent of this policy, and the Jesuit Valdivia, the most prominent advocate of it, complained of Aguila's opposition in his memorial to the king. In the years subsequent to his military activity, there is little known of the events of Aguila's life. But, after 40 years in Chile, he published in 1630 at Lima his Compendio Historial del Descubrimiento, Conquista y Guerra del Reino de Chile. 5. Alonso de Ovalle became more widely known than most of the early colonial historians, partly from the fact that his Historica, Relación del Reino de Chile, was one of the first Chilean books of which translations were published in Europe. The author was a son of Francisco Rodriguez del Manzano de Ovalle, who was the holder of an entailed estate in Salamanca, and who went to Chile in command of certain troops that had been equipped at Lisbon. On this expedition, he was accompanied by his cousin, Diego Valdez de la Vonda, who had been appointed governor of Buenos Aires. In Santiago, Rodriguez del Manzano de Ovalle married Maria Pastin, a daughter of Juan Bautista Pastin, recognized for his services under Valdivia. Two sons of this marriage, Alonso and Geronimo, born in the beginning of the 17th century, received instruction in the Jesuits' school. By reason of their wealth as compared with the majority of Santiago's primitive society, they were conspicuous figures in the town. They were noteworthy for their fine horses with rich trappings, their ostentatious dress, and the richness of their jewelry. The gentleness and docility of Alonso, his inclination to religious reflection, and his wealth naturally suggested to his Jesuit instructors the desirability of attracting him to enter the order. Their zeal in this matter was stimulated by the knowledge that Alonso's father was making arrangements to send him to Spain to take possession of the estate in Salamanca. The necessary steps for his initiation were hastily taken, and without the knowledge of his parents, he took the vows and assumed the obligations of the Jesuits. When the father learned of the son's act, he used every means to induce Alonso to withdraw from the order, and to persuade the provincial, Pedro de Onate, to surrender him, but all without any result that was satisfactory to the family. The Jesuit authorities, moreover, in order to avoid any attempt that might be made to rescue the novice, determined to send him to Cordoba, in the province of Tucumán. This project came to the knowledge of Alonso's relatives, who proposed to kidnap him on the journey over the Andes. But the Jesuits and their charges completely eluded the armed men sent to the mountain pass to intercept them. At Cordoba, Alonso continued his studies, and at the end of his novitiate, he was ordered to return to Santiago. Soon after his arrival in Chile, he was ordained priest and entered with zeal upon the work of his ministry. He undertook the moral and religious instruction of the Negroes, and on Sundays preached in the public square of the town. He also went as a missionary to the Indians in various parts of Chile and had unrealized projects of more extensive work when the authorities of his order directed him to take up the duties of a professor of philosophy. A little later, he was appointed rector of the Seminario at Santiago. His reputation for learning and religious devotion increased, and when a few years later, it became necessary to treat with the general of the society concerning questions relating to the vice province of Chile, the members of the order in Chile resolved unanimously to send Alonso de Oval to Rome. He undertook the journey by way of Lima and Panama. At Lima, he found that his reputation as a preacher and an orator had preceded him, and the people pressed with gratification to hear him. His presence later in Rome awakened a desire, even in the higher classes, to see him and to listen to his preaching. Towards the propositions of the Chilean Jesuits, the general assumed a favorable attitude, and the business of the mission was accomplished without opposition. From Italy, Oval went to Madrid, where he was received by the monarch. While in Spain, he published 2 minor productions. One of these was called Relación de los Países, which was later embodied in his History of Chile. Another was Memorial y Carta, designed to attract priests to the missionary field of Chile. A serious difficulty encountered in this enterprise was the profound ignorance that prevailed in all classes in Spain concerning Chile. At this time, 80 or 90 years after the settlement of the colony, Chile occupied an insignificant place in Spanish affairs. There were great patches of the population where even the name of Chile was unknown. It may, perhaps, be assumed that the Historica Relación was written to abate this ignorance. The manuscript was submitted for publication on the occasion of Oval's second visit to Rome. The author writes as if addressing readers who were entirely ignorant of his subject. He treats extensively of the natural features of the country, the soil, the rivers, the lakes, and the mountains. He presents statistics of agricultural products, of the output of the mines, of the plants, fishes, and birds. A striking characteristic of the Historica Relación is the indication it furnishes of the author's superstition, his credulity concerning the reported miracles wrought by the image of the Virgin, and by divine interference and predestination, where later generations have seen merely a physical or worldly cause. The extreme to which he is led in this direction, and the large number of miracles he discovers in the course of events, detract greatly from the historical character of his work. This quality persuaded the English translator to conclude his translation with the death of Coppola Khan. For in the course of the narrative, so many superstitious notions are inculcated, so many improbable miracles are set forth as the basis of great undertakings, and the entire work is so thoroughly permeated by a monkish spirit, that it would rather condemn than recommend a project for its publication. In spite of these defects, the translator finds the work so admirably performed that it may be a model for most relations of that kind. The author's plan of his work is set forth in his preface, where he announces the principal topics of the several books. The first and second books will show the natural state of the Kingdom of Chile, both as to its climate and products. The third will describe the qualities of its first inhabitants. The fourth and fifth will describe the first entrance of the Spaniards into it and the conquest of it by them. The sixth will contain the various events of the war. The seventh will show the first means of peace attempted by Father Luis de Valdivia. The last, the first means of planting the Christian faith and its propagation among the Indians. But Oval's experience in the mountains that look down upon the agreeable valley of central Chile called him back from his visions of a fictitious spiritual world, and inspired him to present views of nature in its most imposing forms. Passing along narrow trails, on the edge of horrible precipices, descending into the shadows of deep wooded canyons, in the presence of roaring mountain torrents throwing clouds of mist into the clear air. His mysticism was for the moment clarified into a sober conception of the universal creator. But ordinarily, he was so profoundly impressed by the wonderful and incomprehensible in nature and the course of events that he found it apparently impossible to carry on his narrative, without interrupting it here and there, to tell the story of some miraculous manifestation. Montalvo affirms that he did not know how to treat of the earth without introducing into his narrative the events of heaven. The excellence of Oval's style doubtless suggested the fitness of his work for translation. It also persuaded the Royal Spanish Academy to place it in the list of works quoted for illustration in the Academy's Diccionario de la Lengua Castellana. In 1646, Oval was in Rome, attending the 6th General Congregation of the Jesuits in his capacity as procurador of the Vice Province of Chile. This year, he published his Historica Relacion, which the same year appeared in an Italian translation. The English translation was first printed in 1703. From Rome, Oval returned to Spain, where he assembled the 16 priests who were to accompany him to America. 4 years after the publication of his Historica Relacion, in 1650, he embarked for Chile by way of Panama. At Payta, not meeting there the ship he expected to take him to Callao, he set out overland for Lima, over an almost trackless region and across the sandy wastes of the desert-like coastlands, with little preparation for meeting his need of food and water. He arrived in Lima suffering under a violent fever, from which he died a few days later. Oval's fantastic interpretations of the scriptures, as witnessed, among many instances, by his notion that the gold of Ophir was brought from Peru and Chile by Solomon's fleet, did not prevent him from writing clearly and rationally about the events of Chilean history. In the following paragraph, he describes the destruction of Concepcion by Lautaro and his Araucanians. Misfortunes seldom come alone, and so it happened to this afflicted city, which, instead of receiving comfort from the approaching day, no sooner did it appear, when the noise of drums and trumpets gave a warm alarm of the enemy being at hand. Here the confusion increased, for now the concern was not for the loss of others, but for everyone's own safety, the danger threatening them so immediately. There was nothing but disorder, no counsel nor resolution being to be found in the wisest. They could not defend themselves, because they were overpowered in numbers by the enemy, and the retreat, though necessary, was difficult, because of the approach of the Indians. In this hard conflict, at last, the resolution that prevailed was to abandon the city without pretending to save anything but their lives. They leave the city then, and all the gold they had got together in such quantities. They go out in long files, the mothers helping their little children along. The way that they undertook was to the city of St. Diego, a long one, in which many rivers were to be crossed, and hard passes to be gone through. This labor was accompanied with the perpetual fright of the enemy pursuing them. Who can relate the hardships of hunger and other sufferings through so long a tract of mountains, deserts, and uninhabited countries? How the women, the children, the old men could bear the fatigue, we must leave to imagination to represent the true idea of these misfortunes. Let us, therefore, return to the Indians. The Spaniards had hardly made an end of abandoning the city when the Indians entered it, and not being able to execute their rage upon the inhabitants, they did it upon the houses, to which they set fire, and consumed them to the very foundation, killing even the very animals which the Spaniards left behind them. Thus was lost the city most abounding in gold and situated in the most populous part of the Indian country. For it is said, there were not less than 100,000 Indians with their families, who were all employed in gathering gold for the Spaniards, whom they enriched to that degree that Pedro de Valdivia, if he had lived, would have had 50,000 crowns of gold a year, and others 20 and 30,000. 6. About the middle of the 17th century, a friar of the Augustinian order, Miguel de Aguirre, became conspicuous at Lima not only as the author of the Poblacion de Valdivia, but also as a devotee of the Virgin of Copacabana. He was born at Chuquisaca and took his religious vows very early. In 1641 he appeared at Lima and entered the monastery of his order in that city, and became there professor of arts and theology. The distinction achieved by his lectures caused him to be appointed to a professorship in the University of San Marcos. He became also censor of the Inquisition. Pedro de Toledo y Leiva, Marqués de Mansura, 1639–1648, was then the viceroy of Peru. In order to provide defense against the threatened invasion of the Dutch, he imposed various taxes and called upon certain institutions to make contributions. Aguirre was present at a meeting of the University of San Marcos on October 10, 1641, called to reply to the viceroy's letter. Mansura's plans comprehended the building of a wall about Lima and equipping a number of warships to be sent to the coast of Chile. The defense appeared to be especially necessary in view of the fact that the Dutch had taken possession of Valdivia and intended to establish themselves within the limits of Chilean territory. The viceroy fitted out a squadron of 12 vessels, carrying 1,800 men and 188 guns. These vessels set sail on December 31, 1644, and arrived at their destination on the 6th of February, 1645, but before their arrival the enemy had departed. The minute knowledge of the enterprise displayed by Aguirre in his Población de Valdivia, Lima, 1647, has suggested that, with other ecclesiastics, he was a member of the expedition. In fact, his known advisory relation to the viceroy has given a certain support to the opinion that he occupied an official position. For 3 years longer, until the end of Mansura's term in 1648, Aguirre continued to perform his professorial duties at the university, and when he resigned in that year, it was probably in anticipation of his accompanying the viceroy to Spain. For in 1650 Mansura left Lima for Madrid, taking Aguirre with him as his confessor. Aguirre, for his religious consolation, and in order to be fortified against possible ill fortune on the voyage, took with him an image of Nuestra Senora de Copacabana. He proposed, moreover, to establish in Europe the cult of Our Lady of Copacabana, in which the Indians about Lake Titicaca had appeared to find a large measure of religious satisfaction. Soon after Aguirre arrived in Madrid, Monsignor Gitano, the apostolical nuncio in Spain, appointed him his confessor, and the Supreme Tribunal of the Inquisition nominated him to be one of its members. From Madrid, Aguirre went to Rome in 1655 as general procurador of the province of Peru, and in spite of all of his other cares and occupations, he kept in mind his purpose to propagate devotion to the Virgin of Copacabana, and the American Virgin was set up with an elaborate ceremony in the Augustinian Hospicio of San Ildefonso. One part of this ceremony was an inaugural mass. Before he left Rome, the image of the American Virgin and her cult had been established at several places in the city. Aguirre remained in Rome about a year and died in Madrid in 1664. Although an advocate of devotion to the Virgin of Copacabana, he was in reality more than this. He was a writer to whom his contemporaries attributed great erudition. It is said, however, that his extensive reading in the classics and the Latin ecclesiastical writings had caused him to dislike the Spanish language, and even limited his power to use it in its most approved form. His work, called Población de Valdivia, was far removed from subjects that engrossed his attention during the greater part of his active years. It sets forth the dangers to which the southern coast of Chile was exposed from foreign invasion, narrates the history of the various Dutch and English expeditions during the preceding century, gives an account of the preparations for defense made by the different governors, and tells the story of the town of Valdivia, its conflicts with the Indians, and the negotiations had with them. But the method of treatment and the entire lack of literary skill displayed in the composition have rendered an attractive subject devoid of all interest. 7. Another friar who wrote on Chile and Chilean affairs in the middle of the 17th century was Francisco Ponce de Leon. His descent from the noble houses of Arcos and Medina Sidonia gave him special consideration, and in the official service of his order, the Order of Mercy, he had an opportunity to visit various parts of South America. The most noteworthy of his expeditions was his missionary journey into the valley of the Marañón, where without stipend of any sort, he spent 3 years preaching to various tribes of Indians. He performed important official functions as a member of his order and as a commissary of the Inquisition. Later, by the favor of the viceroy, Diego Fernández de Córdoba, Marqués de Guadalcázar, 1623–1629, he was appointed general chaplain of the military and naval forces, and served for 5 years in this capacity in Chile. His principal literary production was Descripción del Reino de Chile, de sus puertos, caladas, y sitio de Valdivia, which was published in Madrid in 1644. He wrote also Conquistas y Poblaciones del Marañón, but he was not able to secure its publication. Another descriptive work on Chile was called Mapa de Chile, and was attributed to a Franciscan friar named Gregorio de Leon. It is said to have been printed, but no verification of this statement is at hand. In the same class as the foregoing are the anonymous Descripción y Cosas Notables del Reino de Chile and Miguel de Oliveria's Informe sobre el Reino de Chile, sus indios y sus guerras. This last-mentioned paper covers 3 topics, presenting a description of the cities, the characteristics and condition of the Indians, and finally a brief account of the history of Chile and its governors. 2 other historical documents belonging to this period may be noted: a Relación, written circa 1607 and still in Ms. by Tomás de Oliveira, and Discursos sobre la Centinela del Reino de Chile by Andrés Méndez. The latter was published in Lima in 1641. The policy of the European inhabitants of Chile respecting the Indians, before the end of the 16th century, was simply to subdue them. With the beginning of the 17th century, it became necessary to review this policy. The Indians had not been conquered. In fact, many of the towns and military posts established by the Spaniards had been swept away. The settlers had either fled or been destroyed, and whatever property they had accumulated had been lost. 2 main questions had to be considered. Should the Spaniards persist in the war for conquest? And what should be the treatment of the Indians captured or under Spanish domination? The encomenderos were in favor of holding them as slaves, but another party advocated a more humane policy and the adoption of an attitude of military defense. Opinions and discussions on these questions determined the political atmosphere of Chile in the first half of the 17th century. There were formed certain definite propositions: that the Indians should be released from personal servitude or slavery, but that the existing relation should be maintained for 2 years, a period to be used in collecting voluntary laborers; that during this period all work in the mines should be suspended, and there should be paid to the Indians elsewhere engaged a daily wage, fixed beforehand, for their labor; that a new rule respecting tribute should be published; that the Indian prisoners held as slaves should be liberated, but that the 300 held in Lima should remain there until the end of the war; and that negotiations should be undertaken with the view of introducing Negroes to replace the Indians. Although these recommendations received the enthusiastic approval of the Viceroy, it was found to be impossible to carry them out in Chile. Many of the Indians, if left free, were averse to labor of any kind under any conditions. The encomenderos resisted every attempt to liberate them. Still, the Audiencia of Chile, when it was established in 1609, was instructed to abolish the personal service of the Indians. This order, however, brought a reaction against the movement for emancipation, and this reaction found a vigorous supporter in Francisco Lazo de la Vega when he became governor of Chile in 1629. He was an old soldier who saw a remedy for the unfortunate condition of affairs only in the exercise of a sufficient amount of force to bring the Indians into subjection, and consequently repudiated the plan of a defensive war. The practical discussion of the relation of the Spaniards to the Indians awakened an interest in the Indian languages and promoted a study of their grammar. The principal investigators in this field were the Jesuit priests. Among these, Luis de Valdivia was the most prominent in the affairs of Chile. He was a member of the commission that framed the regulations providing for the abolition of personal service. He had, moreover, advocated the reduction of military operations to a war of defense, in which troops should be maintained, armed, and equipped in such force as might be necessary, and the Jesuits were charged to carry instruction in Christian doctrine to the Indians. The Jesuit, Luis de Valdivia, as Visitador General of the province of Chile, was commissioned to act with the governor in an effort to carry out the new policy. Luis de Valdivia arrived in Chile in 1593 with Gabriel de Vega, Fernando Aguilera, Baltasar de Pinas, and others, who constituted the first group of Jesuits to visit that province. In 1622, he returned to Spain. During the period of his retirement, he wrote, in addition to other things, a Historia de la Provincia Castellana de la Sociedad de Jesus and Varons Illustres de la Sociedad. Later, a grammar and a dictionary of the Lengua Alentiac, and composed a treatise in that language on Christian doctrine. 8. The Marqués de Bades, 1639–1646, sought to establish peaceful relations with the Indians by friendly conferences and treaties. In these conferences, parlamentos, Padre Diego de Rosales, rendered the governor noteworthy assistance. This priest of the Society of Jesus won marked distinction not merely for his untiring missionary labors among the Indians of the frontier, but also for the excellence of his Historia General del Reino de Chile. Considering the absorbing character of his practical activity, whether as missionary or in contributing to the execution of the government's Indian policy, one has ground for surprise that the author found time for the production of a work that indicates an extensive use of documents, particularly in the first of its 2 volumes. This volume treats of the civil or secular events and is divided into 10 books, of which the first is devoted to the primitive inhabitants of Chile and to the early period of Spanish settlement. The second book presents in greater detail the history of the different expeditions to the coast of Chile made by Spanish seamen and by foreign adventurers, giving an account also of the natural products of the territory, whether of value in industry or serviceable in medicine. The attention given to the geography of the country was apparently encouraged by the decree issued in Madrid on December 30, 1633, requiring the governors to make maps of the several provinces, showing their temples, fruits, mines, herds, and fortifications, and indicating clearly and briefly the Indians and Spaniards in each. From the 3rd to the 10th book, inclusive Rosales presents an account of the political events of Chile down to the administration of Governor Antonio de Acuna y Cabrera, 1648–1656. In treating of events prior to his own time, he says, "He escrito muchas cosas por noticias de papals y relations, but en adelante escribiré lo que he visto y tocado con las manos." Near the end of this part, the manuscript shows lack of a careful final revision and closes as abruptly as if pages had been torn off. The second volume is entitled Conquista Espiritual de Chile. Its subject is not the general history of Chile, not even a general account of the spread of Christian doctrine, but a collection of biographical sketches of the Jesuits who had flourished in Chile prior to the date of the author's writing. A theme in itself much less interesting, and infinitely poorer in execution than the general history of the kingdom. And it is rendered obscure by the interminable narration of extraordinary and unheard-of marvels attributed by the Jesuit padre to his associates in the mission or in the cloister, and clothed in language without distinction, often low, almost always trivial. And this volume, like the first, is incomplete. But in spite of its general views respecting Chilean affairs, it illustrates to a certain extent the native manners and customs by its account of the circumstances of the missionaries on their peregrinations among the Indians. The events of Rosales' life were not greatly unlike the events in the lives of other persons subject to the regime of the Jesuits in America. He was born in the beginning of the 17th century, entered the society in 1620, was sent to Peru, and subsequently to Chile. He became rector of the college at Concepcion. As procurador of the vice province of Chile, he was sent to Rome and Madrid. After his return to Chile, he was charged with the affairs of the vice province from 1662 to 1665. He became vice-provincial in 1670. 9. There is only a limited known record of facts concerning the life of Santiago de Tassilo. In 1624, he appeared in Peru as a soldier, a member of the garrison of Callao, and it devolved upon the company to which he belonged to repel the Dutch, who that year proposed to land on the coast. 4 years later, he was promoted to be a sergeant and sent to Chile. After his arrival in Chile, he attained the rank of captain, and for somewhat more than 2 years, he was associated with his chief in the capacity of secretary. Later, Governor Francisco de Menezes entrusted him with the confidential task of writing his defense in reply to charges against him that had been presented to the government at Lima. This appeared under the title Restauración del Estado de Arauco, y otros progresos militares conseguidos por las armas de Lima, 1665. But the friendly relation between the governor and Tassilo was ultimately changed to one of hostility, and Tassilo was banished to a frontier fort. In 1670, he was living at Concepcion, and he is supposed to have died 3 or 4 years later at the age of about 70. His principal work, Guerra de Chile, Causas de su Duración, Medios para su fin, was completed in 1641 and published in Madrid in 1647. Its title suggests that the author proposed to treat his theme philosophically, and thus initiate a departure from the chronicle-like writings of his predecessors. Medina finds in the book certain observations that reveal an elevated spirit, a judicial character, judgments on men and affairs, and views more or less developed concerning military operations, described from year to year from the beginning of Lazo de la Vega's administration to the arrival of his successor. In spite of its title, the characteristics of a chronicle are thus seen to be distinctive features of some part of the work. And, like most of the chronicles of the colonies, it fails to maintain a just perspective of the subject, extensive accounts being sometimes given of unimportant events, while events of greater importance suffer comparative neglect. Still, Tassilo is not merely a writer of chronicles. He set forth the causes of movements, reasons for the continuation of the war, the interests of the two belligerents, their conflicts, their methods of warfare, the marching of the troops, the astuteness of the Indians, and all this is done with striking impartiality. Chapter 10. Writers of Peru and New Granada, 1600–1650. I. Juan Bautista Aguilar, Roman 2. Francisco Vázquez and Toribio de Ortigara, Roman 3. Cristóbal de Acuna, Roman 4. Diego de Torres Ballo, V. Antonio de la Calancha, Roman 6. Bernabé Cobo, Roman 7. Alonso Mejia Venegas, Roman 8. Pedro Simón, Roman 9. Rodriguez Fresel and Alonso Garzón de Tajust, ex Pedro Fernández de Quiros, Gobio de Victoria, and Fernando Montesinos. 1. Writers of Peru and New Granada in the first half of the 17th century had no single absorbing topic, such as the Araucanian War provided for the Chileans. Their attention was attracted by the abuses which the Indians suffered under hard masters, the exploration of the Amazon, the development of the religious orders, and the various phases of progress in the colonies. Juan Bautista Aguilar was one of those who appeared as defenders of the Indians. Their need of defense grew partly out of the fact that in Peru the Indians were less warlike than the Araucanians of Chile. They had been cowed by the rule of the Incas, the encomenderos, and the corregidors, and in many cases, even the clergy and their concubines, taking advantage of a gentle-spirited people, imposed grievous burdens upon them. Aguilar was archdeacon of the Cathedral of Arequipa, and in 1615 published, in folio, the Restauración y Reparo del Perú. In this work, and in a report which he sent to the king 8 years later, he set forth the unfortunate state of the Indians, their needs, and the scandalous treatment of them by the corregidors, who enriched themselves by defrauding the Indians of their property, and by employing them as laborers with little or no compensation. This report was later sent from Spain to Peru, and Aguilar caused it to be printed together with communications from many prelates commending it. But the Spanish government in America, maintaining a certain esprit de corps, tolerated the notorious extortions of the corregidors, and remained generally unmoved by appeals for a more humane treatment of the natives. 2. The most notorious events associated with the discovery and exploration of the Amazon were those connected with the expedition of Ursua in 1560, embracing the conspiracy and revolt of Lope de Aguirre, the projected creation of an independent state under the nominal headship of Fernando de Guzmán, the tyrannical domination of the expedition by Aguirre after the murder of Ursua and other members of the company, and the riotous pillaging of Venezuelan towns. A reliable narration of these events is the Relación Verdadera de todo lo que sucedió en la jornada de Amagua y Dorado, written by el Bacalar Francisco Vázquez, who was a soldier of the expedition, but who refused to take the oath of allegiance to Fernando de Guzmán, or alienate himself from the Kingdom of Castile, or renounce his loyalty to the king. Having served in this company until his escape from it at Margarita, Vázquez wrote with personal knowledge of the events he describes. His title of Bacalar and the form of his narrative indicate that, although a private soldier, he possessed a degree of cultivation superior to that acquired by the majority of his comrades. His account was still in manuscript when Ballart translated Simon's Sixta Noticia Historial, which contained the history of Ursua's expedition. From it, Simon derived the principal part of his information on the subject in question, and he did not hesitate to copy considerable parts of it and present them as his own in his Conquistas de Tierra Firme. Another account of Ursua's expedition is found in Toribio de Ortigara's Jornada del Rio Maranon. This is more extensive than Vasquez's narrative, and two of its chapters deal with the expedition of Gonzalo Pizarro and Orellana. Like the narrative by Vasquez, it remained many years in manuscript, but is now readily accessible in the Nueva Biblioteca de Autores Espanyols. Other narratives of Ursua's expedition are found in Castellanos, Elegies de Varones Illustres de las Indias, Part 1, Elegia Roman 14, and in Piedrahíta's Historia General del Nuevo Reino de Granada. The following paragraph is Francisco Vasquez's description of Lope de Aguirre. The tyrant Lope de Aguirre was a man about 50 years old, small of stature and of an insignificant presence, ugly, with a small and emaciated face. Eyes, which, if he looked fixedly, were restless in their sockets, especially when he was offended. He had a keen and active mind for an unlettered person. He was a Biscayan, and, according to his statement, was born at Onate in the province of Guipuzcoa. He was, however, unable to find out who his parents were, more definitely than what he communicated in a letter which he wrote to King Philip, in which he affirmed that he was an hidalgo. But judging him by his acts, he appears so cruel and perverse that there was not found or could be observed in him any goodness or virtue. He was turbulent and determined, particularly with his followers. He was a great sufferer from certain difficulties, especially as to sleeping, so that during all the time of his tyrannical rule he was seldom seen to sleep. Except during a brief period in the day, he was always found awake. He walked much, and always burdened with considerable weight. He carried continually many arms on his back, went about often wearing 2 heavy coats of mail, with a sword, a dagger, and steel helmet, and carrying an arquebuse or a lance in his hand. At other times he wore a breastplate. He was naturally an enemy of the good and virtuous, and thus all virtuous and saintly acts appeared to him as bad. He was a friend and companion of low and vile men, and if one was a thief or had a bad character or was cruel, he was all the more Aguirre's friend. He was always cautious, inconstant, false, and a deceiver. He was seldom known to tell the truth, and never or very seldom kept his word. He was vicious, lustful, gluttonous withal, and often overcome with wine. He was a bad Christian, a Lutheran heretic or worse, for he did and said the things we have told in this narrative, the killing of priests, friars, women, and innocent persons for no fault, and without giving them an opportunity to confess, although they requested it and preparations had been made. He had as a common vice commending his soul and body to the devil, mentioning his head, his legs, his arms, and all members. He never spoke a word without blasphemy and cursing God and his saints. He neither knew how to speak well nor spoke well of anybody, not even of his friends. He was a defamer of everything, and finally there was no vice that was not represented in his person. 3. 80 years after Ursua's expedition, Padre Cristobal de Acuna made the journey of the Amazon and recorded the results of his observations and inquiries. Immediately before undertaking this voyage, Padre Acuna was the rector of the Jesuits' college at Cuenca. The occasion of this journey was offered by the appearance in Quito of the officers of the expedition organized by Governor Noronha of Pará. The commander of the expedition was Pedro de Teixeira, who arrived in Quito in 1638. He remained in that city 11 months, while the bulk of the personnel of the expedition continued in camp near Avila. The viceroy finally offered the needed supplies and ordered Teixeira and his followers to go back to Pará by the way they came. He also ordered 2 Jesuits, on their way to Spain, to accompany the expedition as far as Pará. These were Cristobal de Acuna and Andrés Ardieta. El Nuevo Descubrimiento del Gran Río de las Amazonas was written by Acuna under orders he had received to make careful observations, to set down the names of the Indian tribes, to give an account of their manners and customs, to note the rivers flowing into the Amazon, and to describe the natural products of the country bordering on the river. The information gathered, he was required to report to the Council of the Indies, and it was contained in a volume published in Madrid in 1641. When this voyage was undertaken, Portugal was still united to Spain, but before the book was issued, this connection had been dissolved. Referring to this subject, Sir Clements R. Markham, following the French translator, says, "The wretched government of Philip Roman IV, terrified lest the Portuguese should take advantage of any information contained in Acuna's book, and forgetting that Texera and all his officers knew quite as much about the Amazons as the Spanish priest, ordered every copy of the work to be immediately and effectually destroyed. It has consequently become exceedingly scarce. Acuna was born at Burgos in 1597. In 1612, at the age of 15, he entered the order of the Jesuits and later was sent to America. Shortly after his arrival in South America, he became rector of the Jesuits' College at Cuenca de Quito. He was called from this position for the journey from Quito to Pará, which lasted about 11 months, from January 16, 1639 to December 12 following. While waiting at Pará for a ship to take him to Spain, he wrote his Nuevo Descubrimiento, and after its publication in Madrid in 1640, we find him at Rome as provincial of the Jesuits. Later, he returned to America, where he was appointed calificador, or censor, for the Inquisition. He was living in Lima in 1675 and died there in that year. In writing this account of the great river of the Amazons, Acuna recognized that he was not the first to make this journey. He was aware that Orellana and Lope de Aguirre had preceded him. He referred also to various other attempts that had failed. In making clear and apparently well-grounded statements of physical conditions, as they doubtless appeared to him, the author at the same time shows an inclination to accept as true the marvelous tales that were told him. His mind received calmly the story of a nation of dwarfs as small as little children, and another story of a people who all have their feet turned the wrong way, so that a person who did not know them, in following their footsteps, would always walk away from them. He finds, moreover, the proofs of the existence of the province of the Amazons on this river are so numerous and so strong that it would be a want of common faith not to give them credit. There is no saying more common than that these women inhabit a province on the river, and it is not credible that a lie could have been spread throughout so many languages and so many nations with such an appearance of truth. The Amazon women are of great valor, and they have always preserved themselves without the ordinary intercourse with men. And even when these, by agreement, come every year to their land, they receive them with arms in their hands, such as bows and arrows, which they brandish about for some time, until they are satisfied that the Indians come with peaceful intentions. They then drop their arms and go down to the canoes of their guests, where each one chooses the hammock that is nearest at hand, these being the beds in which they sleep. They then take them to their houses, and, hanging them in a place where their owners know them, they receive the Indians as guests for a few days. After this, the Indians return to their own country, repeating these visits every year at the same season. The daughters who are born from this intercourse are preserved and brought up by the Amazons themselves, as they are destined to inherit their valor and the customs of the nation, but it is not so certain what they do with the sons. 4. Torres Ballo and Calancha were two important writers who dealt extensively with the progress of the religious orders. Diego de Torres Ballo's known achievement in reorganizing and administering Jesuit affairs in America contributed to the popularity of his Historia del Perú. The most striking feature of his practical activity was the creation of 3 Jesuit provinces out of the hitherto existing single province of Peru. The last third of the 16th century and the first third of the 17th century were his effective years. He was born in 1550 at Villalpando in Old Castile. He studied at Salamanca and was later sent to Madrid to enter upon a mercantile career for which he seemed to find himself unfitted. He therefore withdrew from this undertaking and was admitted to the Order of the Jesuits in 1573. In 1581, he went to Peru. At that time, he had already become a priest, and the next year he was appointed superior of the Jesuit establishment at Juli. Earlier, that institution had been held to be only a mission, but Torres caused it to be transformed into a permanent residence of the order. He remained in Juli about 3 years and was afterwards appointed rector of the college at Quito. On his arrival at Quito, he found the inhabitants in revolt as a protest against taxes imposed by Viceroy Garcia Hurtado de Mendoza. Torres' service in allaying the disturbance was recognized by the king in a decree dated August 18, 1593. His residence in Quito was, however, short, for he was called to the College of Potosi and held there the post of rector until 1599. In that year, he was appointed to accompany the visitador, or inspector, of the province on his tour of inspection. The next year, he was elected by the provincial congregation at Lima to the office of procurador and proceeded to Rome and Madrid. At Madrid, he received the favor of the king and of the Duke de Lerma. Taking advantage of this favorable reception, he used his influence to secure certain reforms in American affairs. The abolition of the decree which forbade the planting of vines in America and ordered the destruction of those that had already been planted. The establishment of a college for the sons of caciques in each bishopric of the Indies. The foundation of a college at Salamanca for the education of sons of American nobles. And also the creation of the Jesuit provinces of Nueva Granada and Paraguay. Returning from Spain, he arrived at Lima on the 22nd of November, 1604, accompanied by 50 Jesuits to be distributed among the 3 provinces. The Inspector Pease, with whom Torres had been associated, had been appointed provincial, and Torres was now sent to New Granada to organize the newly created province. On this journey, he visited the religious house at Cartagena, which he had founded in returning from Europe, and at Bogotá he created the establishment called Santa Clara. After 3 years spent in New Granada, visiting various parts of the country, he returned to Lima in 1607, and then went to the region of the southeast to organize the province of Paraguay. This province was made to embrace Chile besides Tucumán and the region about the great rivers that flow into the Rio de la Plata, but Chile soon acquired a measure of independence as a vice-province. He continued his labors as provincial until 1618, when he retired to Buenos Aires. Later he was called to Chuquisaca, and died there August 8, 1638. Torres' practical achievements established his reputation during his lifetime, and his writings have contributed to maintain the memory of his distinction in later generations. His principal work was Comentarios del Perú, Breve Relación del Fruto Quasi Reca de los Indios, which appeared first in Italian, Rome, 1603, and immediately afterwards in Spanish, Latin, French, and German. He is sometimes referred to as having also written a Historia del Perú y de los acontecimientos notables aquecidos en los últimos años, but this is really the same work as the one quoted above. His other writings, though less well known, are important as historical sources. 5. Among the historians of the first part of the 17th century who wrote on the affairs of Peru, Antonio de la Calancha occupies a place of special prominence. He was born in 1584 in Chuquisaca. His father was Captain Francisco de la Calancha, a Spaniard. His mother was a Creole. At the age of 14, he became a member of the Augustinian order in his native city. About the same time, Miguel de Aguirre, the author of Población de Valdivia, was born in Chuquisaca and also adopted the habit of the Augustinians. From the monastery, Calancha went to the Augustinian College of San Ildefonso in Lima. Throughout his life, the monastery, either in Lima or elsewhere, remained the principal center of his activity, from which he went out almost daily to preach and to confess nuns. He was prior in Trujillo when that city was ruined by the earthquake of February 14, 1619. Later, he held a similar office in Lima. Calancha's principal and most widely known work is the first volume of the Crónica Moralizada del Orden de S. Agustín en el Perú. It was published in Barcelona in 1639. A second volume was completed about 1653, and the next year the author died suddenly at the age of 70. Under the title of Histoire du Perú, a French translation of the first volume appeared in Toulouse in 1653. Calancha's first volume embraces the history of the Augustinian order in South America during nearly 100 years following 1551. The founding of monasteries of the order in Peru, Ecuador, New Granada, and Chile, the succession of priors, and the monks and nuns who were distinguished by their labors or their virtues. It deals, moreover, with the topography and natural products of the country, with the antiquities and traditions of the Inca Empire, with the events of the conquest and the internal conflicts of the invaders. The history of the Augustinians in Peru begins with the landing of 12 friars at Callao near the end of May, 1551. A month later, these friars were installed in a house purchased with funds from the royal treasury. Besides his inquiries in ecclesiastical history, Calancha was attracted to the study of astrology, from which he presumed to indicate the forces determining the general character of different aggregations of inhabitants within his horizon. Here is the diagnosis of the inhabitants of Potosi. In Potosi, the signs of Libra and Venus predominate, and thus most of those who live there incline to be covetous, friends of music and festivities, zealous in the pursuit of riches, and somewhat given to lust. Their planets are Jupiter and Mercury. The latter inclines them to be wise, prudent, and intelligent in their trade and exchanges, and by Jupiter to be magnanimous and of liberal minds. The delusions of his age were naturally shared by Calancha. His faith, his superstitions, and his disposition to see the law of nature set aside in a miracle at any moment seemed to men of this more critical century incompatible with his evident learning and intellectual ability. Yet with all these qualities that seemed to indicate a certain mental simplicity, he wrote a great narrative. The 922 double-column folio pages of the first volume, barring the record of the delusions and superstitions of his times, do not suggest weakness, but remain as a monument of intellectual vigor. 6. The natural history of America is especially emphasized by Bernabé Cobo in his Historia del Nuevo Mundo. This work consists of 3 parts, each part divided into a number of books. The 14 books of the first part deal with the universe in general, the geography of Peru, the animal kingdom, plants, fishes, birds, insects, reptiles, and quadrupeds, the animals and plants introduced by the Spaniards and their increase, the nature, condition, and customs of the Indians, particularly the Indians of Peru. The second part, in 15 books, contains an account of the discovery and occupation of the provinces of Peru, the governors, the viceroys, the rule of the Spaniards, and the conduct of the government with respect to the Indians, a description of Peru and a description of America outside of Peru. The third part deals chiefly with Mexico, the conquest and the general character of the country, the governors, the foundation of the city of Mexico, and the dependent islands as far as the Philippines. The Historia del Nuevo Mundo, edited by Marcos Jimenez de la Espada, was published in 4 volumes, 1890-1895, at Seville. Extracts from it had already been printed in Madrid and in Lima. These were a Descripción del Perú, edited by Antonio José Cavanilles in the Annals de Historia Natural, that was issued at Madrid between 1799 and 1804, and Historia de Lima, edited by Manuel González de la Rosa in the first volume of the Colección de Historiadores del Perú. Cobo had prepared himself for his somewhat ambitious undertaking by his studies at the Jesuit College at Lima, by keeping in mind his plan for many years, and by persistent and systematic observations and inquiries during his many and extensive journeys. He was born in La Pero, a town of Jaén in Spain, in 1582. He left Spain for America in 1596. He was carried away on the current of emigration, moved by the desire for adventure and wealth that set strongly towards Peru in the last half of the 16th century. He visited the Antilles and Venezuela and arrived at Lima in the beginning of 1599. Through the influence of a Jesuit whom he met on the voyage from Panama to Callao, he obtained a scholarship and entered the College of San Martin. 15 years later, in 1615, having been admitted to the society, he was sent to Juli, and for 3 years was engaged in missionary work at Potosi, Cochabamba, and La Paz. From 1618 to 1621, he was rector of the college at Arequipa, and afterwards, for 5 years, resided at the house of the Jesuits in Pisco. From 1627 to 1630, he was the rector of the college at Callao, but at the end of this service, he was sent to Mexico, where he remained for 20 years. At a date not known with certainty, he returned to Lima and died there on the 9th of October, 1657, at the age of 75. During the 61 years of his residence in America, he gathered the detailed information that was embodied in his Historia, which, with the exception of the fragments already mentioned, remained in manuscript 250 years. In the 7th chapter of the Historia de Lima, Cobo gives a glimpse of the valley of the Rimac, as it appeared to him about 100 years after the conquest. The river of Lima is the larger. The other is called Caraguelo, and rises in the province of Canta, in the general Cordillera, about 20 leagues from the sea, into which it empties 2 leagues from the mouth of the river of Lima. The irrigating ditches that lead out from these two rivers are innumerable. They are distributed throughout the valley. Some are so big at their beginnings that they appear to be rivers of considerable volume, which draw their water from the river of Lima. We call them ditches of Surco because they lead to a town of that name, the lands of which they irrigate, as well as those of 3 other towns, and altogether more than 40 estates or ranches of Spaniards, residents of this city, and there is among them an estate comprising 2 leagues of land. Through the efficiency of these canals or ditches, which develop and fertilize the country, it is at all times green, pleasant, and delightful, offering to the view a fresh and serene spring. And all the country estates have houses whither the residents of Lima were accustomed to go for recreation, without misgivings lest rain might disturb their fiestas and pleasures, for it never rains. They add greatly to the beauty of the valley. Especially are very marked the freshness and verdure, which the olive trees, the plantains, and the cane fields give to it. The innumerable gardens of fruit trees, such as orange, quince, pomegranate, and fig, vineyards and orchards with all kinds of the fruits of the country and of Spain, the palms from afar seem to dominate the other trees, and the alfalfa fields with their perpetual and luxuriant freshness beautify all the environs of the city. They are so extensive that they occupy a good part of this level region, for the alfalfa is the common fodder of the horses and other work animals of the city and country, so that this city has very agreeable surroundings on all sides. 7. The most numerous of the Jesuit writings were the Cartas Annuas, or reports from the several districts concerning the work of the Jesuits and the most important general events of the period covered, the Vidas de Varons Illustres, or the lives of distinguished Jesuits, and Cartas de Edificación. Padre Alonso Mejia Venegas, Historia de los Varons Insignes de la Provincia del Perú de la Compañía de Jesús, is a conspicuous instance of the writings of the second class. The author was born in Seville in 1557, went to Peru with the family of Count Villar. The viceroy, in 1585, was educated under Jesuit influence and entered the order, became the procurador of Peru, and subsequently was appointed the rector of the college in Cusco. In the execution of his duties as procurador, he went to Rome and Madrid, and on his return to America, served as rector of the college at Potosi. It was Venegas who carried to Europe samples of quina, which had already been administered with beneficial results to the Condesa de Chinchon, wife of the viceroy. For a period of 3 years, from 1637 to 1640, Venegas was established at the College of San Pablo. Viceroy Mansura suspected him of being the author of certain reports sent to Spain, describing acts of the viceroy as arbitrary and unjust, and expelled him from Peru. A year later, the really guilty person having been discovered, the order of expulsion was revoked. Venegas then returned to the College of San Pablo, where he died October 17, 1649. Another teacher and writer of Lima, whose death occurred at Portobello 20 years later than that of Venegas, was Juan de Urquiza. He had been engaged for 24 years in the College of Lima, and during this period, he wrote Tractatus de Profundissima Scientia and Relación de la Fundación de la Real Audiencia del Cusco. The second of these documents was published in Madrid in 1795. 8. An instance of long-delayed publication is offered by that part of Pedro Simon's work, which now forms the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th volumes of his Noticias Historiales de las Conquistas de Tierra Firme en las Indias Occidentales, written in the first half of the 17th century and printed in the last decade of the 19th century. Simon was born at Parilla, near Cuenca, in Spain, in 1574, and began writing in 1623 at the age of 49. He was educated in the monastery of San Francisco de Cartagena in Spain, and was sent to South America in 1604 to teach theology and the arts. The early part of Simon's career in New Granada thus fell in the long incumbency of President Juan de Borja, 1605–1626, whom he accompanied in the campaign against the Pijaus Indians. The first part of his Noticias Historiales dealt with the history of the early explorations of the territory now claimed by Venezuela, and is based largely on information gathered on a journey through that region. Embarking at Coro, he visited the Antilles and returned to Bogotá. Among other places reached in his travels were Antioquia, Cartagena, and Santa Marta. During these journeys, he collected much of the material for his narrative directly from persons who participated in the events in question, or who had lived near enough to them to hear and remember the current tales about them. Other sources were the writings of Castellanos and a manuscript of Bachelar Francisco Vázquez. Indeed, page after page of Simón is transcribed word for word from the manuscript of Vázquez. Still another source of information from which Simón may have drawn was Ortigara's manuscript account of the expedition down the Marañón, which does not differ essentially from that of Vázquez. The narration of the events of this expedition constitutes the most noteworthy section of the first part of Simón's work. The 4 volumes more recently published treat of the discoveries made through the Valley of the Magdalena, together with the discoveries, explorations, and early history of the regions about Cartagena, Papión, Antioquia, and Choco. Simón's account of the death of the bloodthirsty Lope de Aguirre furnishes an indication of the general characteristics of our author's style, and a suggestion of the voluminous details of his narratives. The Meister del Campo, seeing that he had the victory in his own hands, dispatched a mounted messenger to inform the governor and others as to the satisfactory state of affairs, and then marched straight on Aguirre's quarters. The traitor, on seeing that he had been abandoned by all except Lamoso, asked him why he had not gone with the rest and taken advantage of the king's pardon. Lamoso replied that he and Aguirre had been friends in life, and that he would live or die with him. Aguirre made no reply. He was crestfallen and lost. He went into an apartment where his daughter was, who was now a woman in company with another female, named Teralva, of Molina de Aragon in Castile, who had come from Peru in company with the traders. She cannot have been of great age, for in 1612 I saw her. She was then very young in the city of Barquisimeto. The devil instigated Aguirre to kill his daughter, so as to crown all his cruel acts with this most bloody and unnatural one, that of the destruction of his own flesh and blood. He said to her, "Commend thyself to God, my daughter, for I am about to kill thee, that thou mayest not be pointed at with scorn, nor be in the power of anyone who may call thee the daughter of a traitor." Torralva tried to save the girl, and even managed to take the loaded arquebuse from the hands of the father, which he was about to fire at his victim. But Aguirre had a poniard, and with it he took her life. Having done this, he rushed to the door of the apartment. But when he perceived that the king's forces were upon him, his very hands lost the power of firing off his arquebuse at them, so as to sell his life dearly. And in the most dejected manner, he threw all his arms on the ground, and went and leant upon a miserable barbacoa or bed place that was in the room opposite that in which he had killed his daughter. One of the first to enter before the Meister del Campo was one Ledesme, a sword cutler and inhabitant of Tucuyo, who, when he saw Garcia de Perdes enter, thinking to make himself of importance, said, "Here I have Aguirre as my prisoner." The traitor replied, "I do not give myself up to such a villain as you," and perceiving Perdes, said, "Senor Meister del Campo, I beg that you, who are a caballero, will respect my rank, and listen, for I have many important things to say, for the good of the king's service." Garcia de Perdes replied that he should be respected, but some of Aguirre's former soldiers, fearing if he were allowed to live it might go hard with them, for he might reveal what they had done during the expedition, persuaded the Meister del Campo that the best, safest, and most honorable course was to cut off his head at once, and before the governor's arrival. This view of the case was not displeasing to the Meister del Campo, and so he told Aguirre to prepare himself for death, and commanded 2 of his own Marañons to shoot him down with their arquebuses. This they did at once, and the traitor fell dead at their feet. A soldier named Custodio Hernandez now fell upon the dead body, and, by order of the Meister del Campo, cut the head off, and taking hold of the hair, which was very long, he brought it out to show it to the governor, who was just arriving thinking to do him honor. 9. A striking little book of this period, but published later, is Conquista y Descubrimiento del Nuevo Reino de Granada by Rodriguez Fresel, sometimes referred to as El Carnero. It was written in the first half of the 17th century between April 1636 and June 1638, but it was not printed until 1859. The author was born in Bogotá April 25, 1566. His father was one of the conquistadores of the country. For a time, he was in the service of Alonso Pérez de Salazar, a judge of the Audiencia of his native city, and he accompanied him to Spain when he was promoted to be fiscal of the Council of the Indies. His patron died, however, 6 months after his appointment, and Rodriguez Fresel was left, as he said, como hijo de oidor muerto. He was left in poverty and remained 6 years in Spain. After his return to New Granada, he was engaged in agriculture, but there appears to be little information extant concerning the success of his undertakings in this field, or, in fact, concerning the later years of his life, and the date of his death is unknown. For a brief period of his later life, beginning the day he completed his 70th year, he was occupied in writing his chronicle. Vergara refers to the author's style as natural y correcto, animatissimo a las vices. No writer of his time excelled him in the local flavor which he knew how to give to his lively narrative. 2 works by Alonso Garzón de Tajast, belonging properly to this period, were lost as manuscripts. They were Sucesión de Prelados y Jueces Seculars del Nuevo Reino de Granada and Historia Antigua de las Chipchas. The first of these existed in 2 copies, one in Madrid, used by Piedrahita, and the other in Bogotá, used by Zamora. Tajast was born at Timana about 1558, studied in Bogotá, and was for 50 years cura rector of the Cathedral of Bogotá, from 1585. The loss of these and other manuscripts, many of which would have had very little influence on the progress of literature, was to a certain extent due to the lack of facilities for printing in New Granada, and in a measure also to the neglect suffered by collections of books and papers in periods of social disturbance. One of the poems of the last half of the 17th century rescued from complete oblivion was the Poema Heroico de San Ignacio by Hernando Domínguez Camargo. It was published in Madrid in 1666, although not complete. It was written in octave stanzas, but does not rise above the lower levels of mediocrity. 10. Interesting narratives of adventure are contained in the 3rd volume of Pedro Fernández de Quiros, Historia del Descubrimiento de las Regiones Austriales, edited by Justo Zaragoza, Madrid, 1876. Parts of the contents of these volumes were published by the Hakluyt Society, London, 1904, in an English translation by Sir Clements Markham, entitled The Voyages of Pedro Fernández de Quiros, 1595 to 1606. One of the most striking episodes of this work is the story of the dreadful voyage from the Santa Cruz Islands to Manila, setting forth the almost complete destruction of the ship, the death of Adelantado Mendana, the accession of his widow to the chief command, the starvation and death that exhausted and depleted the crew, and the hungry survivors' final arrival in the Philippines. Here they were at first uncertain whether they had reached a friendly country or that of an enemy, for it had been reported in Peru that Japan was preparing an attack with a great fleet. But they found the natives to be peaceful Christians who brought fowls and pigs at 2 or 3 reals apiece together with palm wine, by drinking which some of us talked various languages, also many cocoa nuts, plantains, sweet canes, papayas, roots, water in bamboo joints, and fuel. They took in exchange reels, knives, and glass beads, which they value more than silver. During these days and nights the galley fire was never put out, nor was there any cessation of kneading and cooking, or of eating the boiled of one and the roast of another, so that they were eating day and night. The sick, being so little accustomed to abundance of food, and eating without moderation, did themselves serious harm. 3 or 4 even died of it. In fact, 50 died on the voyage from Santa Cruz to Manila, where the vessel arrived on the 11th of February, 1596. Quiros was by birth a Portuguese and was born in Evora in 1565. He was brought up in Lisbon, and at the age of 24, in 1589, he married Ana Chacon of Madrid. 6 years later, he accepted the post of chief pilot in the ship destined by Alvaro de Mendana to take a colony to the Solomon Islands. The prospects for a peaceful voyage were not favorable. Mendana's wife and her 2 brothers and a quarrelsome old soldier, as camp master, offered adequate material for misunderstandings and hostility. The death of Mendana and his brother-in-law Lorenzo Barreto seemed to diminish somewhat the elements of conflict, but the arbitrary and unreasonable conduct of the widow in command and the lack of discipline kept the ship's company in turmoil and sometimes carried it to the verge of mutiny. Out of the experience of this voyage, there came to Quiros the vision of a great Antarctic continent stretching across the southern part of the Earth from America to Asia. By proving to the world the existence of this continent, he hoped to obtain for himself a place with Columbus and Da Gama in the list of the great discoverers. To acquire the means that would enable him to carry out his proposed undertaking, he visited the viceroy in Lima, presented his project to the Pope at Rome, and from Clement Roman VIII and the Duke Sessa, he received letters recommending him to the Spanish government. In spite of the demoralization of the court and the rapid decline of the government towards bankruptcy, there remained still the hope of adding to the glory that Columbus had conferred upon the nation. And through the Council of State, the king issued an order to the Viceroy of Peru instructing him to fit out 2 ships at Callao to enable Quiros to undertake a voyage for the discovery of the Antarctic continent. The inevitable delays followed. Finally, 2 ships were prepared, and in December 1605, Quiros was ready to set sail to realize the object of his vision. A narrative of this voyage is found in the Historia edited by Zaragoza. Quiros' return, his disappointment, the poverty of his later years, and his many vain appeals to the king for further assistance are incidents in the melancholy ending of a great visionary. The Naufragio y Voyage en las Costas del Peru by Padre Pedro Gobio de Victoria was one of the more widely circulated narratives of personal adventure. The author, whose experience furnished abundant material for his story, was born in Seville in 1560. He went to America at the age of 13, and during his journeys was at various times engaged in combats with pirates, suffered shipwreck, and encountered about all the other perils known to land or sea. After many years of a troubled existence, he entered the order of the Jesuits at Lima in 1597. For 13 years, he enjoyed a comparatively peaceful existence. He returned to Spain in 1610. He died at Seville at the age of 70. His book has been translated into various languages. A Latin translation was published in 1647, of which a new edition was issued in 1688. The first edition in Spanish appeared in 1610. About the middle of the 17th century, attention was again directed to the history and institutions of the Inca kingdom, this time by Fernando Montesinos, who wrote Memorias Antiguas Históricas y Políticas del Perú. This treatise shows a large use of the imagination, and in this respect differs from the writings of Cieza de León and Sarmiento. The author passes in review some of the earlier writers on Peruvian history. He laments the confidence given to Garcilaso de la Vega, reproaches Xerez for his brevity, praises the accuracy of Zaret, finds Cieza de León's descriptions true, and regards Las Casas as merely a declaimer. He sets down a long list of kings not discovered by other historians. His imagination is inflamed by the idea of much gold and is given full play in his description of El Dorado, which he believes to exist in the interior of the continent. His fancy, moreover, determines the character of his work called Ofir de España o Memorias Antiguas y Nuevas del Perú. He finds Peru to have been the Ophir of the Old Testament and describes the route by which Solomon's fleet reached that country. But Montesinos descends to the dreadful reality in his description of the Auto de la Fe held in Lima January 23, 1639. On this occasion, 80 persons were sentenced, of whom 12 were burned. Certain practical treatises on metals were the result of his diligent literary activity. The titles of 2 of these are the following: Directorio de Beneficiados de Metals, y Art de Ellos and Conservación del Azog, que se pierde sobriguado entre lamas y relieves. The description of the Auto de la Fe was published in Madrid in 1640. A translation of the Memorias into French was published by Turnox Compans in 1840, entitled Mémoires historiques sur l'Ancien Peru. In 1920, an English translation was issued in London by the Hakluyt Society. Chapter 11. The last half of the 17th century. I Juan de Bernache y Albais, Luis de Oviedo y Hira Juan del Val y Cavids. Roman 2. Ignacio de Arbedo, Jacinto Barraza, José de Buendia. Roman 3. Geronimo de Quiroga, Ainelo Oliva, Diego Ojdegalanado, Martin Velasco. Roman 4. Lucas Fernandez de Piedrahita, V. Pedro Claver, Juan Flores de Acaraz. Roman 6. Anals del Cusco. Roman 7. Manuel Rodriguez, Samuel Fritz. 1. The colonial writers of the second half of the 17th century and the early decades of the 18th century continued to find their principal subjects in the military and civil affairs of the colonies. In Chile, the chief topic was the interminable Indian Wars. The Cautiverio Feliz, by Nunes de Pinda y Basquinan, was so far successful that it served in some sense as a model for writers who wished to depart from a strictly statistical treatment of their subjects. For, while treating of the common theme, Pinda y Basquinan gave indications of a certain degree of imagination, and his work appealed to a permanent human interest by presenting the elements of a good story, by its discussion and criticism of public affairs, and by its exposition of abuses and demands for correction. The manuscript entitled Restauración de la Imperial y Conversión de Almas en Fieles, by Juan de Barrenechea y Albaiz, sometimes rises to a plane of a general interest. The author evidently set out to write an heroic novel in which should figure elevated sentiments and an intense patriotism, the whole to be drawn on a background of Chilean history. The part of the history that was especially presented was an account of the campaigns of Governor Alonso de Sotomayor. But from this general theme, Barrenechea sometimes turned aside to discuss the war, its objects, and the manner in which it had been carried on in Chile. In spite of the more or less dramatic action of the characters, the author shows that he is still dealing with realities by citing governmental decrees, by treating of the customs of the Indians, and by raising inquiries as to the most efficacious method of restoring the churches in the destroyed towns. But the author, as a pious friar, could not be expected to leave his work merely as a story with a number of reflections on worldly affairs, and thus throughout the writing runs the conventional babble of his class, that here on earth all is misery, and that only beyond this life there will be no tears and no sorrow. There are introduced into each of these books more or less extensive passages in verse, on account of which the authors are regarded not only as prose writers, but also as poets. Illustration from the first edition of Oviedo Herrera, Es Vida de esta Rosa de esta Maria. Juan Barrenechea was born in Concepcion in 1669, was sent to Lima to study theology in the University of San Marcos, and after his return to Santiago, became a lecturer on philosophy and theology in the Order of Mercy, to which he belonged. Later, he was promoted to be the provincial of his order, and, having returned to Lima, wrote there the work already referred to. The metrical form of certain writings, as already indicated, does not necessarily exclude them from the realm of historical literature. Thus the Poema Heroico by Luis Antonio de Oviedo y Herrera, Conde de la Granja, on La Vida de Santa Rosa de Santa Maria is a bit of history, although in verse. The young woman who is celebrated in Oviedo's verses was born in Lima in 1586 and died there in 1617. Her father, Gaspar Flores, was a member of the viceregal guard under the viceroy, the Marqués de Canete. Her mother, a native of Lima, was a daughter of Francisco de Oliva, who was also born in Peru. She was baptized as Isabel, but her mother was accustomed to call her Rosa on account of her beauty. She was generally known by this name during her life, and when she was canonized, she became Santa Rosa de Santa Maria. Her devotion to the church and her religious zeal, manifesting itself sometimes in a state of nervous exaltation akin to hysteria, made a deep impression on persons who knew of her, and induced the ecclesiastical authorities to proceed to her beatification and canonization. Evidence of the depth of this impression is seen in the fact that Oviedo, Conde de la Granja, an officer of the army and governor of Potosi, made her the subject of one of his principal poems, in the first octave of which he states his theme. No canto las hazanas, las victorias de varon inmortal, campeón guerrero ni de la fama, célebres memorias, que en bronce y marmal, esculpio el acero, de sagrada hero en a canto glorias, que nació rosa para ser lucero, y con humildo corazón profundo triunfo de Lucifer, de she, del mundo. Oviedo's poem on Santa Rosa consists of 12 cantos and was published in Madrid in 1711. The form is sufficiently indicated by the foregoing stanza. The author describes the city of Lima and the grandeur of its position in the valley of the Rumac. He presents many events in the conquests of Peru, the idolatry of the Indians, the birth and youth of Santa Rosa, and enumerates her virtues with an extravagance of expression supposed to be consistent with the poetic form. In other cantos, the author writes of the city of Quito, the kingdom of the Incas, the expeditions of Drake, Hawkins, and Spilberg, and the means of defense organized by the Peruvians. Among Oviedo's other writings, reference is made to a long poem on the Passion of Christ, Lima, 1717, which sets forth various evil passions in society, such as envy, ingratitude, and the spirit of adulation. In the middle of the 19th century, Odriozola published a collection of verses written by Juan del Val y Cavids in the last part of the 17th century. The author was born in Lima and was the son of a rich Spanish merchant. At the age of 20, he went to Spain, where he remained 3 years, and at the expiration of this period, the death of his father obliged him to return to Lima. Finding himself in possession of a considerable fortune, he entered upon a career of vicious and extravagant expenditure, wasting a large part of his inheritance and greatly impairing his health. After a severe illness, he determined to reform his mode of life, married, and, in order to preserve the remainder of his property, he opened a shop for the sale of 1,001 common and cheap articles. The death of his wife made him feel the need of consolation, and he sought it in alcoholic drink, by which he found oblivion of his sorrow and death in 1692, before he had completed his 40th year. His poems, extensively circulated in manuscript during his life, made him widely known, but in the course of the century and a half following his death, he passed very largely out of the public memory. The 2 collections of these poems published by Odriozola were called Dinte del Parnaso and Poesias Serias y Jocosas. In an introduction to these poems as published, Ricardo Palma wrote, "Cavids was a most unfortunate poet. Many times I have encountered his verses in periodicals of Peru or of foreign countries, either anonymous or signed by some vagabond, but never have I found under them the signature of the true author. In life, Cavids was the victim of quacks, and in death the victim of literary pirates." The low state of medical science in Peru in the last half of the 17th century called forth, from Cavids' numerous critical and satirical references to the ignorance and lamentable practice of Peruvian physicians. Viceroy Linon y Cisneros, 1679–1681, in his account of the state of the viceroyalty, made for his successor, the Duke of Palata refers to the miserable state of medical science and practice in Peru, the lack of revenue and the consequent abandonment of instruction in medicine, and the exposure of the health of the population to the mercy of pretentious ignorance. Gutierrez wrote of Cavids that he had no convictions acquired by study hostile to the uncertainties of the science of medicine. He knew by observation that the disciples of Hippocrates kill when they make mistakes, and the instinct of preservation and love of life put terrible arms into his hands against those who, in his view, had once brought him to the brink of the grave. His vengeance was cruel. Ill will served him as a muse, and it cannot be denied that in many of his compositions there was manifest true inspiration. 2. In spite of the wealth which the New World had poured into Spain, many of the noble families were poor in the 17th century, and some of these found it difficult to give their sons such an education as their talents and station demanded. Frequently, young persons of this class secured positions as pages in the viceroy's household and were educated under his supervision, sometimes remaining in Peru and acquiring distinction in the affairs of the state or the church. Some of them, with the viceroy's approval, joined religious orders. Ignacio de Arbedo is an instance of one who became a Jesuit. He was born in Madrid in 1585. At Lima, he studied in the College of San Pablo, later taught Latin in the same institution, became professor of philosophy at Quito, was transferred to the college in Arequipa, where he became rector of the institution, returned to the College of San Pablo in Lima as professor of theology, was appointed rector of the college at Chuquisaca, and subsequently took up his duties as rector of the College of San Martin in Lima. After long service as professor and rector of various colleges of the society, he died in Lima on August 7, 1676. During his last years, he served as counselor of the provincial, and at the same time was occupied in writing his Historia del Perú y de las Fundaciones que ha hecho en él la Compañía de Jesús. A Suma de las Obras Teológicas del P. Francisco Suárez is attributed to Padre Arbedo. The failure of Arbedo's work to receive the approval of the general of the society led to the demand that another person should be charged with writing the history of the Jesuit foundations. By vote of the Provincial Congregation of 1674, Padre Jacinto Barraza was appointed to undertake the task, which he completed in a manuscript volume of 1,350 pages to the satisfaction of the authorities. But this appears not to have been published. The book was more exclusively devoted to the affairs of the Jesuits than were most of the writings of the Jesuit historians. He treated neither of the political history of the country nor of its geography, affirming that these phases of the subject had been sufficiently presented by Calancha in his Chronica Moralizada. His course with respect to the second subject was altogether unusual, for from the beginning even to the present geographical description has been a conspicuous feature of South American writings. The real theme of Barraza's book is sufficiently set forth in its title. Historia de las Fundaciones de los Colegios y Casas de la Provincia del Perú de la Compañía de Jesús, con la noticia de las vidas y virtudes religiosas de algunos varones ilustres que en ella trabajaron. The fame acquired by Barraza during his life rested chiefly on his work as a professor and as a preacher. 2 volumes of his sermons were published in Madrid in 1678 and another volume in Lima in 1678. Padre Barraza died at the College of San Pablo in Lima on November 22, 1704. Padre José de Buendia, as historian, sacred orator, and philosopher, is called one of the literary glories of Peru in the 17th century. His especially noteworthy Vida del Venerable Padre Francisco del Castillo de la Compañía de Jesús, natural de Lima, 1615–1673, Madrid, 1693, became more widely known than his other works. Its value consists not merely in its account of the life of Castillo, but also in its references to the history of Peru and to the lives of many other Jesuits of the province. It contains, moreover, an account of the earthquake of 1787. This part was published by Odriozola at Lima in 1863. La Estrella de Lima was issued under the name of Francisco de Eche Guayasu, but it is affirmed by Saldamando that its author was Buendia. But whatever may be the decision on this point, the book itself has a recognized value for the history of Peru. It contains an account of the ceremonies attending the beatification of Archbishop Toribio Alfonso Mogrovejo, later Santo Toribio, biographies of Mogrovejo and of succeeding archbishops, important references to bishops, inquisitors, counselors, judges, viceroys, and other persons whose illustrious lives contributed to the glory of Lima. It describes, moreover, the Metropolitan Church and cites an abundance of facts of historic interest. Buendia acquired distinction also by his sermons and funeral orations. Padre José de Buendia was born in Lima in 1644, left the College of San Martin in 1665, taught philosophy in the College of San Pablo and at Cuzco, and died May 4, 1727. His life, apart from his writings, has left no conspicuous record. 3. In 1643, rumors ran through the western colonies that the Dutch were preparing to invade Chile. The prospect of this invasion induced the Viceroy of Peru to send a body of 300 soldiers to strengthen the military forces already in the southern colony. Geronimo de Quiroga, then a youth of 18, was a member of this company and arrived in Chile near the end of the year. He apparently remained there in the service, for a few years later, at the age of 33, he married a young woman of a prominent family of Santiago, and not long afterwards, he was advanced to the rank of captain of cavalry. During the next 35 or 40 years, he rendered important services to the state in both military and civil undertakings. One of his military commissions was the taking of 3,000 arms from Mendoza over the Andes to Concepcion. He was a life member of the Ayuntamiento of Santiago by royal confirmation. He had general charge of the construction of the cathedral for a period and contributed largely towards the work from his own funds. He directed the fortification of Valparaiso and Concepcion and repaired the more or less ruined fortifications of the southern frontier. He held various military commands, particularly that of chief of the militia of Chile, for a period of 17 years, and the governor turned to him for a method of reducing the Indians of the frontier to civilization. At the close of his military career, during which, especially in the later years, he encountered opposition and intrigue. At the age of 70, he turned to the task of writing the history of his country down to the events of his own time. His life in Chile had covered a considerable part of this period, and for this reason, his book was properly called Memoria de las Cosas de Chile. Mediner reports that only an extract of the first part has been preserved, and that this was published in the 23rd volume of the Seminario Erudito of Madrid in 1788. This extract was called Compendio Histórico de los más principales sucesos de la conquista y guerras del Reino de Chile hasta el año de 1656. The critical judgment respecting Quiroga's style, his rapidity of narration, conciseness of expression, and the harmony and facility of his phrases, indicates the degree of loss suffered in the disappearance of the complete work. Of Padre Ainelo, Oliva little appears to be known aside from the fact that he was born in Naples and became a member of the Society of Jesus. His principal work is entitled Vidas de Varons Illustres de la Compañía de Jesus de la Provincia del Peru. The subtitle describes the contents more fully, announcing that the first of the 4 books treats of the kingdom and provinces of Peru, the Incas, the discovery and conquest by the Spaniards, and that the 3 other books describe the lives of the Jesuits written, as one critic informs us, solely with the object of preserving the memory of the Jesuits, the most distinguished in the virtues and in the observation of the rules of the society, in order that they might serve as examples to their successors, but offering no interest to the historian, since they are limited, for the most part, to referring to the manner in which these distinguished Jesuits succeeded in reaching a high degree of perfection, and to eulogizing the merit which they attained. In 1857, M. Turnox Compans published the first book of Oliva's Vidas in a French translation made from the unpublished manuscript, under the title Histoire du Peru. This book of Oliva's work forms, in some sense, an introduction to the lives of illustrious men. The persons whose biographies made up the body of the work were Ruiz Portillo, José Acosta, Baltasar Pinas, Juan Sebastián, Rodrigo de Cabrivo, Juan de Ascenza, Esteban Pis, Juan de Frias Herrán, Gonzalo de Lyra, and Juan Romero. The first book was printed in Lima from the original Spanish manuscript in 1895. Long and dull years of isolation in the dependencies and ignorance of the conditions of the older countries led the colonists to exaggerate or overestimate what they saw in the cities of South America. If they celebrated the accession of a king of Spain, it seemed to them that nowhere else had there been seen such magnificence. In writing, therefore, of the capital of Peru, Diego Oj de Galinado very naturally entitled his book Grandezas de Lima. This book, Mendiburu says, is extremely rare even in Spain, and that he had not been able to obtain a copy of it. But other writers who had used it give some notions of Ojda's opinions, particularly of the inhabitants of Peru who appeared to him, especially those descended from Spanish ancestors, discreet, liberal, energetic, and possessed of most active minds. And what most excited admiration was to see how early intelligence dawned in the children. The grandiloquent style that prevailed in Spanish literature and in Spanish preaching incited the Franciscan friar Martin Velasco to write his treatise on rhetoric under the title Art de Sermons, printed in Cadiz in 1675. Little is known of Velasco's life beyond the fact that he was born in Bogotá and lived in the Franciscan monastery of that city. The key to his doctrine appears to be contained in these 2 sentences. Words are smoke and noise which do not go beyond their sense, and in serving for what they are, it is not they but the truth they utter that produces the effect. One should try, therefore, to utter much truth in few words after the manner of the Laconians, and not many words and little substance. If the teaching of the inconspicuous friar had had its merited influence, much good might have come to Spanish speech, even out of America. 4. In the last half of the 17th century, an historian of considerable merit appeared in the person of Bishop Lucas Fernandez Piedrahita, who was born in Bogotá on March 6, 1624. Through his mother, Catalina Colantes, he held by birth a more or less distant relationship to a member of the family of the Incas in Peru. He studied in the Jesuit College of San Bartolomé and received the degree of doctor from the University of Santo Tomás. the literary ambition of his youth manifested itself in the writing of a number of dramas that are not known to exist. He was appointed treasurer of the Cathedral of Papillon, but before he entered upon the duties of that office, he was made a prebendary of the Metropolitan Church in 1654. He was subsequently promoted to various offices in that church, and after the death of Archbishop Tours, he was elected vicar general and governor of the archbishopric. And he continued to hold the office of vicar general after the arrival of Arguinao in 1661, the successor of Archbishop Tours. Piedrahita became the favorite preacher of the city, and through his influence and friendly relation with the President Dionisio Pérez Manrique, harmony was established between the ecclesiastical and civil officials. But the arrival of Cornejo as visitador introduced an element of discord into the community. Soon, after the accession of Arguinao, Piedrahita was called to Spain to defend himself before the Council of the Indies against charges preferred by the visitador. His defense was so complete that the council not only absolved him from fault, but also offered him the office of Bishop of Santa Marta, and this appointment was immediately confirmed by the Pope. He remained 6 years in Spain, from 1663 to 1669, and during this period, he wrote his Historia General del Nuevo Reino de Granada. In 1669, Piedrahita returned to America, and after his consecration, entered upon the exercise of his functions as Bishop of Santa Marta. Here he displayed many of the virtues of the primitive Christian teacher, visited and taught the Indians, distributed his income among the poor, and lived in poverty. His charitable gifts left him hardly means for decent clothing. In 1676, he was promoted to the See of Panama, but before he left Santa Marta, the town was taken by pirates, who, seeing the meanness of the bishop's dress, concluded that by his apparently miserly habits he must have large accumulations concealed. The pirates, therefore, took the bishop and tortured him in order to make him reveal the hiding place of his treasures. Unsuccessful in this, they carried him off and brought him before the distinguished and courteous pirate Morgan, who received him with marked consideration, gave him a pontifical robe stolen at Panama, and caused him to be conducted to his new diocese. Here Bishop Piedrahita continued for 12 years the devoted life he had led in Santa Marta and died at the age of 64. The first part of his Historia was published in Amsterdam the year of his death, 1688. According to Vergara, the second part was lost after the death of the author, since there was no one to care for its publication. With respect to his style, Piedrahita represents a considerable advance over the prose writers of South America who preceded him. He wrote clearly in what might not improperly be called modern Spanish. He had not, however, freed himself from the custom of his time, or the practice of writing long and irrelevant introductions to chapters or sections, the custom that induced the chronicler to begin his narrative with the creation of the world. 5. A striking subject for a biography was furnished by the life of Padre Pedro Claver, who was born in Cataluna in 1585 and died at Cartagena in 1654. He became a member of the Society of Jesus, entering upon his novitiate in 1602. For his work among the slaves at Cartagena, he became known as the Apostle to the Negroes. Cartagena in the 17th century had a much larger population than at present, and, in relation to South America, was a much more important port. It was the port at which were landed most of the ships engaged in the African slave trade. The ships arrived overcrowded, with their human freight in an indescribable condition. The victims of the slave traders' greed and inhumanity, in the long voyage in the tropics, had suffered untold misery from an insufficient supply of food, air, and water. And at the end of the voyage, the living, the moribund, and the dead were found packed in a mass of filth more foul than anything which the fancy can picture. Padre Claver spent 40 years of a devoted life in efforts to relieve this misery, and the story of this devotion was written by Alonso de Andrade. A more extensive account of Claver's life by José Fernández appeared in 1666. Another book relating to Cartagena is Luis Jodar's Vida de la Venerable Mater Catalina María de la Concepción, Fundadora del Convento de Santa Clara de Cartagena. The Genealogias del Nuevo Reino de Granada by Juan Flores de Acaraz is a curious monument of patient labor and medieval ignorance, produced rather by manual labor than by intellectual effort. It fairly exemplifies the tradition and vices of early, and perhaps of some later, writings on genealogy, in pretending to establish a family connection between persons of similar names, who lived in widely separated ages and in different parts of the world. But the introduction, which takes up about half of the first volume, contains important information on the local history of New Granada. An incentive to genealogical inquiry was furnished by the ambition of many Creoles to magnify the social importance of their families. 2 volumes of this work were published in Madrid in 1674-76. A third remains unpublished. A contemporary account of the events at Panama at the time of Morgan's invasion, 1670, was written by Bishop Antonio de Leon y Becerra, who, having refused the office of Bishop of Panama 3 times, finally accepted it in 1672. The following year, after the death of the Conde de Lemos, the Audiencia of Lima appointed Bishop Leon governor and captain general of Tierra Firme, and in January 1674 he assumed the duties of that office. In 1676, he was promoted to the post of Bishop of Trujillo, and a little later was transferred to the bishopric of Arequipa. He died in 1708. 6. An important source of detailed information concerning Peruvian history, particularly the history of Cusco, is the anonymous chronicle entitled Annales del Cusco, constituting 434 pages of a volume edited by Ricardo Palma, and published in Lima in 1901. It covers a period of 150 years, from 1600 to 1750. Although lacking the attractive style of Calancha and some of the other early writers, it nevertheless throws much light on many obscure points of local history. Ricardo Palma attributes to the writer a certain independence of character and a standard of criticism not usual at that time, and cites as an illustration the author's condemnation of the extraordinary means employed by the preachers to terrify the Indians, such as frightful pictures of the devil and graphic representations of the sufferings of the damned in hell. The numerous paragraphs relating to ecclesiastical affairs point to the conspicuous place held by the events connected with the church. The following quotation illustrates the style, insofar as the chronicle may be said to have any style, and also the avaricious disposition of certain colonial priests in administering the services of the church. Gaspar de Lagos, of the hospital parish, having died, the priest of the parish demanded $500 for the funeral service, and finally agreed to receive $180. The widow of the deceased went, on the 30th of December, 1743, at 8 o'clock in the evening to Bishop Morcello, and showed him that it was impossible for her to pay this amount. The bishop decided that the interment in accordance with the widow's wishes to be just, and, fixing the payment at $61, handed to the widow a paper stating this decision. Then, the widow went to the priest, Julian Maturana, and gave him the paper. The priest threw the paper on the floor and stamped on it, and said that the cross would not go out if she did not bring the $180. The widow returned to the bishop, now after 9 o'clock at night, and he ordered that they should bring the priest. The fiscal and the officer sought for him in the house of the Bishop of Panama, where he was living, but they did not find him. The bishop then issued an order that the Franciscan fathers should conduct the burial properly as the widow required, and also ordered that the $61 should be applied to the work of the cathedral. 7. The book by Padre Manuel Rodriguez, entitled El Maranon y Amazonas, and published in 1684, is a history of the discovery and reduction of the tribes that lived in the region of the great rivers. It undertook to set forth the praiseworthy, as well as the unfortunate conduct of the conquistadors respecting temporal and spiritual matters, and in 6 books to present the data that had been acquired and the narratives that had been written concerning the discovery of the Amazon, the services the Jesuits had rendered, and the missions they had founded, the progress made in the government of Maynas from its establishment by Diego Veiga de Viga, the journey of Captain Texera to Quito and his return to Pará, the sources of the rivers and their union with the Amazon, the labors of missionaries and the tragic end of many of them, and an account of Acuna's report. This work may still be considered as an historical document of value, and, barring its prolixity, a common failing of the age, is not without literary merit. Another traveler and missionary laborer in the region of the Amazon was Padre Samuel Fritz, a Bohemian Jesuit who entered the missions of Maynas in 1686. Besides founding a large number of new missions, he made important contributions to what was then known about the geography and languages of the lands adjacent to the Amazon and its principal tributaries. He made a map of the region, which was engraved and published in Quito in 1707. He compiled grammars and dictionaries of several native languages, and made a map entitled El Gran Rio Marañón o Amazonas con la misión de la Compañía de Jesús geográficamente delineado. Among the unpublished contributions to the literature of the Amazon, one may note the Conquistas y Poblaciones del Marañón by Francisco Ponce de León, who was a member of the Order of Mercy, sometime provincial in Chile and missionary among the Indians. The manuscript was at one time reported to be in Barcia's library. Chapter 12. The Early Years of the 18th Century. I Jorge Juan y Santasilla and Antonio de Aloa. Roman 2. Alonso de Zamora and José de Oviedo y Banos. Roman 3. Joseph Luis Cisneros and Francisca Josefa de Castillo y Guevara. Roman 4. Pedro de Peralta Barnuvo and Juan de Mayra. V. Juan Rivero, José Casani and Pedro Gumilla. Roman 6. Some minor ecclesiastical writers. 1. The dependence of Philip V on Louis Roman XIV opened to the French an opportunity for commerce and scientific investigation in Spanish South America. In the first 15 years of the 18th century, French merchants took advantage of their opportunity and sent an unprecedented amount of exports in a large number of ships from French ports to the ports of Chile and Peru. In these early decades of the century, the French undertook also scientific investigations in South America. Feuillet and Frezier led the way, and they were followed by La Condamne's expedition to Ecuador, in which Spanish cooperation was represented by Jorge Juan and Antonio de Aloa. After the completion of the measurements near Quito, Juan and Aloa made elaborate inquiries into the political and social condition of the colonies. The results of these observations and researches were set forth in two important documents, Noticias Secretas de América and their Relación Histórica del Valle a la América. The former is an extensive report designed for the instruction of the king. It was not generally known until it was published in London by David Barry in 1826. It is the most frank and searching examination of the affairs of the colonies that has come down from the colonial period. It presents the abuses of the courts, the civil employees, the corregidors, and the clergy. It treats, moreover, of the contraband trade, the frauds that appeared in the various branches of the administration, the scandalous acts of the officials, and the oppression and cruelty of the Spaniards in their dealing with the Indians. It describes the state of the ports and the lack of arms and of other means for defending the coast against invaders, and sets forth the increasing hostility between the Spaniards and the Creoles. It makes exceedingly damaging specifications as to the treatment which the Indians received at the hands of the corregidors, the manufacturers, and the priests. The following passages from the Noticias Secretas illustrate this subject. It was ordered that the corregidors might introduce a quantity of such articles as were suited to the needs of the Indians and distribute these articles among them at moderate prices, in order that, having implements for labor, they might shake off the apathy which is innate in their constitution, and make the exertion requisite for paying their tribute and supporting themselves. The articles of distribution are chiefly mules, foreign and domestic goods, and produce. The corregidors who are attached to the Viceroyalty of Lima must necessarily go to that city to take out a license, and to receive their dispatch from the Viceroy in order to be inducted into office. And as Lima is the principal depot of the trade of Peru, it is in that city that an assortment of articles for distribution is to be made. And for this purpose, they take the goods required from the shop of some merchant or trader on credit, at an exorbitant price. For, as the traders are aware of the enormous profits the corregidors make in the sale, they raise the prices of the goods in order to have a share in the speculation. The corregidors have no money before they come into office, and, being unable to purchase for cash, they are obliged to submit to any terms which the creditor may prescribe, since they are under great obligations, on account of the money which the merchant is to lend them for the purchase of the mules required for transportation. As soon as the corregidor comes within his jurisdiction, the first act of his administration is to take a census of the Indians according to their towns and villages. Proceeding to this duty in person, and taking with him the articles of merchandise to be distributed, he goes on, apportioning the quantity and kind he selects for every Indian, and affixing to each article its price, just as suits his caprice, the poor Indians being wholly ignorant of what is to fall to their lot or how much it is to cost them. As soon as he has finished distributing in one village, he transfers the whole assortment to the cacique, with an exact inventory of the articles belonging to each individual, from the cacique himself to the most humble of all those who are to pay tribute, and the corregidor proceeds to another village in order to continue the distribution. It is a time of anguish both for the cacique and the Indians when they look at the quantity, quality, and prices of these goods. In vain does the cacique remonstrate, and to no purpose do the Indians raise their clamors. On the one hand, they maintain that their means are not adequate to such a quantity of merchandise as is assigned to them, being absolutely unable to pay for it. Again, they urge that goods of such a description are utterly useless to them, and that the price is so exorbitant as to exceed anything they had ever paid before. The corregidor remains inexorable, and the Indians are obliged to take whatever has been allotted to them, however repugnant it may be to their wishes, and however straitened they are for want of means to make the payments. For these payments become due simultaneously with the tribute money, and the same penalty is imposed for failure to meet one as the other. All the payments of the first distribution must be made within 2 years and a half, to make way for the second, which usually does not contain so many wares as the first. p. 240. The statement concerning the textile works is equally positive. In former years, woolen manufacture was confined to the province of Quito, but it has been recently introduced into other districts, although the articles manufactured in the provinces south of Quito are nothing but coarse cloths of very ordinary texture. In Cajamarca, there are looms for the manufacture of cotton goods. The labor of the abrage, or manufactory, begins before the day dawns, at which time every Indian takes his place at the piece which is in process of weaving, and the tasks of the day are distributed as may be expedient. And when this process is concluded, the owner of the house closes the door, and leaves them immured as in a prison. At midday the door is opened for the women to go in with their scanty allowance of food, which is soon partaken, and they are again locked in. When the darkness of the night no longer permits them to work, the owner goes round to gather up the stints. Those who have not been able to finish, in spite of apologies or reasonings, are punished with indescribable cruelty. And those unfeeling men, as if transformed into merciless savages, inflict upon the wretched Indians lashes by the hundred, for they use no other method of counting, and to complete the punishment, they remand them again to the workshop. And although the whole building is a prison house, a portion of it is reserved for fetters and instruments of torture, where they are punished with greater indignity than could be practiced towards the most delinquent slaves. We frequently met the Indians on the highway, tied by the hair to the tail of a horse, on which a mestizo is mounted, who is conveying them to the workshops, and perhaps for the trivial offense of having evaded the tyranny of the overseer, from fear of punishment. Let what will be said of the cruelty practiced by the patrons and commanderos towards the Indians at the commencement of the conquest, we cannot persuade ourselves, after what we have witnessed, that it could ever have been carried to the extent it now is by the Spaniards and mestizos. pp. 276-279. Some paragraphs of the Noticias Secretas refer to the immorality of the clergy. The persons who compose the 2 orders of the clergy are guilty of such licentiousness, that making due allowance for the frailties to which human nature is liable, and the weakness to which men of every class are subject, it would appear that those ecclesiastics regard it as their peculiar privilege to go before all others in the career of vice. For while they are under the most sacred obligations not only to practice virtue, but to correct the errors incident to frail nature, it is they who, by their pernicious example, sanction the practice of iniquity, and in a measure divest it of its heinous nature. The parish priests are extremely vicious in their habits, but whether it happens that an error or crime in them attracts less notice, or whether they are more careful to conceal it, or for both reasons, Which is the more probable, disgraceful as the consequences are known to be, they never reach such a degree of scandal as do those of the monks. For the latter, from the first step they take, and even without leaving the monasteries, pursue a course of conduct so notorious and shameful that it becomes offensive in the extreme, and fills the mind with horror. The fandangos or balls are usually devised by the members of the religious orders, or more properly by those who call themselves religious, although, in fact, they are far from being so. For it is they who pay the expense, who attend in company with their concubines, and who get up the fray in their own houses. Simultaneously with the dance, the immoderate use of ardent spirits begins, and the entertainment is gradually converted into acts of impropriety so unseemly and lewd that it would be presumption even to speak of them, and a want of delicacy to stain the narrative with such a record of obscenities. And letting them lie hid in the region of silence, we shall only remark that, whatever the spirit of malice could invent in respect to this subject, great as it might be, it could never fathom that abyss into which those corrupt minds are plunged, nor give any adequate idea of the degree of excess to which debauchery and crime are carried. pp. 490-497. The Relación Histórica, by Juan and Aloa, the result of extensive journeys of investigation made by order of the king, was originally published in Madrid in 1748. It has been reprinted many times, and translations of it have appeared in various languages. An English translation was issued in London in 1758, entitled A Voyage to South America. A small volume by Aloa called Entretenimientos, 1772, treats of the geography and productions of Peru and Ecuador, the antiquities of these countries, the customs, language, and religion of the Indians, with suggestions as to the means of increasing the population of America. In the course of his public career, Aloa rose to the rank of lieutenant general. He was born in Seville in 1716. His studies prepared him for the position of an officer in the Navy, and when Philip V granted the request of Louis Roman XV to be permitted to send a body of scientists to measure an arc of the meridian under the equator in Ecuador, Antonio de Aloa and Jorge Juan were appointed to join the commission. Aloa gained distinction by his scientific investigations and became a member of the scientific societies of London, Paris, Berlin, and Stockholm. From time to time, he was charged with various official duties by the government of Spain. And in 1763, when Louisiana was ceded to Spain, Aloa was appointed to take possession of the country and organize its administration, thus becoming its first Spanish governor. The Relación Histórica is an excellent account of Spanish South America, as it was near the middle of the 18th century, by two men who, although special commissioners appointed by the king, were apparently more disposed to tell the truth than to please their royal master. Designed for the general public, this work is less severe in tone than the Noticias Secretas, which was written for the instruction of the king and his ministers. Here is a description of the fair at Portobello from the Relación Histórica. The town of Portobello, so thinly inhabited by reason of its noxious air, the scarcity of provisions, and the barrenness of the soil, becomes, at the time of the galleons, one of the most populous places in all South America. Its situation on the isthmus, betwixt the South and the North Sea, the goodness of its harbor, and its small distance from Panama have given it the preference for the rendezvous of the joint commerce of Spain and Peru at its fair. On advice being received at Cartagena that the Peru fleet had unloaded at Panama, the galleons made the best of their way to Portobello, in order to avoid the distempers which have their source from idleness. The concourse of people on this occasion is such as to raise the rent of lodging to an excessive degree. A middling chamber, with a closet, lets during the fair for 1,000 crowns, and some large houses for 4, 5, or 6,000. The ships are no sooner moored in the harbor than the first work is to erect, in the square, a tent made of the ship's sails for receiving the cargo, at which the proprietors of the goods are present in order to find their bales by the marks which distinguish them. These bales are drawn on sledges to their respective places by the crews of every ship, and the money given them is proportionally divided. Whilst the seamen and European traders are thus employed, the land is covered with droves of mules from Panama, each drove consisting of above 100, loaded with chests of gold and silver on account of the merchants of Peru. Some unload them at the exchange, others in the middle of the square. Yet amidst the hurry and confusion of such crowds, no theft, loss, or disturbance is ever known. He who has seen this place during the Tiempo Muerto, or dead time, solitary, poor, and a perpetual silence reigning everywhere, the harbor quite empty, and every place wearing a melancholy aspect, must be filled with astonishment at the sudden change, to see the bustling multitudes, every house crowded, the square and the streets encumbered with bales and chests of gold, and silver of all kinds. The harbor full of ships and vessels, some bringing by way of Rio de Janeiro the goods of Peru, as cacao, quinquina, or Jesuits' bark, vicuna wool, and bezoar stones, others coming from Carthagena, loaded with provisions, and thus a spot, at all other times detested for its deleterious qualities, becomes the staple of the riches of the Old and New World, and the scene of one of the most considerable branches of commerce in the whole earth. The ships being unloaded, and the merchants of Peru, together with the President of Panama, arrived, the fair comes under deliberation. And for this purpose the deputies of the several parties repair on board the Commodore of the galleons, where, in presence of the Commodore and the President of Panama, the former as patron of the Europeans, and the latter of the Peruvians, the prices of the several kinds of merchandise are settled, and all preliminaries being adjusted in 3 or 4 meetings, the contracts are signed and made public, that everyone may conform himself to them in the sale of his effects. Thus all fraud is precluded. The purchases and sales, as likewise the exchanges of money, are transacted by brokers, embarking their chests of money, and those of Peru, sending away the goods they have purchased in vessels called chatas and bongos, up the river, Chagger, and thus the fair of Portobello ends. Eng. Tr. I. 101. 2. Alonso de Zamora is conspicuous among the historians who wrote in the early part of the 18th century. His Historia de la Provincia de San Antonino, del Nuevo Reino de Granada del Orden de Predicadores, Barcelona, 1701, is called a first volume, but there is no adequate evidence that a second volume was ever written. The author was born in Bogotá in 1660. He entered the Dominican order in his native city, studied at the University of St. Thomas, and subsequently undertook the work of a missionary. His fame as a theologian and as a writer and preacher doubtless contributed to his appointment, in 1690, as chronicler of his order. He was especially commissioned to write a general history of the ecclesiastical province, then under the direction of the provincial Antonio Chach. At this time, Quesada's Compendio Historial was still in existence, and Zamora used it as a source of information. In 1696, he completed his manuscript and sent it to Spain for publication. In view of the circumstances under which Zamora wrote and the nature of his subject, one might very well expect that his book would be a panegyric on the history and character of his order, and the book justifies such an expectation. The author magnified the influences and services of ecclesiastics in promoting civilization in America, which secular opinion had tended to belittle. In his style and the arrangement of his material, he falls short of the excellence attained by Piedrahita. A higher standard was reached by José de Oviedo y Banos in his Historia de la Conquista y Población de la Provincia de Venezuela. This author was born in Bogotá in 1674, but spent the greater part of his life in Venezuela and died at Caracas, where his Historia was written. The first volume was printed in Madrid in 1723. The complete work was issued in the Biblioteca de los Americanistas, Madrid, 1885, in 2 volumes, preceded by an introduction by Cesaro Fernández Duro, in which he says that this narration was made with the impartiality and the high critical spirit of the true historian, and forms a source from which those who study the history of Caracas are compelled to draw. Diego, a brother of José de Oviedo, was an oidor in Guatemala, then promoted to the Audiencia of Mexico, and later was a member of the Council of the Indies. He wrote a commentary in 2 volumes on the Recopilación Castellana. Diego de Banos y Sotomayor, an uncle of the historian, became Bishop of Caracas. Educated in Bogotá, he was instrumental in bringing some rays of intellectual light into Caracas after decades of obscurity. He founded the Colegio Seminario de Santa Rosa, and left as evidence of his literary activity the Constituciones Sinodales del Obispado de Venezuela, published at Madrid in 1698. Another writer bearing the name Oviedo, but of a family distinct from the foregoing, has left a long list of volumes on ecclesiastical subjects. This was Vicente de Oviedo. He studied at the College of San Bartolomé in Bogotá, and for more than 40 years was parish priest in various towns of the Viceroyalty of New Granada. Efforts to secure the publication of his encyclopedic work in 11 volumes met with the insurmountable opposition of the Spanish government. The grounds of this opposition being utterances unfavorable to the dignity of the monarchy. To the period embracing the end of the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th century belongs the Historia del Nuevo Reino de Granada by Francisco de Medrano of the Franciscan order. But these were unfruitful years in the literary history of New Granada. The principal literary products were chiefly such as were especially demanded by readers in the colonies, sermons and lives of saints. 3. The publisher of the collection of rare and curious books treating of America, issued in 1912, as the 21st volume of the collection, Joseph Luis Cisneros, Descripción Exacta de la Provincia de Venezuela. The editor of this reprint sets forth his conclusions concerning the author, which he holds were justified by the text of the work itself. These are that Cisneros was born in Venezuela sometime between 1710 and 1715, that he was a trader, and as an agent of the Royal Guipuzcoa Company, for a period of 25 years traversed and retraversed the province of Venezuela, buying and selling a great variety of commodities, that he made a number of visits to the island of Curaçao, the province of Maracaibo and Santa Marta in New Granada, that he made 3 trips on the Orinoco to the Dutch towns of Essequibo and Suriname, and that his book was published at Valencia in Venezuela, in spite of the opinion of Aristides Rojas that the Valencia announced on the title page as the place of publication was the Valencia of Spain, not the Venezuelan city. The author displays, as he might be expected to do considering his occupation, extensive and detailed information concerning the state and the products of the country, the markets, and the prices, and this feature of his little book constitutes it a contemporary contribution to the economic history of the province of Venezuela under Spanish rule. Moreover, the simplicity of the style and the presence of terms especially in use among traders would seem to offer further evidence of the writer's practical experience in commercial affairs. The following reference to the foreign trade of the province, taken in connection with his remarks on the internal commerce, indicate a practical familiarity with Venezuela's economic conditions. The city of Caracas has a population of somewhat more than 26,000, in which there are many illustrious families known in Europe. It carries on commerce with the Royal Guipuzcoa Company, which takes the products of the province in exchange for clothing and foodstuffs, which it brings from Spain. It has also trade with Mexico, comprising a large amount of cacao carried from the port of La Guaira to Vera Cruz, bringing back the greater part of its compensation in silver bullion, and the rest in copper, flour, and various products of that country. At present, there are 14 ships engaged in this trade. The city or province has also commerce with the Canary Islands, which in the same manner receive cacao, loading their ships with it for the return voyage. They are also desirous of getting silver pesos, of which they carry away large quantities given to them in exchange for the products of their country, which are fine wines, grapes, and certain liquors, with all kinds of dried fruit. They also introduce great quantities of taffeta, stockings, and all kinds of silk, a ship arriving once a year. Caracas has, moreover, trade with the Windward Islands, Havana, Santo Domingo, Puerto Rico, Margarita, and Cumana. The Venezuelans carry on this commerce by sending out certain amounts of cacao, hides, tallow, and various other products of the province not desired by the Royal Company, and bringing back in return silver bullion and products of those islands. p. 59. The large majority of the men who have hitherto figured in the literary history of New Granada have either been members of the religious orders or functionaries of the Church in some other relation. In the person of Francisca Josefa de Castillo y Guevara a nun appears, who, according to Menéndez y Pello, wrote in prose worthy of Santa Teresa. She was born in Bogotá on October 8, 1671, entered the convent of Santa Clara at Tunya in 1689, and died there in 1742. She was afflicted with rickets and was an invalid from her childhood. In the convent, she was encouraged by her confessor to write her sentiments and reflections on her life. Her papers sent to her confessor in obedience to his suggestion gradually accumulated and were later published in two more or less independent works. These were Vida de la Venerable Mater Francisca Josepha de la Concepción, Escrita por ella, and Sentimientos Espirituales de la Vie, M. Francisca Josepha. Francisca's early reading is said to have been largely plays, but in the convent she read the writings of Santa Teresa. Confined by her parents and by those persons who controlled her activity to the limited education that was thought to be becoming a woman in the Spanish colonies, her native intelligence enabled her to obtain a profound insight into certain phases of life, and to acquire a style of writing that persuaded the Colombian critic, Vergara, to declare that Mater Castillo is the most notable writer whom we possess. Her style and her language place her by the side of Santa Teresa. 4. In the Poema Heroico, called Lima Fundada o Conquista del Peru, we have an echo of the earlier historical narratives in verse. The author, Pedro José de Peralta Barnuvo Rocha y Benavides, was born in Lima in 1663, and during a great part of a long life, he was a member of the University of San Marcos, at first as professor of mathematics. He was rector of the university for the years 1715, 1716, and 1717. He served as cosmographer from 1708 to 1748. He was a lawyer, directed an academy which he had founded, was for many years engineer-in-chief of Peru, and in this capacity planned and directed important works at the port of Callao. For his great and varied learning, Peralta's contemporaries appear to have held him in high esteem, and later opinion has confirmed their view. The statement in Mendiburu's Diccionario Histórico-Biográfico del Peru is that Peralta was a master of 6 languages, and in the most of them he wrote poetry correctly and in good taste. He was well versed in sacred and profane history, was a profound mathematician, chemist, botanist, and student in medicine, and his studies in jurisprudence and canonical and theological matters he carried as far as the first professors of his time. Romans 6, 265. The long list of his work, moreover, suggests unusual capacity and attainments. Lima Fundada, in 10 cantos embracing somewhat more than 10,000 lines, treats of the conquest of Peru from Pizarro's invasion to the overthrow of Almagro. In order that the thought may seem to move on an exalted plane, and the stanzas differentiate themselves from ordinary prose, the statements of fact are often made vague and roundabout, and the narration is abundantly sprinkled with intensifying adjectives. The hero is always the great Pizarro, or the great Marquis, and the soldiers are the illustrious troops. Large numbers of Grecian mythological characters are drawn into the service. The names of Ulysses, Alcibiades, Trajan, and Socrates are woven familiarly into the lines, and the impression is made that the author knew too much to be a successful poet. Persons who seek for an elevated and inspiring form of genuine poetry in these 380 pages of verses will hardly find it. The 20 cantos of Armas Antarcticas constitute a document that is properly classed with Lima Fundada. It was written by Juan de Mayra. Unless printed since my latest information concerning it, it is still in manuscript in the National Library of Madrid. It was probably written in Lima between 1612 and 1615, and the writer's aim appears to have been to prevent the deeds of the Spaniards in conquering, pacifying, and defending Peru from remaining hidden in the darkness of forgetfulness. The opening octave makes a general announcement of the author's theme. Las armas y proses militares de Spañoles católicos valientes, que por ignotos y soberbios mares fueron a dominar remotas gentes, poniendo al verbo eterno en los alters de orquilos gentilicos. Espanto eran del indio, ahora mudos, canto. And the following lines describe the gathering of the gold for Atahualpa's ransom. Al instante chasquis despacha el Inca a diferentes partes, para quel oro rudolante tragan con brevedad todas sus gentes. No hay noble, no hay cacique, no hay infante, no hay ninos, no hay mugers, no hay servients que así como las previdas hormigas, no tragan a la sala sus espigas. 5. Among the Indians of the Llanos, the Jesuits undertook to carry out a plan of missionary effort similar to that carried out in Paraguay. The region was divided into a number of districts, or partidos, the Partido of Casanare, that of the Orinoco, and that of the Meta. These were under the general government of a procurador, who was under the superior direction of the provincial, appointed at Rome to govern the province of Bogotá. During his term of 3 years, the provincial was required to visit the missions at least once, or to send an inspector bearing the title of vice-provincial, who was commissioned to inquire into the state of the missions and to examine their records and accounts. In the last decades of the 17th century, and later, the government supported at each mission a small number of soldiers to assist the missionaries and to ward off hostile attacks. The success of these missions depended upon the establishment of such conditions that they would be economically independent, and for this purpose, the missions became proprietors of extensive herds. Juan Rivero's Historia de las Misiones de los Llanos de Casanare y los Ríos Orinoco y Meta, written in 1736, is an important source of information concerning the history of these missions. It was printed in Bogotá in 1883, after it had remained in manuscript about 150 years. The author was born in Miraflores de la Sierra, in Spain, August 15, 1681. He entered the Society of Jesus as a youth and was sent to Bogotá in 1704. He began his missionary work at Tunya, but on account of illness caused by the low temperature of the plateau, he was transferred to the college at Honda and later to that at Mompox. He was still moved by a desire for missionary work among the Indians, and therefore petitioned his superiors to send him to the Llanos. His petition was granted, and in 1720 he set out for the plains of Casanare. He became exceptionally proficient in a knowledge of the Indian languages, which he was able to make use of in the confessional and in preaching. He held vigorously to the opinion that the Indians could be readily induced to adopt the faith of the Church, and that this act would transform them into civilized men and women. Like many of his countrymen and later workers for social betterment, he was a single-force reformer. Other writers took up the subject that had engaged the attention of Rivero and wrote of the region of the Orinoco. Padre José Casani, writing of the missions, used Rivero's manuscript extensively, making it the basis of his work. Casani's Historia de la Provincia de la Campania de Jesus del Nuevo Reino de Granada is uncritical and disfigured by marvelous credulity. It was published in 1741. Gumilla's El Orinoco Ilustrado was also published in 1741, and a second edition was issued in 1745. On the title page of his book, Gumilla describes himself as a member of the Society of Jesus, missionary, superior of the missions of the Orinoco, Meta, and Casanare, calificador and consultor of the Holy Tribunal of the Inquisition of Cartagena of the Indies, synodal examiner of the Bishopric of Cartagena, sometime provincial of the province of New Granada, and actual procurador of the missions and the provinces. The title page furnishes, moreover, a sufficient account of the contents of the book. Natural, civil, and geographical history of this great river and of its abundant tributaries. Government, uses, and customs of the Indians, with new and useful accounts of animals, trees, fruits, oils, resins, herbs, and medical roots. 6. Each of the religious orders had its chronicler, whose writings necessarily involved more or less extensive accounts of the secular events of the societies in which they were established. Bernardo Tours, an Augustinian, secretary of the province of Lima, prior of the monastery of Chuquisaca, and sometime professor in the University of San Marcos, wrote the Crónica de la Provincia Peruana in 8 books, which was published in Lima in 1657. A continuation of this work in 2 volumes, extending to the year 1721, was written by Padre Juan Teodoro Vázquez. The Dominican Antonio de Aguirre wrote the history of the Dominicans. Domingo Marin, in his Estado de los Misiones en Chile, undertook to defend the Jesuits against their detractors. The Dominican, Meléndez, set forth the achievements of his order in Tesoros Verdaderos de las Indias. The Franciscan, Francisco Javier Ramírez, following a suggestion from Aguirre, magnified the services of the Franciscans in the Chronicon Sacro Imperial de Chile. The Floresta de la Santa Iglesia Catedral de Santa Marta, by Ensign José Nicolás de la Rosa, derives its historical data from the writings of Piedrahita, Simon, and Zamora, and certain documents from the cathedral. In addition to the topics suggested by the title, it contains items of information concerning the Indians inhabiting the region about Santa Marta. In spite of its indifferent literary quality and pessimo gusto literario, it has been twice printed, once in 1756 and again in 1833. After 1767, ecclesiastical writers in the colonies lacked both the breadth of vision and the literary attainments of their predecessors. Antonio Julian is hardly less widely known than Cassani and Gumilla. He lived for many years in New Granada, chiefly at Santa Marta. He traveled extensively in the province, but left America before the expulsion of his order. Neither the place nor the date of his birth is known. In his enforced retirement from his missionary labors, he wrote a number of works concerning the part of the Indies with which he had become especially familiar. Of these, the most frequently referred to is La Perla de America, Provincia de Santa Marta Reconocida, Observada y Expuesta en Discursos Históricos. It was published at Madrid in 1787. Of the others, not printed, perhaps the most noteworthy is Historia Geográfica del Río Magdalena. Y de todas las provincias que la tributan de una banda y otras sus ríos. Few Jesuits who had entered the American field were withdrawn before 1767. Juan Bautista Sánchez shared in the enforced migration under the decree of expulsion. He was born in Peru and entered the society in 1729 at the age of 15. In Peru, he acquired distinction, serving as rector of the Jesuit colleges of Cusco and Lima. He died in 1774 after a residence of 7 years in Europe. The list of his writings seems to indicate that his official duties did not encroach largely upon his time for writing. Chapter 13. On Paraguay. I Alvar Nunes Cabeza de Vaca, Ulrich Schmidl. Roman 2. Early sources of information about Paraguay, Nicolás de Teco. Roman 3. Pedro Lozano. Roman 4. José Guevara, Vidabrajaffer, Pac Faulkner, Oras, Cardiel Quiroga, Jolis Paramaz, Muriel Juarez, Sánchez Labrador. Roman 6. Juan Patricio Fernández, Meixas d'Ingles. 1. The earliest important book on the southeastern part of Spanish South America, known as Paraguay, is La Relación y Comentarios of Alvar Nunes Cabeza de Vaca. It was published at Valladolid in 1555. It treats of the appointment of Alvar Nunes de Cabeza de Vaca to be the governor of the colony planted by Mendoza in that region, of the fitting out of the vessels, the voyage, and the landing at Santa Catalina, of the departure of the main body of the men overland, the sending of the women and children to the Rio de la Plata by sea, and the arrival at Asuncion. Of the events at Asuncion, the return of Irala from an exploring expedition, the revolt of Irala and his followers, and the imprisonment and expulsion of the governor. Nicolás de Teco, in his Historia Provinciae Paraguayi Societatis Jesu, gives the following account of Alvar Nunes and his promotion to the governorship of Paraguay. Emperor Charles V, having received the news of the death of James Mendoza and the ill success of affairs at the River of Plate, and being of a spirit that ever struggled against adversity, he resolved to send thither another governor with a supply of planters. Several aspiring to the command, Alvar Nunes Cabeza de Vaca carried it, on account of the great merits of his ancestors. For his grandfather, Peter de Vera, had subdued the Canary Islands for King Ferdinand and governed them, in which employment he behaved himself with such integrity, that having spent his own estate, he was reduced to such distress that he gave his 2 sons in pawn to a Moor, for a sum of money to support his dignity and maintain his government, and the king afterwards redeemed them. One of these was father to Alvar we now speak of, who being in his youth educated in his father's and grandfather's virtues, going over into Florida under Pamphilo de Narvaez, to be the king's treasurer there, was shipwrecked on the coast of America and fell into the hands of the Indians. And authors of the first rank tell us he was so virtuous that during his 10 years' captivity among the people, he wrought several miracles, invoking the blessed Trinity. This man, being appointed governor, embarked 700 men besides women and children upon 5 ships, and sailing from Cadiz with a fair wind, when he came to 28 degrees of south latitude, landed in that part of America with 500 men, and sending the women and children with the rest by sea, traveled himself by land. Almost the same way Alexius Garcia had gone before, for 300 leagues, discovering the country, and in the year 1541. Happily arrived at the city of Asuncion, and what is most remarkable, he lost not one soul in all that voyage and journey by sea and land. It is noteworthy that some of the most striking accounts of exploration in Spanish America were written by common soldiers. Bernal Diaz del Castillo, Cieza de Leon, and Ulrich Schmidl are instances. They interpreted the thoughts and sentiments of the subordinate class and help one to see how the private soldier or the common man viewed the enterprises in which he was engaged. The position of men of this class made a sharp contrast between their writings and the writings of leaders. Schmidl's narrative of his 20 years in America was written in German, but in its Spanish translation, it has been naturalized in the region of which he wrote, and in which he spent the effective years of his life. The family of Schmidl has been known in Bavaria since 1364 and is said to have been ennobled. The author's father, Wolfgang Schmidl, was held in high esteem by his townsmen and was 3 times Burgermeister of Straubing. He died in 1511, leaving 3 sons, of whom the youngest, Ulrich, was born in the first decade of the 16th century. Little or nothing is known of his boyhood or youth. His narrative indicates only a moderate degree of education. In 1534, he was at Antwerp, probably sent thither as a commercial agent or dependent, and in that year he enlisted as a soldier for service in the New World. At that time, he was probably about 25 years of age. The same year he arrived at Cadiz and departed for America with Mendoza's expedition, destined for the Rio de la Plata that had been discovered by Solis and explored by Cabot. Mendoza's fleet consisted of 14 ships, having on board about 2,500 persons. Of these, 150 were soldiers. 2 years after landing at the site of Buenos Aires, a review of the colony showed 560 survivors. The greater part had died of hunger. Schmidl witnessed the ravages of famine, the abandonment of the settlement at Buenos Aires, the founding of Asuncion, was with Irala in the expedition towards Peru, served under Cabeza de Vaca, whom he characterized as an adventurer and unfit for the enterprise in which they were engaged, and took part in the rebellion of 1549. A letter from his brother Thomas, who had held the inheritance from his father, requested his return to Germany. His petition for a discharge was at first refused, but was finally granted with favorable commendation for the service he had rendered. Illustration: title page of the revised edition of Schmidl's Warheftig Historien, Latin translation. It has been denied that Schmidl was a soldier, but that view appears hardly tenable in the face of his clear designation of himself as a soldier. He was loyal to Irala and took part in the revolt against the governor. His relation to this undertaking sufficiently explains his opinion of Nunes and prepares one to find in his book a partisan account of events in Paraguay during these troubled years. The following is Schmidl's reference to Alvar Nunes Cabeza de Vaca's arrival in Asuncion after the overland journey from the Atlantic coast. This commander was 8 whole months on his way, for the distance is reckoned to be 500 miles from Asuncion to the place or harbor of Santa Catalina. He also brought with him from Spain his commission from H. High Majesty, and required that Domingo Martinez de Irala should yield up the whole government to him, and that all the men should be obedient to him in every respect. The commander, Martinez de Irala, and all the people declared they were ready to obey, but with this understanding, that he, Cabeza de Vaca, should before show and lay before them documents to prove that he had received from his imperial majesty such powers and authority. But this the whole assembly could not obtain from him. Only the priests and 2 or 3 of the captains affirmed it, that Alvar Nunes Cabeza de Vaca ruled and commanded, but we shall see hereafter how things went with him. Now, this said Alvar Nunes Cabeza de Vaca passed all the people in review, and found that there were 800 men. At the same time, he made friendship with Martinez de Irala, and they became sworn brothers, so that he, Martinez de Irala, was no less than before commander of the people. In another place, Schmidl gives an account of the arrest and expulsion of Governor Nunes Cabeza de Vaca. Thereupon it was resolved by all, nobleman and commoner, to meet in council, with a view to take prisoner the chief commander, Alvar Nunes Cabeza de Vaca, and to send him to High Majesty, and to report to His Majesty about his nice virtue, and how he had behaved towards us, and how, according to his reason, he had governed, and other things besides. According to the resolution come to, these three gentlemen, namely, the treasurer or judge, the clerk or master of the toll or custom, and the secretary ordered by High Majesty, whose names were Alonso Cabrera, Francisco de Mendoza, Garcia Vengas, and Felipe Casiers, taking with them 200 soldiers, went to his lodging and arrested our commander-in-chief, Alvar Nuñez Cabeza de Vaca, when he least expected it. And this happened on St. Mark's Day, 1543. They held prisoner the said Alvar Nuñez Cabeza de Vaca for a whole year, until a ship called A Caravel, provided with victuals and a crew had been prepared. And on board this ship, the often-mentioned Cabeza de Vaca, with 2 other officers on behalf of High Majesty were conveyed to Spain. After that we had to elect another who should rule and govern the country until High Majesty had time to designate one himself. And we held it for good, as it was the meaning and the will of the community, to nominate as Chief Martinez de Irala, not only because he had formerly governed the country, but especially because most of the soldiers were satisfied with him. 2. Knowledge of the early experience of the Jesuits in Paraguay was communicated to Europeans exclusively by the Jesuits themselves, and the history of the beginning of the missions was written by persons who had been actually engaged in them, or on the basis of reports made by the missionaries. It was, therefore, to be expected that historical accounts framed under these conditions would show a strong partisan bias. The very flattering picture which they presented of the redemption of the Indians from the life of savage nomads naturally excited enthusiasm on the part of persons who knew little or nothing of the labors, difficulties, and discouragements of the missionaries in the wilderness. The first information concerning these labors that reached Europeans was derived from the letters of Padre Manuel de Ortega, Padre José de Cataldino, Padre Ruiz de Montoya, and Padre Roque González that were scattered about Europe. The annuas were another source of information. These were the product of a regulation that required every Jesuit house or college to make a report on the work of its members for every period of 4 months. These reports, sent to other provinces or centers of missionary activity, were expected to serve as a stimulus for increasing the zeal of other members of the order. They increased in number to such an extent that it was found difficult to circulate them. It became necessary to make summaries of them to be printed. Sometimes individual annuas were given special prominence. Those of 1626 and 1627, written by order of Padre Nicolás Duran and signed at Tucumán on the 12th of November 1628, were translated into Latin and printed at Antwerp in 1636. They were issued under the title literae Annui Provinciae Paraguarii. From time to time, others were given equal distinction. Some by Padre Skirnbeck were published at Munich in 1649 as Messis Paraguariensis. Additional information was derived from books written by missionaries. Padre Diego de Torsbalos, Breve Relación del Fruto, Quesi Wreckage, en las Indias del Peru, was a book of this kind. The author had been sent to the New World as procurador for the province of Peru. At this time, little or no missionary work had been done among the Indians of Paraguay. The Jesuit province of Paraguay had not then been organized. This region and the Pampas were still embraced in the province of Peru. Tor's book was early translated into Italian, French, German, and Polish. A second book, and of greater importance, was that by Padre Antonio Ruiz de Montoya, called Conquista Espiritual Hecha por los religiosos de la Campaña de Jesus en las provincias del Paraguay, Paraná, Uruguay y Tape. It was a volume of 200 quarto pages and was published in Madrid in 1639. Montoya, as if defending himself against criticism beforehand, on account of his style and lack of proper arrangement of his material, confesses his rusticity imposed by long residence among savages, and that he wrote from memory and without the documents that ought to have guided his pen, so that the result was a mass of information thrown together without system or order. The project of writing a complete general history of the province of Paraguay had been variously considered when it was taken up energetically by Padre Juan Pastor, who had long been a missionary in Paraguay. He completed it in 2 folio volumes in manuscript, but when he died in 1658, the work had not been published. And after Techo had made large use of the manuscript in his History of the Province of Paraguay, the project to publish it was dropped. Nicolas de Techo was a native of France, born in Lille. His name was Nicolas de Toecht, and his history bore the title Historia Provinciae Paraguarii Societatis Jesu. It is divided into 14 books and makes a folio volume of 400 pages, beginning with a geographical description of the La Plata region. Entering upon his main subject, the author gives an account of the mission of the first Jesuits from Peru and from Brazil in 1586. Then follows an account in chronological order of the events within his field until 1645. Techo probably intended to write another volume, but his plan was apparently not carried out. An English translation of this book was published in Churchill's collection of voyages and travels, Roman 4, 630-8749. The author, a Jesuit, was naturally especially interested in the history of his order's missionary activity among the Indians, the foundation and growth of the Paraguayan missions. The translator, referring to the abundance of miracles and other pious matters, with which the author had overloaded his book, announces that he has taken care to eliminate these things in his effort to make his translation acceptable to the reader. But in the account of the dreadful famine during the first settlement at Buenos Aires, he seems to find no reason to expunge the story of the lioness, which Techo relates in all sobriety. The provisions they brought being spent, there followed such a terrible famine that many fed upon man's flesh, and things not to be mentioned. The cruelty of the barbarous people, the fear of wild beasts, and the severity of the commanders suffered none to go out of the works. Yet there was a woman who, weighing the misery of famine, chose rather to expose herself to the inhumanity of the Indians and wild beasts than to suffer the torture of hunger. And therefore, stealing out, she wandered a long time about the fields, till at night she went into a cave, where finding a lioness ready to whelp, she renewed her ancient experience and had the boldness to play the midwife, much to her own advantage, for the lioness, laying aside her fierceness, fairly divided her prey among her young ones and her midwife, till the latter fell into the hands of the barbarians, and being after many accidents redeemed by the Spaniards, was brought again to the fort. Being then condemned for her rashness and disobedience, she was exposed without the works, to be devoured by wild beasts where she must have perished, had not God in his providence so ordered it, that the lioness she helped to whelp came up to her first, and defended her innocent midwife against the rest. An early sketch of the southeastern part of the Spanish possessions was written by Andrés de León y Garabito, who was born in Lima, became judge of the Audiencia of Panama, and, in 1643, judge of the Audiencia of Charcas. Subsequently, he was appointed governor of Paraguay. This position he held until 1651, when he went to Buenos Aires as inspector of the royal treasury in that province. He wrote of the origin, the defense, the organization, and other particulars of that region. 3. But the most prolific as well as the most trustworthy of the Jesuit historians of Paraguay was the famous Pedro Lozano. It has been possible to fix definite dates to but few events of his life. Very good reasons, however, have been advanced to show that his boyhood was spent in Madrid and that he carried on his early studies there. As a youth, he became a Jesuit and arrived in America in the second decade of the 18th century. In the New World, he resided habitually at Cordoba in the Colgio Maximo and at the Hacienda Santa Catalina. But he visited Buenos Aires, the Pampas, and the Andes. He examined the archives at Santiago del Estero, Tucumán, and Salta, and the amount and quality of his writings indicate that he could not have been much diverted from his literary activity. Neither the date nor the place of his death has been established beyond a question, but the evidence available points somewhat clearly to the year 1752. Lozano's interest comprehended not merely the events in the history of his order, of which he was the official historian, but also the marvels of nature among which his life was cast, as well as the languages, the manners, the customs, and the religion of the natives. More than any of his predecessors, he appreciated the importance of official documents, in the search for which he displayed remarkable zeal and energy. His disposition to consider the forms and events of nature found expression in his Descripción Chorográfica, del Gran Chaco. In his Historia de la Conquista del Paraguay, Rio de la Plata y Tucumán, he brought together a vast amount of important material relating to the history of South America, and the documents which he either refers to or prints constitute a sound basis on which historians are able to build. This was edited by Lamas and published in Buenos Aires in 1873. Lozano's Historia de la Compañía de Jesús en la Provincia del Paraguay was published in Madrid in 1754. It consists of 2 folio volumes, yet it covers only the first 28 years of the province and ends with 1614. Padre Pablo Pasels refers to the reliability of its information, the justice of its criticism, and the character of demonstration given to its statements, and affirms that for these qualities Lozano stands above all others who have written on the history of Paraguay. Lozano's Historia de las Revoluciones de la Provincia del Paraguay is the history of the conflict between the supporters and the antagonists of the Jesuits in Paraguay, a conflict in which Antequera was the most conspicuous figure. It appears thus from one point of view as a part of the history of the Jesuits. From another point of view, it is the history of the rebellion of the Comuneros against the viceregal authority. Lozano's relation to one of the parties made it practically impossible for him to be entirely impartial in his account of it. Still, the large number of official documents introduced into the text of the narrative helps the reader to avoid the possibility of sharing the author's prejudice. The following is the list of Lozano's works, printed and in manuscript, according to Andrés Lamas, José T. Medina, and others. Descripción coreográfica del terreno, árboles y animales de las dilatadísimas provincias del Chaco Gualamba, 1733. In Córdoba, Spain, 42 pp. 9 and 485 with map. Copy of a letter written by a Jesuit missionary to Padre Juan J. Rico, 1740, 4-2 pp. 59. Vida del P. Julián de Lizardi. Printed in Salamanca in 1741, reprinted Madrid, 1832, new edition, Buenos Aires, 1901. Letter to Padre Bruno Morales, dated Córdoba, November 1, 1746. Letter to Padre Bruno Morales, dated Córdoba, March 1, 1747, containing an account of the earthquake at Lima in 1746. Carta al Padre Juan Dulzola Saber, Los Césares. Meditations sobre la vida de nuestro Señor Jesucristo, written in Italian by Padre Fabio Ambrosio Espindola, translated by Lozano. Madrid, 1747, 2 volumes, pp. 569 and 531. Historia de la Compañía de Jesús en la Provincia del Paraguay, Madrid, 1754 and 1755. 2 volumes, pp. 760 and 832. Historia de la Conquista del Paraguay, Rio de la Plata y Tucumán, Buenos Aires, 1873 to 1875, 5 volumes, pp. 468, 396, 370, 489, 364. Maximas Eternas Pustas and Lecciones, written in Italian by Padre Carlos Ambrosio Cattaneo, translated by Lozano, Madrid, 1754. Madrid, 1776 and 1788. Valencia, 1884. Exercicios Espirituales de San Ignacio, written in Italian by Padre Carlos Ambrosio Cattaneo, translated by Lozano. Madrid, 1764, pp. 406, reprinted 1776 and 1788. Diario de un viaje a la costa de la Mar Magellanica, en 1745. Buenos Aires, 1836. Also published in Latin in Charlevoix, Histoire du Paraguay, and in Prévost, Histoire des Voyages. Various documents communicated to Charlevoix. See Padre Muriel, Fasti Novi Orbis. Diccionario Histórico Indico, 6 volumes. Traslado de una carta dirigida al P. Luis Tavares, Córdoba, June 12, 1739. Letter on Tithes, 1741. Observations sobre el manifiesto publicado por el P. Vargas Machuca. Representación hecha por la provincia jesuítica del Paraguay Al señor Vuri del Peru a propósito del Tratado con Portugal sobre los siete pueblos de las Misiones del Uruguay. Córdoba, March 12, 1751. Ms. in the library at Lima. Representación Quejes al Rey en su Real Consejo de Indias, el Provincial de la Compañía de Jesús, en la Provincia del Paraguay. On the same subject as the preceding, Buenos Aires, April 29, 1752. Letter to the Procurador General on Events in the Province of Paraguay, 1752. In the Library of Valladolid. Historia de las Revoluciones de la Provincia del Paraguay, 1720–1735. Buenos Aires, 1905. 4. Padre José Guevara succeeded Lozano as the official historian of the province of Paraguay. He was a native of Spain, born at Ricaz in the Archbishopric of Toledo on March 19, 1719. On December 31, 1732, he became a novice in the Society of Jesus, and 2 years later, April 25, 1734, he arrived at Buenos Aires. Almost immediately thereafter, he entered upon his studies at Córdoba, and for many years this city continued to be the principal seat of his activity. In 1743, he was a teacher of Latin, and the next year he became a lecturer on theology. 8 years later, he was appointed to the position that had been held by Lozano as historian of the province. After a residence of 33 years in America, he was removed to Italy under the decree of 1767, by which the Jesuits were expelled from Spain and the Spanish dependencies. At first, he established himself at Faenza, but subsequently he obtained the post of canon at Spello, near Perugia. Guevara died at Spello on February 23, 1806. The 5th volume of Annals de la Biblioteca, Buenos Aires, 1908, contains a new and complete edition of Guevara's Historia del Paraguay, Rio de la Plata y Tucumán, superseding the incomplete copies issued by Angeles and by Lamas. In the preliminary essay of this publication, Paul Grousac has subjected Guevara's work to a severe critical examination, in which he makes clear Guevara's dependence on Lozano's writings, not merely the ordinary dependence of one writer on the results attained by other investigators in the same field, but the dependence of the plagiarist. The principal historical accounts of this southeastern part of America in existence before Guevara wrote were those of Teco, Charlevoix, Lozano, and Centenares Argentina. Guevara's dependence goes so far that the whole substance of his book is found in Lozano, except the final matter of the 12th decade, which is drawn from Teco. The ordinary character of Guevara's imitation consists in reproducing more or less servilely the corresponding passage of Lozano. Especially in the parts referring to the flora and fauna, the transcription, either entire or fragmentary, is usually literal, without change of verb or adjective. On the other hand, there are numerous suppressed passages, arbitrary, brutal, really chopped out of the parts mutilated. The critic finds the copying not the chief offense, since it was a practice generally observed in the society, but the deceit of the preamble and the author's injurious silence respecting the historian to whom he owed everything. But admitting that this severe judgment is well-founded, emphasis may be laid on the fact that Guevara's style represents a considerable advance over that of his predecessors in the same field. If it may be regarded as consciously labored, it certainly has the great merit of clearness. The author does not give any indication of great learning, or as in possession of an extensive variety of knowledge, but, as Grousac suggests, he had nevertheless sufficient attainments for the satisfactory accomplishment of his task. 5. One of the consequences of the removal of the Jesuits from Rio de la Plata was to deprive the world of much information concerning the early events of that region. Some manuscripts were lost, and others were never written that would have been written if the members of the society had been permitted to continue their work undisturbed. Still, a small number of the exiles maintained an interest in subjects connected with the country of their earlier labors. Among these there were 4 noteworthy foreigners, men not of Spanish stock. Martin Dobberschaffer, an Austrian, went to Paraguay in 1748 and was a missionary among the Guaranis 11 years and among the Abipones for 7 years. At Vienna, he wrote a history of the Abipones, which was published in Latin in 1784. A German translation was published in 1783, and in 1822, an abridged translation in English was published in London. Florian Pach went to Paraguay with Martin d'Oberjaffer in 1748. He was a missionary in the Chaco for 15 years. An extract from his writings was published in Vienna in 1829, called Padre Florian Pach's Rise. In 1870, practically, the whole of his manuscript was published with the title of Padre Florian Pach, ein Jesuit in Paraguay. Although Thomas Faulkner was neither Creole nor a Spaniard, his long residence of 38 years in South America entitles his description of Patagonia and adjoining parts of South America to a place among the writings of colonial origin. He was an Englishman, born in Manchester in 1707. He was a surgeon and embarked for South America on a slave ship belonging to the South Sea Company. At Buenos Aires, he fell dangerously ill and was cared for by Jesuits, who embraced the opportunity to bring about his conversion. He entered the Society of Jesus and took his place as a missionary among the Indians in the region between the Strait of Magellan and the Rio de la Plata. He returned to England in 1768 after the expulsion of the Jesuits. 6 years later, in 1774, his description of Patagonia, edited by William Coombe, was published. It does not appear from the book itself what changes Commem made in Faulkner's papers, but the style suggests more experience and skill in writing than Faulkner may be supposed to have had after nearly 40 years among the Indians and other persons, where no opportunity presented itself for the use of the English language. The 6 chapters treat of the soil and products, describe the Indian country and the great river system of the southeast, Tierra del Fuego and the Falkland Islands, the inhabitants of the country traversed, the religion, the government, the policy, and the customs of the Moluches and the Puelches, with some account of the Moluch language. Another member of this group was Ladislaus Oras, an Hungarian. In 1727, at the age of 30, he went to Rio de la Plata, taught philosophy and theology in Cordoba, and after his expulsion from America, returned to his native province of Tianau, where he died in 1773. 2 principal manuscripts are ascribed to him. The first was Decade's Quatuor Virorum Illustrium Paraquarii. This was printed in Tianau in 1759 and made a folio volume of 552 pages. The other work was called Decade's Quatuor Alii Virorum Illustrium Paraquarii and was apparently printed but never circulated. There were many others who went into exile from the region of the Rio de la Plata and Paraguay. The more conspicuous among them were José Cardiel, José Quiroga, José Jolis, José Manuel Peramaz, Domingo Muriel, Gaspar Juarez, and José Sanchez Labrador. Cardiel's literary contributions include Declaración de la Verdad and Breve Relación de las Misiones Guaraníes. Quiroga became known for his attainments in mathematics, was a professor of mathematics in the College of San Ignacio in Buenos Aires, and made a large number of maps of the southern part of South America, and among others, a map of the Viceroyalty of Buenos Aires. He left also a treatise called Observaciones Astronómicas para determinar el curso del Río Paraguay. Jolis was a Catalan, born in 1728. He was a missionary in the Gran Chaco for 10 years. His most noted literary production was Sagio sulla Storia Natural de la Provincia del Gran Chaco. José Manuel Peramaz wrote Vidas de Varones Illustres and Annus Patiens, the latter consisting of a diary of the journey of the exiles from Cordoba. Domingo Muriel, sometimes in Latin as Syriacus Morley, left Fasti Novi Orbis, and a continuation of Charlevoix's Paraguay under the title of Historia del Paraguay, diste 1747 hasta 1767. Gaspar Juarez was born in Santiago del Estero in 1731, became a Jesuit in 1748, and died at Rome in 1804. His principal works are Historia Ecclesiastica del Virreinato de Buenos Aires and Historia Natural, treating of the same region. In 1910, there was published at Buenos Aires a part of the writings of Padre José Sanchez Labrador. He was born at Guanda in the Diocese of Toledo on September 19, 1717. At the age of 14, he entered the Society of Jesus, October 5, 1731, and about the middle of the century went to America. Established as a professor of philosophy and theology at Cordoba, he won distinction and the high regard of his contemporaries, but the call from the wilds appealed to him, and, abandoning his professorship, he entered upon the life of a missionary to the Indians, with all of its privations and dangers. In the midst of this service, he was overtaken by the decree of expulsion, 1767. With hundreds of others affected by this act, he was transferred to Italy, where 32 years later, 1799, he died at Ravenna. During his travels and residence among the Indians, Sanchez Labrador acquired considerable knowledge of their language, translated the catechism into the speech of the Mbayas, and began to compile a dictionary of that language, carrying his work to the letter P in a fair degree of completeness. The rest of his extensive writings treated of either the natural history of Paraguay under the title Paraguay Natural Ilustrado, or the progress of the missions in that region, this part of the work bearing the title El Paraguay Católico. The first of these divisions comprehends information on the nature of the country, the soil, the climate, the water, and the most prevalent diseases, the plants, the fields, and the forests with various kinds of trees, the animals, the birds, the fishes, the reptiles, and the insects. The two volumes entitled El Paraguay Católico, printed in Buenos Aires in 1910, contain a great part of the important work left by Padre Sanchez Labrador concerning the Indians of Paraguay and its provinces, as well as accounts of his extensive journeys, his observations, and his reflections. 6. The Relación Historial de las Misiones de los Indios que llaman Chiquitos, attributed to Padre Juan Patricio Fernández, was first published in Spanish in Madrid in 1726. It was republished in the Colección de Libros que tratan de América Raros o Curiosos in 1895. It treats briefly of the beginning and progress of missionary work in the province of Chiquitos, the geography of the province and the customs and character of the natives, the invasion and depredations by the Mamelucos, the removal of the settlements, and events in the lives of some of the leading missionaries. The preface to the Buenos Aires edition of Pedro Lozano, Es Historia de las Revoluciones de la Provincia del Paraguay, affirms that Lozano translated this work from the Italian original by Padre Bandier, which appears under the name of Padre Patricio Fernández. A mild controversy has arisen about the authorship of this book, into which it is not necessary to enter. The latest utterance observed takes issue with Lozano and supports the claim of Fernández. The report made by General Meixas de Angles y Gortari, commissioned by Viceroy Castelfuert to inquire into the causes of the conflict between the Paraguay Comuneros and the Misiones, is a document of considerable importance for the history of the Jesuit missions in Paraguay and the rebellion led by Antequera. After the rebellion had run a certain course, and Antequera had been imprisoned in Lima, Angles, who was the corregidor of Potosi, visited Asuncion and undertook, in the capacity of judge, by personal investigation to gather information needed to fix the responsibility for the state of war that had existed in the province. He entered upon his inquiry with a mind measurably free from any partisan bias. He had never visited Paraguay before. He had no acquaintances among the inhabitants, and carried only a note of introduction from the viceroy to Bishop José de Palos. This introduction, on account of the bishop's partisanship, made it difficult for Angles to maintain his proposed impartiality. But observing the evident partisan character of some of the evidence presented, he sought to correct it by testimony from other sources. Whether he was entirely successful or not in reaching an impartial conclusion, the inform remains a valuable contemporary view of a serious provincial war. It was completed at Potosi in May 1731 after the author's return from Paraguay. 38 years later, in 1769, it was published in Madrid. Chapter 14. Some Ecclesiastics and Their Religious Books. I. Bishop Lizarraga, Roman 2, Bishop Luis Geronimo Doré, Roman 3, Bishop Gaspar de Villarol, Roman 4, Minor Religious Writers. 1. The medieval tradition that the Church was the supreme patron of learning was generally recognized in Latin America throughout the greater part of the colonial period. Men of scholarly tastes and aspirations found their greatest opportunities in ecclesiastical office, or as members of a religious order, and many of those who attained the dignity of a bishop became noteworthy also for their writings. One of the early names in this list was that of Bishop Lizarraga, whose family name was Baltasar de Obando. When he assumed the habit of the Order of Santo Domingo in 1560, he became Fray Reginaldo Lizarraga. He went from Spain to Lima with his parents, thence to Quito among the first European settlers, and finally he returned to Lima. He was living in Chuquisaca when Viceroy Francisco de Toledo, 1569–1581, committed the crime of taking the life of Tupac Amaru and of furthering the extermination of the other members of the Inca family. From the post of prior, he was appointed provincial of the newly created province in Chile. After Lizarraga's service as provincial, he was for a brief period a missionary in the Valley of Jaja, and while there, he received notice of his presentation as Bishop of Imperial. This office had come to him through Viceroy Garcia Hurtado de Mendoza's 1590–1596 recommendation to Philip Roman II. The king's letter of appointment was written on June 7, 1597, and on June 12, 1 year later, Lizarraga replied, accepting the offered dignity. His consecration was delayed until October 24, 1599. This was not an auspicious moment to be looking towards southern Chile as a place of residence. The Araucanian War had assumed an unfavorable aspect. Governor Loyola was dead. The Indians had organized a general insurrection and had laid siege to the towns in the Diocese of Imperial. The destruction wrought in this uprising and various other considerations induced the bishop to hesitate to take up his episcopal duties. In May 1602, he was still in Lima, but he arrived in Chile in December of that year, or in January 1603, thus between 5 and 6 years after his appointment. The ruined condition of Imperial led to the removal of the see to Concepcion, and in view of the discouraging prospect, the bishop, a few weeks after his arrival, sent his resignation to the king, with the request that it might be forwarded to the pope. For this act, the king wrote to him a severe rebuke, calling upon him to regard his obligations, to remain with his church, to mend the state of his diocese, to preserve it for the church, and to offer his consolation to his subjects. The number of Europeans within the limits of the bishop's jurisdiction was small, and these for the greater part were poor and discouraged. The bishop was about as poor as the others, and was obliged to live in a cell offered him in the Franciscan monastery. Yet he showed zeal and wisdom in the management of the diocesan affairs, more wisdom and zeal, it is said, than one had reason to expect, considering the indifference, hesitation, and timidity he had displayed in Lima. Nevertheless, he was discontented in his office, and, with its annual revenue of only $300, he was able to maintain neither his church nor himself. His recommendation, therefore, appears reasonable, that his diocese should be united with that of Santiago, and he be permitted to return to the monastery of his order. This plan was, however, not carried out, and in 1608 he was presented by the king for the bishopric of Paraguay to succeed Martin Ignacio de Loyola, who was promoted to be Archbishop of Charcas. At the end of 1607, or at the beginning of 1608, he took final leave of Chile. The greater part of his writings deal with religious subjects. There was a volume on the Pentateuch, 2 volumes on places mentioned in the scriptures, a volume of sermons, a treatise on the life and eminent services of Geronimo Loaiza, the first Archbishop of Lima. These and most, if not all, of his religious productions have remained unpublished. Lizarraga's most important work was rather secular than religious. It was called Descripción y Población de las Indias. Doubt has arisen as to where this book was written, whether, as indicated in the text, in the Valley of Jaja or in Chile. Medina has discussed the question, and has reached the conclusion that it was written in Chile, during the second sojourn of Lizarraga in that country, and from the number of known copies of it, he infers that it must have enjoyed a certain popularity, if that may be said of a manuscript necessarily confined to a few readers. Among the topics treated in this book are the geography of Chile and Peru, the viceroys and the governors, the bishops and the provincials, the territory of Cuyo, and the road over the Cordillera. One notes in this part of it the imposing effect of these mountains with their grand panoramas and their majestic summits of eternal ice. Lizarraga, like many other writers, was moved by the grandeur of nature here displayed. At the same time, some of his views suggest the crude faith of his generation. For instance, the appearance of the comet of 1577 he interpreted as an announcement that God was about to punish the people for their sins, and that Drake the same year was sent to inflict the punishment. As Bishop of Paraguay, like the great majority of the priests who attained episcopal rank in America, Lizarraga led a life of virtue and devotion. He died at the age of 80, and the time of his death accorded with his own prophetic announcement. Allah says de la tarde aurait et dar quiunto a Dios. In the last half of the 16th century, while the New World was displaying to Europeans its magnificent scenery and its untold wealth, there were persons, particularly among the clergy, who, in the midst of the general hopefulness, assumed to be disillusioned respecting earthly affairs. Julian Martel's reflections of this character were set down in a book entitled Disengano del Mundo. He was born in Granada and went from Spain to Peru as a member of the secular clergy, but he became an Augustinian friar and later rector of the college of his order and prior at Lima. He was esteemed for his austere life and for his learning, particularly for his knowledge of Latin and of the writings of the Fathers of the Church. Two especially prominent writers among the ecclesiastics of the first half of the 17th century were Luis Geronimo de Oray and Gaspar de Villarroel. Oray was the successor of Bishop Lizarraga in the Diocese of Imperial. During the first period of his active life, he was a zealous missionary among the Indians. Later, he was in Spain and Italy, where he appears as a writer, and this activity was followed by a period of devotion to his duties as Bishop of Imperial. He was born in Huamanga, Peru, in 1554, and was the third of the 4 sons of Antonio de Oray, who, besides these sons, was blessed with 3 daughters. He entered the order of the Franciscans at Lima, and here won distinction through his studies. His work called Simbolo Católico Indiano was published at Lima in 1598. It contains the matter of 2 distinct books, the first treating of the mysteries of the Catholic faith, a philosophico-theological treatise on God and his attributes, in a word, the dogmas of the Catholic Church, the second being a description of the New World and its native inhabitants. Like certain later writers, Oray would have the name of the continent derived from Columbus instead of from Amerigo Vespucci. Shortly after publishing his Simbolo Católico Indiano, Oray went to Spain, and in 1604 published, in quarto, Relación de los Mártires que ha habido en la Florida. From Spain, he passed to Italy and in Rome published a treatise on indulgences, written in Latin. 3 years later, in Naples, was issued his Ritual Seu Manuel Peruanum, which contains the prayers and forms of the Roman ritual in Latin and in Spanish, together with translations into Quechua, Aymara, and other Indian languages. It was designed to govern the priests and missionaries to the Indians in the administration of the sacraments, and to guide them in giving instruction in Christian doctrine. On account of its translation of the Roman ritual into the Indian languages of South America, this work is of special importance for the study of these languages. In 1612, Oray visited Garcilaso de la Vega in Cordoba, and Garcilaso has given an account of this visit in his Historia General del Perú Madrid, 1722, Roman II, 460. He told me that in the Franciscan monastery in Lima there were deposited 5 heads, that of Gonzalo Pizarro, that of Francisco de Carvajal, that of Hernandez Duran, and 2 others which he could not identify. That religious house had them on deposit, not buried, but in keeping, and that he desired very much to know which of them was that of Francisco de Carvajal, on account of the great renown he had left in that kingdom. I said to him that he might know which of them was Carvajal's by the inscription there was on the iron cage, but he informed me that they were not in iron cages, but free, each one by itself, without any sign by which it could be identified. This monk, Luis Geronimo de Oray, was going from Madrid to Cadiz, under orders from his superiors and from the Council of the Indies to send 24 monks, or to go with them, to the Kingdom of Florida to preach the gospel to these Gentiles. It was not determined whether he would go with the monks or return, having dispatched them. He requested me to give him some part of my history of Florida, which those religious might take with them for their information concerning the provinces and the customs of the inhabitants. I gave him 7 books, 3 were of the Florida, and 4 were of our commentarios, for which he acknowledged himself greatly obliged. After his return from Cadiz to Madrid, Oray continued his religious or mystical writings. Two of his books of this character were Relación de la Vida y Milagros del Pfr. Francisco Solano and Corona de la Sacratísima Virgen María. The religious character of his writings had doubtless much influence in causing him to be presented for the bishopric of Imperial in Chile in 1620. The appointment by Philip Roman III was confirmed by Paul V. And near the end of 1620, or in the beginning of 1621, the new bishop arrived in Lima. Oray's return to his native country, clothed with literary and ecclesiastical honors, was naturally a source of supreme satisfaction to his relatives and friends, with whom he spent nearly 2 years. And finally, in 1622, he took possession of his church at Concepcion and entered upon the exercise of his episcopal functions. He continued to discharge the duties of his high office for a period of 5 years, and spent a year of this time among the untamed inhabitants of Chile and the adjacent islands, whom he found less docile than had formerly appeared to him the Indians of Peru. He died in 1627. 3. Fray Gaspar de Villarroel, another writer already referred to, was born in Quito about 1587, of parents who were extremely poor, but who are said to have descended from a noble family. His father was a lawyer, and for a certain period was a judge in Cusco. While his son was still young, he removed from Quito to Lima in order that the lad might have the advantage of instruction. In Lima, he lived in extreme poverty, but continued his studies. The zeal of the father to attain a higher degree of education stimulated the son to pay special attention to his own cultivation. Like many others of his time, who would be scholars, Villarroel entered the church and assumed the habit of St. Augustine. This was in 1607–1608, and after this event he turned with new energy to studies in letters and theology. Later, he received the degree of doctor. After a few years, his attainments warranted him in becoming a candidate for a professorship that was vacant in the university at Lima. His rival, Pedro de Ortega Sotomayor, was successful, but Villarroel's candidacy made his merits so well known that he was elected prior at Cusco. This office he held until his departure for Spain, a journey that he made by way of Buenos Aires. Born and educated in America, Villarroel was unknown in Spain, where there existed a strong prejudice against all Creoles, against their intellectual attainments, and their fitness for positions in the public service. To allay this prejudice with reference to himself was one of the purposes of this journey, and he took with him a manuscript for the first volume of a work to be entitled Semana Santa, Tratado de los Comentarios, Dificultades y Discursos Literates y Místicos sobre los Evangelios de la Cuaresma. This he caused to be published in Lisbon in 1631 with an adulatory dedication to the king. This work was a commentary and an interpretation of passages from the Bible, involving much that appears frivolous, sterile, and commonplace, when considered from the viewpoint reached after these intervening 300 years. A second volume was published in Madrid in 1632, and a third and last volume in Seville in 1634. In 1626, he published a commentary on the Book of Judges. This was written in Latin and contained an abundance of extracts from the Scriptures and from the Fathers of the Church. These publications gave evidence of his spirit and his learning. They made an impression on influential persons at the court, and Garcia de Haro, after he had heard him preach, became his enthusiastic champion. Moreover, the court and other persons of distinction conceived an especially favorable opinion of Villarroel. He was frequently called to preach before the king and the Council of the Indies. The fashionable applauded him, and the poetasters wrote verses in his honor. The practical result of all this for Villarroel was his presentation in 1637, after a residence of 8 years in Madrid, as the Bishop of Santiago. He was consecrated the next year in his monastery in Lima. In its isolation, the limited society of Santiago, like other colonial communities, was afflicted with social antagonisms. There was rivalry between the civil and ecclesiastical officials, and the task that devolved upon Bishop Villarroel was to establish and preserve a just balance between the conflicting parties. This task he appears to have performed with marked success. Herrera, the historian of Ecuadorian literature, affirms that he made himself not only notable among the bishops of America for his wisdom, but also for his eminent virtues, and for his indefatigable zeal in the exercise of his pastoral functions. Villarroel's benevolence and charity found ample opportunity for exercise in the afflicted community of Santiago after the earthquake of May 13, 1647, when the earth is said to have trembled and fluctuated like the sea. The shock caused a terrifying noise, threw down the houses and churches, and killed 600 persons in the ruins. Gobierno Eclesiastico Pacifico, Villarroel's most important work, was written during his incumbency as Bishop of Santiago. It was originally published in 1656-7, and in 1737, Padre Francisco Vázquez de Sandoval caused a new edition to be issued. This book treats of the prerogatives and duties of holders of ecclesiastical and civil office. In it, the author makes manifest his desire for harmony and conciliation, and shows that no opposition exists between the legitimate designs of the Church and the state. It is not possible to describe this treatise in terms applicable to a modern work on government. It has the character of a voluminous medieval book, containing much that is relevant to the general subject and much more that from the modern point of view is irrelevant. It is interspersed with numerous and extensive quotations and is crowded with references to both pagan and Christian authors. According to tradition, these two massive volumes were written within a period of 6 months, but they were not published until 10 years later than the date assigned as that of their completion, and there are various reasons for believing that the work of composition occupied at least some part of these intervening years. Historias Sagradas y Eclesiásticas Morales was also written in the years during which Bishop Villarroel was a resident of Santiago. It was divided into 15 coronas, each corona into 7 considerations, and each of the latter into historias. The mystical significance and religious use of these divisions are pointed out by the author, but neither the explanation nor the book itself makes any effective appeal to modern thinking. In fact, only the Gobierno Eclesiastico Pacifico retains a place among books at present useful. Villarroel's other works are important chiefly as illustrating the mental attitude of a distinguished ecclesiastic of South America in the 17th century. In spite of the esteem in which he was held by the inhabitants of Santiago, Villarroel felt himself an exile in Chile. His thoughts always turned with longing towards Lima, the scene of his youth and early manhood, and of the development of his religious life. Tengo a Lima en el corazón was often the refrain of his conversation. But in spite of absence, the Spanish court had kept his memory green in Spain, and in 1651 he was promoted to the bishopric of Arequipa, where he enjoyed a larger income and a more benignant climate, and where, by his control of more extensive means, he was able to expand the field of his charity. Even his library he distributed among various monasteries, and shortly after his transfer to Las Charcas, as archbishop, he died leaving no earthly possessions, and he was buried at the expense of his chaplain. Bernardo Tours, chronicler of the Augustinians, asked him for data concerning his life, and received this answer. Nasi en Quito en una casa pobre, sin tener mi mater un panel enque envolverme, porque había ido España mi padre. Intrim frail, y nunca entro en mi la frailía, portim vano, y aunque estudié mucho, sup menos de lo que de mi juzgaban otros. 4. Books like the Semana Espiritual con Meditaciones del Principio y Fin del Hombre para cada día, y Documentos de Oración, by Juan González Gutiérrez, Madrid, 1656, and the numerous religious works of the Friar Andrés de San Nicolás have little significance except to illustrate the prolific industry of certain ecclesiastical writers in the realm of mysticism. San Nicolás, Historia General de los Agustinos Descalzos de la Congregación de España y Indias, Tome I, Madrid, 1664, is, however, accorded value as an account of the establishments of his order in Europe and Asia, but it treats only briefly of the history of the order in America. In spite of his voluminous writings, San Nicolás appears to have been little known in New Granada, and Vergara naively remarks that he has considered this forgetfulness as a punishment inflicted by posterity for the author's lack of love for his country. Another voluminous ecclesiastical writer of Bogotá was Juan Bautista de Toro. The most important of his works is the big volume called El Secular Religioso, published in Madrid in 1721 and republished there in 1778. A feature of the work which the historian is bound to consider is its denunciation of the injustice and greed of the corregidors and the inhumanity of their treatment of the Indians. In an article on Curiosidades Literarias, Miguel Antonio Caro, in Repertorio Colombiano, calls attention to the fact that Toro wrote a natural, simple, and harmonious style at the time when Gongarism with the authority of the peninsular writers had passed to the Indies and perverted completely the literary taste. The fact is also noted that in spite of Toro's constant eulogy of the Jesuits and his energetic condemnation of the conduct of Spanish officials in America, a second edition of this book was issued from the royal press of Charles Roman III. In the 17th century, mystical writings encountered fewer obstacles to their publication and were more extensively read in the Spanish colonies than were books treating of purely secular subjects. The works of Padre Juan de Alloza were chiefly of this kind. His El Breve Oficio del Nombre de Maria was reprinted many times. His El Cielo, Estrellado de Maria, and his other books of a similar character found numerous devoted readers. This was assured by the great reputation acquired by the author in his lifetime. In gaining this reputation, he had the advantage of membership in an eminent colonial family. One of his brothers, who was a priest at the cathedral, became rector of the University of San Marcos and died as bishop-elect of Santiago de Chile. Another brother in 1651 and in 1652 was also rector of the university, and an uncle, Gregorio de Loisa, was vicar general of the archbishopric. Juan de Alloza studied at the Jesuit school in Lima, passed to the university, entered the Society of Jesus, and became the most forceful preacher of his time. In a sermon delivered on the occasion of the festival of St. Paul, he commented on the bad example set by the viceroy's speech and acts. For this, he was reprimanded by the superior ecclesiastical authorities, and his right to preach was withdrawn. The viceroy, informed of this action, ordered that Alloza should be permitted to continue his preaching. "If Alloza," he said, "does not tell us the truth, who will tell us what especially concerns us? Let him continue in the pulpit, and let the first sermon which he pronounces be preached in my palace." Acting on the suggestion of this episode, a preacher of another order undertook to exercise a similar freedom of criticism, but he was called to account, and the viceroy, on imposing the merited punishment, bade him remember, "Que no te dus Iran Alloza." Padre José Silva's life falls principally in the first half of the 18th century. He was born in Lima in 1703, became a Jesuit in 1720, and died 2 years after the Edict of Expulsion. He served many years as a professor of philosophy, part of the time in the University of Cusco. Besides a treatise on the civil law in 2 volumes, he wrote extensively on ecclesiastical subjects, on the evils of Calvinism, on the necessity and the existence of a divine revelation, and on the Eucharist. Francisco de la Cruz, a Dominican, was not less prolific than Alloza as a writer on religious questions. He was born in Granada, studied in Lima, made his profession of faith in the monastery of his order in Cusco in 1616, and became a professor in the University of San Marcos, entrusted with various important ecclesiastical offices. He finally attained the dignity of a bishop, and was charged with relieving the Indians of Potosi from the burdens imposed upon them by the miners. In executing this commission, he aroused the hostility of the Spaniards, whose interests were affected. The mystical character of his writings is sufficiently indicated by some of the titles of his books, such as De la Concepción de María, Lima, 1653, Historia del Rosario a Coros Alcalá, 1652, and El Jardín de María, Salamanca, 1655. In the vast mass of unpublished writings by ecclesiastics are comprised the numerous manuscripts by Juan Cajica, an Augustinian who arrived in Peru in 1573. His extensive knowledge of the native languages greatly facilitated his missionary labors, and his diligence and persistence in writing are made abundantly evident by the statement that he produced 32 volumes. 12 of these were designed to be printed in folio, and 20 in quarto, all in Spanish. They were, however, never printed. because, according to Calancha, the publication of them would have cost 100,000 pesos, and no fund of that amount was available. They treated extensively of religious instruction and of the doctrines requisite for a knowledge of the Catholic faith. Few writers of Peru achieved greater distinction while living than Padre Juan Pérez de Menacho, who was born in Lima in the last half of the 16th century. He studied in the schools of his native city and entered the Society of Jesus. He was called to a professorship of philosophy in the University of San Marcos in 1601 and served in that office for 20 years. Many statements were current during his life concerning his marvelous memory and profound knowledge, among others that he knew by heart the works of Thomas Aquinas, and these statements were heard not merely in America, but also in Europe, where, referring to him, it was affirmed that the mind of St. Thomas was in Peru. In later centuries, he passed to a certain extent out of public knowledge, largely because the bulk of his works were never published. El Perfecto Confessor y Cura de Almas was a purely religious book of the middle of the 17th century that had a certain vogue in its day. It was written by Juan Machado de Chaves, who was born in Quito, and who was educated in Lima and in his native city. He held various offices in the church and was appointed Bishop of Papian in 1651, but died 2 years later, before assuming the duties of his episcopal office. El Perfecto Confessor was published in Barcelona in 2 folio volumes about 1641. In 1661, Francisco Apolinar published in Madrid a summary of Dr. Machado's works. Fernando de Vergara Azcarret and his brother José de Vergara Azcarret added materially to the mass of ecclesiastical writings of the first half of the 18th century. They were both natives of Bogotá. Fernando de Vergara was born near the end of the 17th century, studied at the College of San Bartolomé, and entered the order of the Jesuits. He became the rector of the Jesuits' College at Cartagena, and after his return to Bogotá, he became the rector of the Jesuits' College in that city, where he died on October 12, 1761. José de Vergara was born on January 22, 1684. He inherited from his father the encomienda of Cerezuela, which had been held by his grandfather. In 1703, he left the College of San Bartolomé and was appointed to the office of corregidor. After the death of his wife and of all of his numerous children but one son, within a period of 2 months, he became a priest. He received the degree of Doctor of Theology at the University of Santo Tomás, became the cura of Topaga in 1726, and was transferred later to Socorro, where he died in 1746. His surviving son conducted the negotiations at Socorro with the rebellious comuneros. The works of these writers are noteworthy now chiefly as indicating what subjects claimed the attention of colonial ecclesiastics of superior education and standing. Another Jesuit whose name is set down in the list of the mystics was Domingo Antomes. From his birthplace, Carcar in Navarre, he went to Chile, and in 1742 was assigned to the projected missions on the island of Juan Fernandez, where he remained a year. After his return to Santiago, he was charged with the direction of the monasteries of Carmen and Rosas. While in the island, he wrote his little book called Art de Perseverantia Final and Gratia. José Torres wrote on the privileges and prerogatives of the spouse of the Mother of God. The most striking of the works under consideration is Manuel Lacunza's La Venida del Mijas en Gloria y Majested, which Vicuna McKenna describes as an indecipherable myth, of which all speak as if it were one of the nation's titles to glory, without having opened the volume. As the title indicates, the book deals with the second coming of the Messiah, the millennium, the Last Judgment, presenting pictures of the imagination that suggest the visions of Milton. Lacunza was born in Santiago in 1731. He entered the Society of Jesus at the age of 16. After his expatriation in 1767, he lived at Imola, in Italy, until his voluntary withdrawal from the order, when he retired to the suburbs of the city, and lived there for more than 20 years the life of an anchorite, preparing his own food and permitting no one to enter his habitation. He died there in 1801. The influences of colonial life generally stimulated practical activity rather than philosophical or religious reflection, but now and then minds appeared so predisposed to mysticism that they could not be awakened out of their dreams even by the uproar of the frontier. Among such persons, Medina mentions Ignacio Garcia, Domingo Antomes, José Torres, Pedro de Chilabazán, and Manuel Lacunza. Garcia was born in Galicia in 1696, studied at Corunna, entered the order of the Jesuits, and completed his academic career at Salamanca. His request for service in America having been granted, he sailed from Cadiz for Buenos Aires and made the journey of nearly 1,000 miles from that town across the plains and over the Andes into Chile. The first field of his mission was Coquimbo. From this place he was transferred to Santiago, but in 1730 he was in Concepcion, where he gave instruction in philosophy. This was the year that witnessed the destruction of Concepcion by an earthquake, and after that event, Garcia returned to Santiago, where he performed the duties of a professor of theology. He died in that city in 1754 as rector of the Colegio Maximo. His work entitled Disengano Consejero was published in Lima the year of his death. In this, he emphasized especially the need of fervent prayer, confirming this by citations from the scriptures and proposing exercises for meditation in retirement. Another work of a similar character was called Respiración del Alma en Efectos Pios, which set forth the exercises needed to keep alive the spirit, as respiration keeps alive the body. In view of approaching death, he requested Padre Javier Zevallos to present to Bishop Alde the manuscript of a volume entitled Cultivo de las Virtudes en el Paraíso del Alma, Barcelona, 1759.